Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Prophecy Hero of Highschool DxD movie. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 0, The End? When a hero is born, destined to fight all the evils that cross his path, when he is destined to stop being thousands of times his superior, when he is destined to be alone all his life, then, only then, is when, finally and after such a long and painful wait, a great and wonderful prophecy is fulfilled. He who was, in his childhood, hated and mistreated, marginalized and loathed only for something that he did not want to have, that hero traveled a difficult and painful path until today. But sometimes it is necessary to sacrifice for what you long for. He once wished with all his being to be recognized, for those who hated him to know who he was. That desire for recognition became what he truly was. He wanted to protect his family. He longed for a family. And today the hero destined to fulfill the wonderful prophecy realized something very important. He was not part of the prophecy. It was not for him. That destiny was not his. It did not belong to him. He was never the longed-for hero. But what prophecy are we talking about? The prophecy had been repeated since ancient times and he knew it. The prophecy that passed from generation to generation acclaiming the long-awaited hero was not born with him. It was not him, nor his father, nor his teacher, nor his ancestors. The prophecy was poorly taught. No such hero existed. And no, he was not referring to the already fulfilled, or until now had been fulfilled, dream of the wise toad. In my dreams I see that you are going to be a great pervert and a great ninja, and one day you will have a student. This student is going to be the one responsible for a great revolution in the world, one that will finally bring about peace or the destruction of the world. The outcome will decide the fate of all. You will be his teacher, his sensei, and you will make a difficult decision. The path you choose will determine the fate of the entire world. You are going to travel the world, and you will write a book. Even I don't understand the reason why, but you are going to walk all over the world, seeing all of life's creations, seeing how everything takes its shape, its course, and its destiny. So far so good. He was the chosen one, and what the great Rikudo Sennin said came true. He was the chosen one to gather the bijus and guide them along the true path. So far so good. But what was there after that? The wonderful prophecy? No, it could not be called a prophecy. It was something more like a reality. Before chakra, what was there? Before Nishu, before Shinobi no Sekai, humans existed before Rikudo Sennin. So war has always been in the genes of humans. Even if he fulfilled the prophecy said by the wisest, what would happen next? He would maintain peace, but when he died, what would humans do? He had no doubt war, and thousands of times worse than the ambition of Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha, or the rabbit goddess, Kaguya Otsutsuki. A loud sigh filled the air. Damn, after walking this long road, so many decisions that changed the course of things, so many facts were not going to be worth it. How could he call himself a hero? He couldn't do it. Not even he considered himself worthy of fulfilling such a reality or prophecy, as you prefer to call it. His friend, someone so close to a brother, what a lie was that. He hated him. No, he didn't hate him, but hell. Who was going to trust an idiot like this who almost killed him just to knock him out and stop him from ruining everything more than it already was? As if the war wasn't enough, just because he wanted a revolution after the war. But these Uchihas. Sasuke was lying on the ground without an arm, unconscious. He looked at him. His stubbornness and stupidity, the darkness in his heart forced him to hurt him. He wanted to help him. But even someone like him knew that what Sasuke Uchiha did was unforgivable. Maybe he could guide him down the right path, he knew it would work, but neither good nor evil can stay together for long without fighting, whether together or not. Sasuke Uchiha would simply be trash like Madara Uchiha was. The Uchihas, although not all, are shit for the world, but seeing the reality, not only them, all were trash that caused their own extinction. And if out there, in the vast cosmos, there were other beings like Kaguya Otsutsuki or worse than her. Damn, he just wanted to rest, damn it. He has been fighting for others all his life. He deserved a break. But he wouldn't have it while the false Nishu, or also called ninjutsu, existed. The true one only a few had understood, or only he and his predecessor, better said. After the culmination of the final battle, he began to wonder, what would come after the battle? Or the war itself? Would there really be peace? Even knowing that there were probably others out there, it would be much worse than what he had to face. Life is sometimes a difficult and painful path. Hero, was he a hero? Whatever the answer, I had already made many bad decisions. This would not be the serious one. It was time to clean up the world. His greatest friend, or the little family he had, let it be said. Kurama lay sealed along with his brothers in a jutsu made by Sasuke, bearer of the legendary Jujutsu, the Rinnegan, the Eye of a Kami. He knew that ninjutsu would continue from generation to generation. The world was still engulfed in a powerful jutsu, created by the most powerful version of the Rinnegan. I had to break that cycle. I had to put an end to the evil in the world once and for all. How stupid that thought sounded, but that's how he was, a stupid child in the eyes of others. Poor fools. If it weren't for him, many would already be dead. They are hypocrites. While he was weak and mediocre, they treated him like garbage. He could already imagine how they would treat him. It would all be a vile lie. That's why, from the root, from the beginning, he had to stop the real enemy. Humans. One of his ancestors created ninjutsu, corrupting Nishu, Indra Otsutsuki to be exact. His brother Azura Otsutsuki wanted to stop him by plunging humans into the infinite war once again, which means that the closest to achieving peace was his predecessor, Rikudo Sennin. So he is the next, Nidaime Rikudo Sennin, had to do the opposite of his predecessor. Even if they called him a villain, even if it meant sacrificing himself, he was willing to fulfill his family's dream. His parents, his teachers, that of his ancestor, his own dream. He no longer wanted to see his true friend being used as a weapon, nor his family giving their lives for a lost war. Everything was decided. The mark on his palm shines brightly. He is covered by the chakra mantle of the Sage of the Six Paths. His transformation makes him look powerful, the most powerful. He enters Sage mode, his pupils change, he slowly approaches his fallen friend, takes his hand, and the seal that the Uchiha previously possessed is removed and placed on his other hand. Sun and moon, good and evil, yin and yang, together in a single being, without any problem, as it should be. Enough with the pretending. Damn, I knew I was on a level as high as or almost higher than the rabbit goddess. Who the hell sealed her? He and only he. Since the Uchiha was brutally defeated, if it weren't for the Doujitsus, the Uchiha would have no chance of fighting him. Well, in his maximum state of power, he doesn't have it. Nadia could match him. With his predecessor dead and his equal sealed, he was a god. He stood above all humans, ninja or not. So much power accumulated in his body, in his genes, given to him. So much power. Looking closely at his rival, he smiles warmly and nostalgically. He had to take away both Doujitsu. First the Rinnegan, then I would withdraw the Sharigan. Now the complicated part would be to implant them in himself. He could do it. Damn, he was a wise man. Let's say that spending time with Tsunade Senji gave you certain advantages, such as learning a little medical ninjutsu at an acceptable level. It would be impossible to implant them on the same day. But not for him. His clones were enough. He is a wise man, the last wise man in the whole world. His chakra and its use is unlimited, as well as being able to use yin and yang at will as the Nidaime Rikudo Sennin. He had time to carry out this operation. There was no reason to rush. He would take his time if he wanted it to be perfect. He had to be patient. He couldn't damage the Doujitsus. That would complicate things a lot. It would complicate his plan. So without any laziness, he sat down to channel all the natural energy that surrounded him in that inert battlefield. Although at this stage of power he could reach up to the 5 elemental nations, so gathering the natural energy would not be difficult. It would just take time since he needed a lot of natural energy. Keeping your eyes closed, waiting patiently for your body to absorb as much natural energy as possible. The peace and tranquility that came from absorbing the purest energy, being one with the world itself, on that battlefield, with a reassuring silence, the patient wind touching every part of his being able to blend with nature itself, all of that gave him the courage to carry out his plan. He opened his eyes, reflecting absolute power, without the need for seals. 10 clones charged with natural energy covered by the Rikudo Sennin's chakra appeared. They began their work. In a simple puff, several utensils necessary for the operation that would be carried out appeared. Lying down next to the Uchiha, he opened his eyes as wide as he could. 3 clones stood next to him. 5 clones next to the Uchiha, 1 above them and 1 below them. The 10 clones sitting cross-legged, some still gathering energy that surrounded both bodies. The others would do the operation. Nothing could infect or disturb the Jujutsus if they wanted everything to go well. They stylized the air and locked themselves in a chakra dome. 2 of the 3 clones who were at his side began the operation, sedating him, relaxing him. It would hurt, but he had to endure it. They very carefully removed the first eye, the 3rd clone, quickly healing any problems. Then the other eye continued with the same process. A few minutes passed. The eyes were covered by the chakra of a clone, disappearing when he gave his chakra. The eyes being held by another clone changed to black, normal and simple eyes. A clone carefully removes the first eye of the Uchiha, while 4 clones constantly give him natural energy to heal any problems, and to accept his new eyes. Then they continued with the next eye, following the same process. When both eyes were removed, they proceeded to insert the new eyes into the Uchiha, which was a complete success. They had been working for several hours as the minutes flew by. It was his turn. The first eye of the Uchiha was placed on his left side, having in this Sharigan, carefully because his body had to accept the eye. So it was the same with the second eye on his right side, this being the Sharingan. Now it was just a matter of waiting. The clones disappear, after successfully completing their job, only reclining, with his eyes closed, hoping that his Uzumaki genes, his body, his chakra will accept the new inquisitions. He had to wait a little since using natural energy constantly, and doing the operation while using the Rikudo Sennin, transformation would facilitate and speed up the process. He only had to wait a few more minutes to be able to assimilate the new power. After the required time and knowing that you are ready to proceed, he got up. For now I only needed the Rinnegan, opening his right eye showing the glorious Rinnegan. Whispering a few words to the wind, his friend's body is enveloped by natural energy, healing him and returning his lost arm. 11 dark spheres float behind him, the Gudadama, spheres of truth. The boy of the 6 pads, in his right hand, slowly took flight aimlessly. The blonde continued his journey, but not before some roots wrapped around the 3 bodies of his team, since until now they were the only ones left against Kaguya Otsutsuki, although Sakura and Kakashi were knocked out long before he sealed the rabbit goddess. He stopped on top of an immense tree, which had captive all the ninjas, those who were capable of molding chakra. Well, almost all of them, those who protected the villagers, were in different places, but it wouldn't be a problem. He extended his nothing happened. The tree did not move. He was patient, very patient. His Rinnegan took the form of the glorious Sharingan. The tree reacted to it. The roots expanded, slowly traveling the world. Every place, whether underground or not, was found by roots. Everything that was once occupied by a person was now among roots, just like people, in a deep sleep. After several hours, possibly days, what mattered? Nothing mattered. Time was not important to him at this moment. Every living being in the ninja world was under the terrible jutsu, except for himself and the bijus. His predecessor appeared before him. He simply continued with his work. He undid the seal that held his friend Kurama and his brothers. These appeared before the 2, Rikudo Sennin, the old and the young. Naruto, the name came out of the mouth of the one who passed by him. Since his birth, the other beasts were expectant of the talk that would follow. This would decide how the world will be. There is no such prophetic hero, the one described by the ancient gods, Naruto said simply. His predecessor stared at him, and then smiled bitterly. How do you know that? The old man named Hagoromo Otsutsuki, or also known as Rikudo Sennin, dared to ask. The old man knew the answer perfectly. He simply did not want to accept it, or he was thinking of looking for a better answer than the one the young man would give him in front of him. They mocked the first civilization, before chakra existed, long before, the one that created humanity, or rather those. Their prophecy was a clear reflection. They live in constant war and fight with their equals. Why not have fun watching simple puppets do the same as them? The blonde explained his point of view calmly without stopping his work. The tree continued to consume the world with its roots. Every living being would be trapped by those roots. Why do you come to such a reasoning? Questioned his reddish-furred friend this time. Being already at 100% with his 2 parts in one, he became the most powerful Biju. Again, only below the already sealed Jubi, or who knows, he could be superior. Looking at his friend, his puppy, so powerful, made him feel proud and happy. He really loved this brat. Even though the war was the final trigger to be able to work together, They already got along well before. It does not prevent a memory from crossing his mind at that moment to make a comparison of before and now. Flashback starts. Naruto walked alone through the dark streets of Konoha. It was late around 10 p.m. A child shouldn't walk alone through the streets at that time, but nobody wanted him or accepted him, just for having the flea-bitten fox inside him. No, he shouldn't blame the fox for his misfortune, even if he was a pain. He was pleased that someone at least spoke to him, even if it kept him sane. I don't know why a brat whom they hate so much for carrying me. Well, they are stupid to think that you are me. Ha! What idiots. The blonde didn't even pay attention to his tenant's words. Sometimes he wished to die, so much contempt caused dark thoughts in the mind of an innocent child. Hey brat, just give up. They'll never recognize you as one of them. Better kill them. It's the best option you have. Just let me control you and I'll free you from all pain. Shut up, stupid fox. If I do that, I'll be the same trash as them. I don't give a damn if they don't want to recognize me. But listen to me, well, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will be the greatest ninja and the best Hokage, and everyone will recognize me, even your damn bag of fleas. The Kyuubi, inside Naruto, smiled mockingly, although his mind had another train of thought. You're just a brat. We'll see how long that will of yours lasts. Before it breaks, I have all the time in the world to wait. Flashback ends. Naruto was someone with an unbreakable will. From that day he knew it. That brat was someone exceptional, bordering on stupid. But he was his greatest friend. That's why such reasoning surprised him, since he knew where this would end. His will was never broken. He knew it. It was impossible for that to happen. He looked at him with his peaceful gaze, a Naruto very different from before the war. But his thoughts did change. That's why they say war changes you. Just think about it. Naruto raised his boa, from which a sphere came out. It expanded and showed a very ancient language, the divine language. That's how the first humans named it. I only found a little of the history of the ancient land where my mother arrived. We don't know exactly if we translated it wrong or misunderstood the message. So many possibilities. Why miss even one? The old man encouraged the blonde to debate. He needed to understand the reason for his successor's actions. So many lies from my predecessor, Ja. Are you trying to make fun of me? You, they, and I know that this was not a prophecy. And if it was not for this world or for this time. The orb fully showed the subject they were talking about, the prophecy, whether it was real or not. From the ashes we created a world, one full of life. We created a being capable of imitating us to a certain extent. But where there was chaos, there will always be chaos. They will be born with our problems, the battles. But a hero will rise and change this world. That hero will decide if the world will be consumed by chaos or not. Although in the very distant future beings even more superior to us will come and destroy our creation, but only that hero who will be born in a few thousand years will rise against them, or he will not. The reality is that everything is uncertain. I think many things. Maybe the prophecy was not made as such, but something more revealing. Simply from among those who created this world, there was one who could predict. That is not very rare. Simply he would know that we would look at those clues that he distributed in that ancient world. Who knows, the hero is me and I have to decide, although that does not matter. I do not see it as a prophecy. For me it is only a revelation. And if I am the supposed hero, then I decide that the world, this world of war, ceases to exist. The blonde proclaimed his thought without hesitation. The orb was extinguished, the jutsu was completed, the whole world was plunged into a deep sleep. His predecessor said nothing. The bijus remained silent as from the beginning except for Kurama. After I free them from the jutsu, what's next? More war? More pain? Suffering? Maybe there will be a short period of peace. But when those of us who maintain the peace are no longer here, once I die, Kurama and his brothers will leave this world, since I'm sure future generations will want to use them again. Hell, you know that we are not all the same. I will be able to impart my knowledge to them. But after my departure to eternal rest, who will continue to instruct them will leave successors, and so on. But we well know that we do not all think the same. Many will want this power and much more. There will always be tyrants, some more ruthless than others. If what we did now only expands to something worse, a war that ends the entire world itself. But as the revelation or prophecy says, chaos is in humans, in their being. They are total chaos. Few understand that, and chakra only expands that chaos. So I will eradicate it. I will take away their most powerful weapon. I will limit them just as they were from the beginning. Everything they lived was only and will be a dream, which they will forget little by little, and if the wars continue, then screw them. I will do nothing more for them. But if I prevent them from continuing to destroy the world, so I will. Is that not my decision? I am the chosen one, because I choose to save this world since its inhabitants only destroy it, so I will only limit the radius of destruction to themselves. The blonde extended both arms and the roots of the tree spread throughout the world, began to extract the chakra from every living being. An aura of different colors, depending on the being that was extracted, came out and ran through all the roots. A root came out from under where the only ones awake were. This joined Naruto, giving him all the chakra. Wouldn't that make you a tyrant? Everyone looked expectantly at the blonde, because the question asked by Shikaku was important. And you still doubt that my dream was forgotten? This war showed me reality. I wanted to be accepted. I wanted to be like them, never to be a superior being, like I am now. So many revelations. I know things I shouldn't know. I saw things I wished to forget. I let innocent people die just to follow the most justified course to peace. I pretended to be who I'm not. Well, that's enough. I'm tired of so many lies told to myself. I lived alone, my only company being Kurama, without any contact. Without the love of a mother, father or family, always despised, and they want me to simply save their lives. Yes, I would do it. I really would, because I never expected anything in return. But to think that you can rule me or be superior to others, to me, to you, then it makes them tyrants too. I just want to rest from so many lies and deception. That's how they are. I thought you knew that. Maybe I was wrong about my successor. Please shut your mouth. You just want to question me. You just pretend to be ignorant. You say that what they do is justified and what I do is not. Is that what you say? What is that justification? Justification here, justification there. You want to know why I really do this? That's what I'm looking for. I know you agree with what I'm going to do. If you want to hear it from my mouth so much, well, listen carefully. I do it because it's the right thing to do. Even if you think not, you know it is so. I am a god, superior to you and the bijus. I shouldn't even exist. My bad decisions guided me to this path. Well, I will correct that. I will use this power to heal this world, and I am a forbidden being, something that you know they will want and cause worse wars. For that and 1,000 more reasons, you want me to continue. The old man smiled. The rest of those present only listened to the debate. What debate? That was not a debate. It was just a conversation between a father and his son. He just wanted the young man to vent and get out all that accumulated hatred and pain. But the next words would be the strongest said so far. I will seal myself with all the chakra so that it does not spread, even if it hurts. You are the best and purest chakra, so I will seal you with me, in a place inaccessible to any being, a place where we can sleep in peace. Dying is not an option because my body will be the vessel that holds all the power. I will tear down the moon and create a new one. I will absorb the one my predecessor created, even if they oppose it. So be it. The blonde had pain on his face. His eyes cried heavy tears, loaded with all his pain. But he was not going to back down. He would never do that. The bijus were surprised by the blonde's audacity, but more so by seeing the smile of joy and happiness of his creator. Kurama stared at him before stretching his enormous fist towards him. Naruto smiles at him, and they bump fists. The chakra is still being extracted, little by little, but moving forward permanently, a single rhythm, slow but constant. The blonde suit rips, leaving only his torso exposed. A complex seal appears, covering the entire area of the heart to the middle of the abdomen, and the middle of the chest ending near his right shoulder, and near the beginning of the neck, even keeping his fists together. Kurama glows a reddish hue as it is absorbed by the complex seal that I see in Naruto. After a few seconds, Kurama was sealed in Naruto. Son Goku is next. With one of his enormous fingers he touches the blonde's shoulder, and then the same thing happens to his brother Kurama. Shikaku and Matatabi follow him, and both are sealed. Isabu, Saiken, Koko, Chomei and Gyuki were sealed in that order. A black chakra was infused into the seal by a root, followed by other spheres of different colors. The Gudadama, spheres of truth, shone. The first one was covered in a reddish-brown opaque dark color, Rabi, appeared written on the Gudadama. The second one, this one was covered in a reddish-brown bluish hue, Ichibi, appeared written on the Gudadama. The third was covered in a dark reddish-bluish hue, Nibi, appeared written on the Gudadama. The fourth was covered in a pale reddish-grayish hue, Sanbai, appeared written on the Gudadama. The fifth was covered in a bright reddish-orange hue, Yambi, appeared written on the Gudadama. The sixth was covered in a reddish-whitish-bluish opaque hue, Gobi, appeared written on the Gudadama. The seventh was covered by a reddish-purple pale-grayish opaque hue, Rokubi, appeared written on the Gudadama. The eighth was surrounded by a reddish-greenish-grayish-bluish-orange opaque hue, Nanabai, appeared written on the Gudadama. The ninth was covered by a reddish-purple-blackish-pink pale hue, Hachibi, appeared written on the Gudadama. The 10th was covered by a reddish-opaque intense red-orange dark opaque hue, Kyubi, appeared written on the Gudadama. The 11th one only shone in the center of all these waiting to be completed. The old man was disappearing little by little, his spirit disappearing from the face of the earth. The blonde had to finish what he started. All chakra had been removed from every living being, and with it came all chakra and its derivatives. The Shinju, God tree, was still active. Unknown time. Naruto doesn't know how much time passed before he could completely recreate the world. Everyone who had knowledge of chakra and its use would never know that again. Simply at the moment of awakening, everyone would wake up from a simple dream and have a normal, boring life, like simple humans. Everything that was is no longer what it was. In simple villages like those of the first civilizations, all humans would never again have a connection with chakra. The blonde looked up at the moon. In a simple flash he disappeared and appeared in space above the moon. With his now unlimited chakra and power, he created a new moon out of nothing, a simple jutsu, for that stage of power, much greater than a simple kami. Of course, having the Rinnegan made it easier to create anything. He could be considered one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Of course, he didn't know of any other more powerful being, and he didn't doubt that there was one, in his current state of power. But what could that matter to him? The blonde completely absorbed the ancient moon. Whether there was life that had chakra or not, it simply merged with its immense and unlimited chakra. But he knew which clan was on the moon, so without any remorse he made them into simple masses of power. He disappeared again in a flash. It appeared over the Shinju, thousands of roots connected to the body of the powerful and unique ninja. Little by little, the tree and every trace of chakra or ninja history was absorbed by the blonde, until the Shinju disappeared, and along with every trace of chakra, the last Gudadama was finally completed, covered by a dark reddish-whitish energy. Jubi appeared written. His work was complete. Thousands of simple human houses, thousands of humans scattered across what was once known as the Shinobi continent, was now a simple land inhabited by humans in a dream from which they would soon awaken to continue with the routine of a common human. His work was complete. But what about him? What would happen to him? He could finally sleep peacefully. Even though he was young, he was already tired of so much pain and suffering. He just wanted to sleep. His vision darkened, the Naidame Rikudo Senin became a simple human again, a simple blonde, a simple Naruto, who fell quickly to the hard ground. Naruto smiled before things ended badly and he became unconscious from the power and effort to maintain it. He decided to seal himself and sleep, maybe eternally, to forget that he exists or even existed or will exist. Before all his power was retained, he made with his bow and his hand a huge seal on the ground which he would soon reach, then another huge seal on it, some whispers, and his transformation was gone as well as his consciousness, maybe forever. Unknown time. A black-haired human was crying bitterly over the body of his wife until then, his daughter lying a few meters away, lifeless. Seeing around him, everything in flames, his people being attacked and devoured by a war of supreme beings, gods. Unknown time. A blue-haired human was fishing, peacefully, enjoying the air that hit his face like petals. He came from a peaceful village, ignorant in the eyes of those above. Unknown time. We observe the planet Earth, which was once occupied by various beings, now is nothing but total chaos, without order, without life, with nothing on it. Unknown time. The planet Earth returned to its splendor, life all over it, seas, oceans, rivers, lakes, fauna, flora, a beautiful planet, better than it was. Of course, this planet that returned to its best splendor could not help but attract the attention of other extremely powerful beings. The planet was once again occupied by those great beings, still maintaining the war. Only there were no humans, but gods, a world of gods, fighting to rule. Unknown time. Humans returned to touch the soil of the beautiful planet Earth. Not so beautiful because its inhabitants were consuming it in destruction. Once again the world suffered. It suffered. The world was getting tired of being seen as a battlefield. Unknown time. The Earth became uninhabitable again. A war that devastated all existence on Earth. Humans. Not even they ever learned to care for what they can have. The Earth, and its very existence suffered. Unknown time. The human was a good creation in the words of the god, Elohim. He only had to guide them on the right path, guide them, something in which his congeners or the majority shared that somewhat risky thought or call it courage. That is why each one took his piece of land, being Elohim, who ruled almost the entire planet, because he had returned it to its glory. Although it never bothered him that other gods took a little of the planet to reign over the humans who believed in them, Elohim had an incredible interest in this once devastated world, returned it to its best stage, then decided to bring the human back to life. They had tried several times, of course without achieving any success, but being one of the most powerful beings until then, leaving aside the dragons, caught the attention of many other pantheons of gods or simple factions of other beings that inhabited the vast cosmos. Time passed and the humans seemed to be something good. There were no problems. Well, his angels helped him, but not everything is always rosy. Those demons, created from this point in history, the Great Sacred War, or well, this is the first of many that will follow that one. That is why Elohim, watching from his throne, from the vast sky, observed patiently how his angels tried to restrain the demons. Other beings had become involved. The demons grew in number. His angels were divided into two sides, the angels and the fallen angels. Elohim could not help but sigh in frustration. Unknown time. The death of Elohim, the original Yanai Mouse, the death of almost half of the then fallen angels, and demons, as well as the withdrawal from the battlefield of each of the three factions would forever change the course of the entire history of planet Earth. The most important events were beginning to happen. Unknown time. The planet had suffered a lot. So much shit caused by humans, gods, dragons, and other beings would cause the planet in the not-too-distant future to come to an end, if not a man comes forward to destroy it again. That's why in the center of the Earth, in its core, sleeping peacefully, a small and beautiful baby is about to wake up, so the Earth itself, an almost non-existent existence, made its own counterattack against those who are consuming it again in destruction. This supreme being imprisoned in it had already slept enough. It was time for it to return to life. It was time to take care of what it so longed to defend millions of years ago. It was time for it to restore the order of things. Of course, the planet being an extremely strange existence, having life. Thanks to it, it should know that everything has a course that is sometimes slow to follow, but if it had millions of lives accumulated, waiting a little longer would not be a problem. Place and time unknown. A black-haired boy of about 7 years old looked strangely among some bushes. A small baby was sleeping, oblivious to all the danger that surrounded him. The black-haired boy had an idea, so running as fast as he could, he went to his house, while the little blonde baby tenderly opened his eyes, while a new and long life smiled at him again. A cry marked the beginning of a new era. 10 years later, location unknown. Mother, I've had a nightmare again. The little blonde boy ran quickly to slip between the sheets of his mother's modest bed. The black-haired girl smiles at him lovingly while hugging him with all the love in the world. Don't worry, my son, I'll always be here for you. Love, the boy smiled. Forgetting all fear and danger, the little blonde boy allowed himself to be enveloped in all the love that was transmitted to him by that loving woman. 2 years later, underworld. A blonde man, with curious marks on his cheeks, was crying bitterly, hitting the hard rocky ground, his hands full of blood mixed with earth and tears. That woman who loved him and cared for him since she found him was lying dead, a few meters away from him. P-roar.rqqiu. And oh, he couldn't even articulate a single word. The pain was consuming him. Naruto-cha, Naruto, no. As. Don't. Anger took hold of him. Why couldn't he avoid it? Did life hate him so much? It wasn't her fault. She was an innocent woman. He couldn't help it. Demons were like that. They've always been like that, monsters. He had to exterminate them all. His eyes turned red, with the pupils slit vertically, his fangs grew, the marks on his cheeks became darker. Roar! The beast had awakened. All those who did this to him would suffer in the most terrible way possible. I'm sorry, Naruto, but it's not time yet, you should rest. Memories flooded his mind, blurry memories. A war, a village, a beast, other events. His head hurt. But who is Naruto? Sleep. Suddenly all that power that was felt for a brief moment disappeared, leaving no trace. The blonde fell unconscious in a matter of seconds. A huge tattoo on his chest appeared. A cane was positioned next to him. Chapter 1 Memories Part 1 2 years later, Underworld. A blonde man, with curious marks on his cheeks, was crying bitterly, hitting the hard rocky ground, his hands full of blood mixed with earth and tears. That woman who loved him and cared for him since she found him was lying dead, a few meters away from him. For him there was no more painful image. P-roar.r. RQQUU. And oh, he couldn't even articulate a single word. The pain was consuming him, burning his heart and clouding his judgment. Naruto-chan, Naruto, no. Don't. Anger took hold of him. Why couldn't he avoid it? Did life hate him so much? It wasn't her fault. She was an innocent woman. He couldn't help it. Demons were like that. They've always been like that, monsters. He had to exterminate them all. His eyes turned red, with the pupils slit vertically. His fangs grew. The marks on his cheeks became darker. Roar. The beast had awakened. All those who did this to him would suffer in the most terrible way possible. I'm sorry, Naruto, but it's not time yet, you should rest. Memories flooded his mind, blurry memories. A war, a village, a beast, other events. His head hurt. But who is Naruto? Sleep. Suddenly all that power that was felt for a brief moment disappeared, leaving no trace. The blonde fell unconscious in a matter of seconds. A huge tattoo on his chest appeared. A cane was positioned next to him. Son, is what you're telling me true? Yes, mother. I found a baby in the forest. Well, walking, although it's a little strange. The black-haired woman couldn't doubt the situation. Blah blah blah. The infant's cries made her quicken her pace, and as they say, it was love at first sight. The woman was captivated. Maybe it was just her, but she swore she saw the baby surrounded by a divine, reassuring aura, as if nature itself were always with him. Maybe it was just her. The woman approached carefully so as not to scare the baby. Her son was expectant about the situation. Calm down, little one. The woman lovingly took the child in her arms. He felt the touch and the tranquility provided by the woman who was so foreign to him. He calmed down, and even went back to sleep because of the soft lullaby from that wonderful woman. The woman, seeing the baby calm down and sleep so tenderly, couldn't help but smile happily. Could he be my new little brother? I've been asking you for one. Surprise graced her face. What are you saying, son? She exclaimed excitedly. The boy just turned to look at his mother in surprise, because his mother was blushing and babbling incoherently. That's not how you do it with little brothers, the woman said softly. But can it be? The child seemed unwilling to give in. We don't know who this baby belongs to, so no, maybe his father left him here. Who knows? And his mother is nearby. I don't think so. The woman turned to look at her son because he kept drawing conclusions that were too big for his young age. What are you talking about? It's easy. The child is naked, he's a few months old, and there's nothing near here that makes sense like we do. Mother, we live far from civilization. Or someone abandoned him here, or it's fate. What did you do to my idiot son? I'll tell father that you called me an idiot. I deduced all that because father has been teaching me, since I can't go to a normal school. Ha ha ha, I'm just bothering you, my love. You may be right. We'll stay with the child, and when your father returns we'll decide what to do. Come on, let's go to the house. Okay, mother. At night. So that's what happened. That's right, darling. Yes, father, the child confirmed. Son, please step back. A blue-haired man of strong build ordered the boy, who obeyed instantly. Honestly, darling, I can only wonder, who would leave a baby in the middle of nowhere? That's not normal. And besides, he's a human. We're not. We're very far from the human world. I don't like this. You think you should leave him out there or just ignore him? Even though what you say is true, why would you leave the child here in the underworld? How did they get here? Something must have happened. No, I didn't mean that, and you know it all, woman. Since our son mentioned it, why not keep him? It doesn't seem like a danger, and it seems his parents didn't want him. We won't condemn a child to a life he doesn't deserve. Besides, it's not necessary to involve him in our world. We just have to hide it from him until it's necessary. Hide it? How can we hide a whole world from him that is different from his? Humans are ignorant of our world, most of them, and while the child doesn't seem to have anything that warrants being wonderful, I'm not saying it's insignificant. I'm saying that maybe what happened to him was one of those mistakes we all make without exception. Or maybe up there they didn't want him. Who knows? So many possibilities. Hiding it is easy. Where we live we are thousands of kilometers away from the demonic society. There is no danger whatsoever. I will look for books, things about humans to show him and for him to learn about his world. When he is able to face a world like ours we will tell him. I promise, darling, a child would not be bad. I love you. The woman hugged the man tightly and gave him a deep kiss. Her husband was a kind person, there was no doubt about it. The flame projected by that bonfire, which drove away the harsh cold produced by the mountains of rock and trees, oh, and of course, the lack of a sun, was the most interesting thing for the little blonde boy. I can't believe you can't just tell a kid he's a kami. Also, who is Naruto? It's me. That's right, don't you remember anything? So why can't I remember? Tell me if it's so difficult for you to understand this. Why don't you seem surprised? Sometimes I dreamed of different things, a world like the one you describe, but I didn't tell my mother. Don't be afraid to vent, I can come to understand you if you wish. What happened to you is a bit similar to your past life, although I shouldn't tell you much because it is your duty to remember and accept such memories. I won't force you to do anything, I simply can't. What's happening? What is your name? You have no idea. I'm among those dreams of yours. There are many, but you give off something very great, a divine presence. We're starting off well. You're already starting to grasp the essence of beings. Because if I was considered a god, of course back then, today no one even knows anything about me. It comforts me to know that they don't remember you either. A god. So this place is I don't know, because I have to tell you that just like you, I've been asleep for a long time. Tell me, should I remember who I am, and accept it just like that? It's complex because you'll always be Naruto and no one will change that. But we don't know if you'll ever remember everything as it is or if your mind plays with those memories. Who knows? Many possibilities. What was I like? I'll sum it up for you in the simplest words, the best of all. Should I be now? How long have I been asleep? Why don't I know who I am? Why don't I remember anything? Why did I become young again? If you say I was already an adult, or was going to be one, son, only you can find those answers. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. Even for me, it's very complicated, more than you think. You know more than you want to tell me, right? Much more. I have not lost my memories, because I am the spirit of my former self, condemned or see the grace to always be with you, or that is what I know. What will you do now? The old man asked with great interest. I want revenge. Will you oppose it? I would say yes, but it will be of no use. The seal on your chest limits my existence, my power. It limits me to being what you want. But you will not prevent me from advising you or, in happier words for you, from lecturing you when required. Don't lie. You don't want to stop me. You hide many things from me. Your intentions are not clear. They shouldn't be. The blonde said nothing. Back then you told me that you made bad decisions and let many people die because of those decisions. All for a justified good, which turned out to be false. I'll let you do it, but only you are the one who dictates your path. You will only condemn yourself if you so choose. Tell me what I should call you. Can you tell me, or should I remember it? You must remember. I must not interfere with your memories. We must not force them. Something tells me that it is better for things to follow their natural course. Whoever woke us up had something planned, don't you think, Naruto? And we will let ourselves be manipulated? I will call you old man until I remember your name. I apologize for my lack of manners in advance, he replied, avoiding the question. Ha, don't worry. You already told me that. Now let me ask you, Naruto, are you strong enough to take revenge? I awakened a strange power. It's true you can't tell me anything about me in the past. I'll just ask about that, then I'll ask about the now. Can you train me? I can do that. I'm in no hurry. But it's better to start now, don't you think? You must reactivate your chakra. When you do, we will begin. See you then. The old man was disappearing little by little. Wait, what is chakra? Hell, it's already gone and left me stranded in the middle of nowhere, you damn old man. Muses. You called me mother. A blonde boy came out from the bushes at the woman's call. He was no more than 8 years old, and quickly entered the house. Dinner is ready, honey, come eat. Okay, mother. Night. Muses' room, Naruto. The little blonde boy couldn't fall asleep. Something was telling him something bad was going to happen. Some noises made him open his eyes in that dark room. He couldn't hear very clearly, but judging by the noise, his mother was talking to other people. A few minutes of silence were quickly replaced by crying. The blonde quickly got up from his modest bed and ran out of his room to the living room of the house. Finding his mother crying while hugging a tattered shirt, an old friend of his father comforted her with a dejected face. Some guards protected the entrance of the house with a sad expression. Mother! His brother stepped forward and ran towards the woman, who wrapped him in a hug. The blonde boy walked slowly until he felt his mother hug him against her chest, filling his hair with tears. I'm sorry, we couldn't do anything. Hansril died in the explosion. That only increased the woman's crying, now together with the children's. That night would be the beginning of a life full of pain for this family. Naruto got up agitated. The campfire was out, but he wasn't alone. A huge animal, a mix between an ox and a tiger, was looking at him like prey. Something surprising is that the tiger ox didn't see when the blonde started running at an inhuman speed. The blonde ran terrified through the entire forest. He had to be fast or the animal would reach him in a matter of seconds. A hole in a huge tree would take him away from the huge animal, so without hesitation he went in there. The animal scratched the trunk fiercely, making the small hole bigger each time. The blonde was sweating profusely. Think of an energy that is born from within you and spreads throughout your entire body. Then channel it into an exact point, and release it like a gust of wind that will drive the animal away. A voice came from his head. It sounds easy, but it isn't. The blonde complained. Aren't you afraid of talking to yourself? With everything that's happened and in this situation, that comment seems to be worthless. Besides, I know it's you, old man. Just do what I told you, I snorted, annoyed. Yes, let's see. Relax. Inhalation, exhalation. Forget the noise, feel the power, close your eyes. The animal was already close to touching the blonde, but without warning the trunk was destroyed along with half of its face, falling dead. The blonde opened his eyes, they shone with power. A blue aura surrounded him. What happened? You've done it, but it's been a total mess. Wow, is this chakra? You're disgusting. What? But I activated it like you said. I'm sorry, it came out. I didn't express myself properly. What I mean is that minimal amount, although very uncontrolled, doesn't compare to anything from your past self. Just imagine expanding that radius of destruction to thousands of kilometers around. Damn, man, you're annoying. You know I have to remind you that I don't remember anything. And besides, this is a great achievement, don't you think, activating it on the first try? You're right. I think being in trouble raised your emotions to the maximum. We must work hard. The old man couldn't help but sigh in frustration. The blonde just muttered under his breath. The old man smiled at him. The blonde contemplated the lifeless body of the animal for a few minutes. What's that? I don't know where we are, that's a priority. But first gather firewood, take the animal and look for a cave. We'll make you a shelter. Sorry, you'll make a shelter, then we'll start from level 0. Naruto began to inspect the strange animal, but he had no idea. In his old home, the truth was he had never left his house or his yard. He knew little of the world beyond what the books showed him. Then he just shrugged his shoulders in disinterest. It was going to serve him to eat for a few days. He walked dragging the animal, looking for a cave that would help him take refuge from the dangers that inhabit those unknown lands. A few meters away, a cozy cave big enough for him could be seen. With a smile, he quickened his pace. Luck smiled on him. There was no danger in that cave. That would be his new home. Taking the animal into the cave, he looked for some branches and dry leaves and covered it, avoiding attracting attention if it could be avoided. He already had the food and shelter. He just needed to set a few traps for safety, and he would look for water and firewood. So he set off to find the necessary materials. Hey, old man! The blonde called out into nothingness. Tell me, appearing next to the blonde, watching as he tied a vine to another that ran a vertical distance through the entrance of the cave, tied to another horizontally at the entrance of the cave. This system served to hold a large amount of logs. In case someone tried to get closer and touch the horizontal rope, would release the vertical, releasing a shower of heavy logs. You've taken your time. The old man contemplated many different plots around him, and when they finished talking it was late. It was time to sleep again. You have to be cautious. I don't know how to defend myself 100%. I learned a little about survival and traps in some books my father had. I see, it may sound rude, but you know they're not your parents, right? How can a blonde man be the son of a brunette and a blue-haired man? The boy smiled, and the old man smiled back. Rest, tomorrow we will start. We must look for some civilization settled somewhere. We cannot always be secluded. It must be far away. Father worked very far away. It took a long time to come and go from home to his work. I assumed so, but I didn't say we'd do it soon. First we need to know how to defend ourselves from what's out there. The old man disappeared, but not before seeing the blonde nod, happy with the trap. Well, let's eat. The blonde took a piece of meat that was on the campfire in front of the cave a little far away. The rest of the animal hung near the cave at the same time, to attract attention and capture more food, with the traps set around said meat. Naruto, breathe, relax, meditation is necessary. The best way to activate your chakra is through senjutsu. The little blonde boy sitting on a rock in a meditation pose, breathing calmly. You will not be able to enter senjutsu directly. It is currently impossible to master it, but it does not prevent you from entering a direct state with the three energies of the body, the first step of senjutsu. Thus you will be able to activate your chakra network. The little blonde boy began to feel his body different, forgetting everything. A blue energy covered him. The old man smiled. Just listen to my voice. You must remain in that state as long as possible, if possible for a full day and night. The blonde became distracted by what the old man said, managing to dissipate the energy from his body. What the hell are you saying? Are you crazy? I won't be able to. Really? You give up that easily. Forget everything around you, forget all your problems, worries, just be one with nature itself. The constant flow of chakra will make the entire chakra network activate permanently. But it takes time, patience, and importantly. Okay, sorry man, don't worry, start again. The blonde resumed his pose in tranquility. It took him a few minutes to be surrounded by the chakra. Although it was fickle, it came and went. Being wise is in his nature, the cornflower thought. I can't wait to teach him what I couldn't learn or perfect. The old man smiled maliciously, but not a bad one. He didn't know what was in this new world. No, this new time. He had to prepare Naruto for enemies worse than his mother. A blonde boy about 7 years old, looked hidden among some bushes like his brother, was trained by one of the soldiers. After the death of his father, many bad things happened. The separation of the family was one of them. After his brother asked one of the soldiers, a friend of his dead father, to train him, he began to distance himself from him. They no longer played. Even now he not only behaved distantly, he also insulted him. There were times he wanted to hit him. He knew it by his look. A strong whiplash was heard. Arg! The hard grinding of the teeth of the young man of no more than 15 years old was loud, so much so that the hidden blonde heard it, his back marked by the lashes received. You did it wrong! Do it again! The man, the soldier who was training him, shouted, kicking the young man, causing him to fall to the ground. The blonde hid. He felt scared. He wanted to help his brother, so he ran behind the man and kicked him. Of course it had no effect on the soldier, who smiled maliciously. Squeezing his whip tightly, he lifted him up, but before doing anything the mother of both children appeared, not only seeing her son, which left her horrified, but she also saw how her other little one was going to be hit. Throwing the basket of food she was carrying in the basket at the soldier, preventing the soldier from committing his atrocious objective. What's wrong with you? The woman shouted. Damn idiot, you hit kids! The soldier, furious because the woman had soiled his armor, tried to raise the whip, but one wrapped around his neck and he smashed him against a tree. Before recovering from the blow, the whip passed through his neck, tying him to the tree. Then some chains suppressed his power. Another soldier stopped the soldier's intentions. I apologize, this has gotten out of hand. It seemed strange to me that Hendiel always came, being a not very good guy. I think it was a good idea to come. The savior spoke. Don't worry, the woman spoke calmly until she was interrupted by her eldest son. They shouldn't have interfered. It's all your fault, you damn idiot. Nothing was wrong with me. The older boy hit the little one hard, who fell with a busted lip. The surprised mother slapped her son, stopping him in his tracks so he wouldn't continue attacking his little brother. The boy ran off furiously. The mother picked up her son and then followed the other, but the soldier stopped her. No. Leave him alone. He did wrong. He must understand that he is the idiot. The soldier said no more and withdrew with the other, who was lying unconscious. The heartbroken mother took her little son's hand and retreated towards her house. A few hours had passed for the blonde. The chakra remained for longer, without major changes. One day, he had made significant progress. but he was still far from achieving his goal. The blonde repeated the same exercise. 3 days, the chakra was constant. It had been half a day and there was no change. 5 days later, I was able to maintain the chakra all day long. 13 days, I was already able to maintain the chakra for a day and a half night. 20 days, objective completed. The old man smiled. His chakra network was active. He needed to use it constantly so that no point would close. Well, Naruto, we've been training for 30 days. I think it's time to stop and level up. Before converting the chakra into any jutsu, we need you to keep your network active at 100%. Activate the chakra and carry out your daily activities with the chakra cloak active for 15 days. If you don't activate it on any given day, the count will restart from 0. The blonde muttered under his breath, looking angrily at the old man in front of him. It wasn't easy to do those heavy exercises. He was even on the verge of only eating several times. The good thing was that he no longer had to stay still. No, please, son, the cries increased with each word. The cries of that black-haired woman. The young man of no more than 18 years old said nothing. He just watched his mother beg him to stay. The 10-year-old blonde boy said nothing, just watched the interaction of his mother and older brother from the stairs, hidden. The boy made a move to open the door, but the woman, in a fit of pleading, jumped to hug him. Seeing his mother's intention, he stopped her abruptly. You won't stop me, no more. You prefer that thing, before your son. The young man couldn't help but shout to the person who gave him life, took care of him, educated him, fed him. That didn't matter to him. The woman just sobbed loudly. She couldn't help but feel devastated that her son treated her like that. She felt more pain when she felt the hard floor against her back. Her son pushed her aside. The boy didn't say anything else. Angrily, he pushed his mother aside with his foot. But before opening the door, he only felt a hard blow to his head before crashing into the door itself. Half unconscious, the boy got up and tried to orient himself, seeing himself outside the house, with his lip broken and bleeding from the back of his head. It had been a hard blow. When he turned towards the house, he saw his brother. No, that was not his brother. That was just garbage. The blonde boy was holding a stick, thick and heavy, stained with blood, fresh blood. The boy saw the older boy try to get closer, but even knowing that he could lose against the older boy, he threw the stick and from his back he took out a short, sharp sword. He stole it from one of the guards who were visiting the house. The older boy, seeing the boy's intentions, chose to retreat. The boy threw the weapon and ran towards his mother, who despite crying saw everything that happened. Neither of them said anything, one crying and the other comforting the person she loved the most. Day 1. The blonde did his daily routine, eating and sleeping, no way, running away from predators. Each time he found new monsters. Although his speed, agility and senses improved little by little due to the constant physical, mental and psychological training produced by the old man or by nature itself. Day 8. The blonde had improved greatly. He was not bothered by maintaining the chakra. It was something extremely normal for him. Of course, he had been using it for many weeks. Day 12. The blonde was no longer chased. Now he chased, or there were times when he ended up involved in a fight with monsters bigger than him. He was about to lose his arm and a leg in a bad fight. He needed to improve his defense and attack, and to a large extent, that would be the next thing. Day 15. The old man told him he could explore further than usual as long as he didn't get lost and lose his already improved shelter. Many more traps, the more welcoming cave. The blonde left the radius he was used to, went through the trees, swinging from branch to branch, jumping, managing to avoid the ground where there was the most danger, leaving a mark on the trees so as not to lose the direction of his home. The old man decided to leave him alone and let him see how far he wanted to go. The blonde traveled a long way, a few hours of walking, until he reached a small pond, some strange flowers on the shore of that small pond. The most impressive thing was the girl of about 15 years old, picking the strange greenish-purple flowers. She was a girl with white skin, beautiful. Although I couldn't see her face, I could say she was beautiful. I looked at her beautiful silver hair, with strange clothes. Although he had seen them in a book, those of a maid, of course it was the clothing of a servant. Deactivate your chakra. The old man appeared next to this one. Not yet. It doesn't matter. She's going to detect you and you won't like her, friend. Although she seems like a harmless girl, she gives off a cold, an evil aura. I know, I feel it. I can feel his aura, very big, much bigger than mine. You're just growing up. But you understand that I wouldn't last against her since the conversation began. The blonde deactivated the chakra network. It's better to leave Naruto. You won't do it, right? No, I want to see his face. The old man sighed and withdrew. The blonde approached a little. Looking for another perspective, he stepped wrong on a branch and almost fell. He made no noise, but when he raised his face to see the girl, she was no longer there. Only the basket of flowers. The blonde looked for her everywhere, until he felt a cold in his feet. Then they quickly froze, and an ice dagger was placed on his throat. The blonde slowly turned his face, managing to see the most beautiful thing in the world, the prettiest girl he had ever seen. Such pale features, small nose, appetizing lips, beautiful eyes of such a beautiful blue color. The blonde was hypnotized, caring little about his life. The girl felt intimidated by the intense look of the blonde on her face. In addition, the blush on his cheeks with the strange marks highlighted the obvious he had blushed for her. She instead blushed softly. The boy, younger than her by a few years, was good-looking. But that was not the point. "Who are you?" she asked as she pressed the dagger against the blonde's throat. Naruto continued admiring the beauty of the girl, who must have been an angel in the words of the blonde. He continued blushing, more when he looked down, admiring the curves of her developing girl. He was a growing teenager. It is normal to want to appreciate the opposite sex. The girl felt uncomfortable with the blonde's gaze on her body, so she angrily pressed the dagger harder and froze the blonde up to the waist. "I'll ask again. Who are you?" She was ignored again. Angrily, she made a small cut on the blonde's neck. Nothing serious, but to return to the real world. The blonde complained and roughly pushed her. She was surprised. Of course, she forgot to freeze his hands, but she didn't expect her observer to do something so obvious. "Hey, what's wrong? I haven't done anything to you and you attacked me. Besides, how can a maid do those things? You're not a normal maid." The girl was surprised. Her face showed it. The blonde ran his finger over the small cut, then he saw the ice on her body and activated his chakra, and an expansion wave served to break it and move the girl away. She was surprised. The blonde pushed her without touching her and also felt a strange, very dense and heavy energy, moving her abruptly so much that if he considered it well applied it could have hurt her. So he was on guard. "You know, I think I got into trouble. You and I, well, more so me. I know I can't beat you, maid, so I'll do the most sensible thing." The blonde screamed loudly. The girl was surprised. This blonde was an idiot, or he was loose. In addition to his dirty and destroyed clothes, barefoot, he was surely a lost or homeless child. What could she care? Without knowing that the blonde screamed with a single purpose. Several roars sounded in the distance. The girl was quickly distracted when she felt the presence of several creatures approaching quickly. A wave of thread was thrown, freezing everything in front of her, and where the blonde was. Of course, he was no longer there. A huge beast between a bear and a bull launched itself towards her with the intention of decapitating her. The same action repeated by the other beasts. The girl was quickly surrounded. "It's best to run with chakra and leave. We'll change location. We can't afford for the girl to find us. Something tells me it won't be anything good." "I know, something tells me the same. I think we'll have to change location. Go deeper into the northern mountains, far away in the forest." A few days later, Naruto managed to relocate. Of course, he had to start from scratch and walk more than 2 days to find a good place between the mountains. Although using logic, they were like 4 mountains. 2 could be normal elevations, but the other 2 emitted a lot of heat. Maybe a lava flow passes below or between them. They could not be volcanoes that are not found in that area. He deduced it because some other tree and animal was around the 4 mountains. Even a river crossed 3 of the 4 mountains. In the other there were some hot waters, so in this area where the lava flow passed the most. But what assured that it was lava? Digging and almost burning your hands helps you realize things. He managed to find another larger cave. This one actually led to a hidden cave system within the mountain with more trees and life. He managed to locate himself in that place once he secured the entire area. He rearmed Trapa this time outside and inside his new home. He didn't want any surprises. He deduced with the old man that civilization was close. They would take care of that later. He needs to advance in his training. "Well, Naruto, we will begin with the physical training." I couldn't help but notice a small, let's call it strange behavior of your chakra. Which is it? Your chakra network has entered a very strange state. It's inactive but functioning. What I mean is that right now you're not using it, so it remains inactive, as if it didn't exist, as if you were a normal human, but at the same time it's active waiting for you to use chakra. It's something very beneficial, you know? I understand what you're saying, old man. Meaning that when I don't use chakra, no one will notice my power. I must use it in something to transmit that power to my exterior. If I don't use it, no one will notice that I have it. The truth is more complex than that. I think no one will know what you emit. It will be like a new type of power. Did you analyze the girl we saw? I couldn't understand what you were saying. Look, simply, she emitted a very strange, perverse, evil energy. But she also had a source of power unlike anything we've seen, even in our time. She used elements, but not pure ones. Something produced them. Something that wasn't chakra. I understand, the chakra is from our time according to what you say. So it is unlikely that someone from this time has it. Maybe they use another type of power, maybe magic. At home nobody told me anything about the place where we were. But I read a book about magic, the only one in fact that dealt with this. The others dealt with a world different from the one I see. Maybe they were hiding this world from you for a reason, don't you think? I thought about that. I think they are not like me. They emitted that same aura that the maid emitted, although at that time I did not know why I could feel that. I think we better leave this here. Now let's start with your training. We passed level 0. Your training will be divided into 2 parts, the physical and the use of your power. We will develop the physical from scratch. Currently you are pathetic with your physique. If you don't use chakra you can barely hold out before you get tired. The blonde nodded in agreement. Shall we begin? I just hope you resist Naruto. I won't be soft. The old man smiled maliciously. The blonde swallowed hard. But he wouldn't give up, so he smiled foxily. Level 0. Level 0 is simple. It lasts 3 days. I'll put some simple gravity seals on your body. You see, I can do a lot since my power is limited to yours, although not all of my abilities. Gravity seals? Fuinjutsu, used well, is truly deadly, but we won't talk about that now. The old man smiled. The blonde looked at him, squinting his eyes. The old man approached and touched Naruto on the chest. A series of seals appeared on his body. He fell heavily against the ground, sinking. The blonde was on the verge of suffocation. He could not move. He managed to move his bleeding face, since when he hit the ground he broke his lip, his nose, and cut his forehead. He could not even speak. The blood mixed with his saliva. It won't be easy, I told you. We need to get to level 10 in 30 days. Time won't wait for us. We need to move forward quickly. Each level of training is harder and harder. I just hope you don't give up. You have less than an hour to hold on. I only increase your gravity 3 times. It's not much. An hourglass appeared next to the old man, starting to count. Day 1. It was a tedious and horrible hour, but the blonde was agitated, with dried blood on his face, with a stupid smile, while he stood supporting the enormous weight on his body. Well, congratulations. Now walk without stopping, in wide circles, for 5 minutes. The clock started moving only quickly. Tei-o dai-o. The blonde couldn't even speak, let alone walk. With effort he began to move step by step. Every second that passed, he moved with more precision and firmness. The 5 minutes passed quickly before he managed to walk around the old man twice. The old man's face was noticeable. One more thing, you will only sleep for an hour. You will not eat. You will only drink water. The blonde opened his eyes very wide. It almost seemed like they would pop out. Calm down, don't overexert yourself. Your body has to get used to it, Naruto, and you know it. He didn't say anything. The old man understood it as him indicating that he should continue. Now jog, from one end to the other, repeatedly. You can start by walking, but that's not the goal. You have 20 minutes to jog. The hourglass began to run. The blonde started walking, more firmly. Then he widened his stride, until he managed to trot with effort. The 20 minutes flew by. You already know what's next. There's no need to say it. You have 30 minutes. The old man saw how the hourglass started again. The blonde began to jog and then jogged faster, until he was able to run at a slow but steady pace. Every minute that passed he managed to increase his speed. The 30 minutes were long. Naruto, now run in one place for 5 minutes. Start. The blonde followed the order. It was becoming easier for him to get used to the new weight on his body. We will do this repeatedly, the blonde said between gasps. This is your routine for today. The old man just smiled. The blonde felt like I was falling asleep and the day was just beginning. Day 2. The blonde opened his eyes and tried to get up. His body hurt, and he weighed more than before, more than twice as much as before. He only managed to sleep until very late. Well, they couldn't tell if it was day or night because there was no sun where they were. Only the enormous purple sky had an opaque purple moon. This was very bright. It gave light. They deduced that it was like the sun, because when it retreated, it got darker. Gravity increased to 6 times, twice as much as before, the old man told him, seeing him from a close distance. The blonde stood up with effort. Constant training will make you overcome levels more effectively. What shall we do? He asked wearily. You'll run for 3 hours, without a break. The blonde man trotted out of the cave. Once outside, he started running at a steady pace. For the first moment he knew it was pain, but for the other two, hell was what their feet were experiencing. Okay, now you'll do a series of exercises, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 100 push-ups. Start. You have 1 hour to finish each one of them. Just 1 hour. The blonde started. He felt his body warm after that hellish routine of basic exercises. He managed to finish them on time. Now run for another 3 hours. The old man just looked at the clock with amusement. The blonde started running. He did it in automatic mode, since he could hardly feel his body. There are 6 repetitions of the 4 hours. Once you finish running for 3 hours, you will repeat the hour of exercises. Only this time it will be 200 of each. You will run again for 3 hours later and repeat the hour, increasing it twice. That is, 400, and so on. The blonde just listened, begging for mercy internally. But he had to endure. This is still not entirely clear. His purpose, he had to remember more. But he wanted revenge for those who committed this cruel act against his family. A little blonde boy watched the other children play attentively, sitting far away from them from a prudent distance, swinging, gently, bored, sad, melancholic, alone. Mom! A child's cry only served to make him feel even worse. The little blonde boy ran away from everyone's eyes, crying, thick and painful tears. Crying was the only thing that could calm him. He wanted to be strong. He wanted not to cry. He wanted to be loved, to have a family, to be happy. The little blonde boy cried louder with that train of thought. Did no one love him? Didn't he know who his parents were? Was he always alone? People avoided him and looked at him with resentment and contempt, as if he were just garbage. Perhaps no one loved him. He had to settle for solitude, his only company, because no one loved him. But that was true. He knew little about love. The only person who spoke to him was the Sandaime Hokage. That old man was the only one who spoke to him, sometimes loaded with love, or that is what he managed to deduce. What could he know? He was just a child. But that was impossible. No, he had to be strong, and if they didn't want him, he would show them, not to them, not to the others, but to himself, that he was stronger. He was going to be the Hokage, because I am Uzumaki Naruto. I will never go back on my word. I promise you, I will be Hokage, the best and strongest of all. That powerful exclamation revitalized the boy's strength. Standing firm with his head held high, without hesitation, he would keep his promise, and no one would ever mock him or leave him aside again. He assured it. No one would stop Naruto Uzumaki. Day 3. The blonde stood up with a bang, but then sank back into the leaves that were his bed in the floor. Because his gravity had increased to 9 times normal, he managed to stand up with effort. What's next? He said tiredly. Sleeping for just 1 hour wasn't good for his body. Yesterday's routine only intensified. You will run for an hour and another hour you will do exercises. This time you will start with 500 and you will increase it by 100 each time you repeat. Sorry Naruto, this is a lot of the old man could not finish. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I never give up. The blonde smiled and began to run at a firm pace. With an unwavering determination, the old man opened his eyes in surprise. The blonde had remembered his name, but what else did he remember? The old man saw the blonde do his training. With determination in his eyes, he began to remember his past, not to remember his true self. He was only a little short of remembering everything. He was patient. Naruto had to remember everything naturally. It was not necessary to alter anything. The course had to continue. The old man saw the blonde complete level 0 with great effort. But the goal was achieved. Naruto was advancing with giant and firm steps. Chapter 2, Memories, second and final part. The flames projected by that bonfire in the moonlight seemed to be the most interesting thing in the world for Naruto. since he had been watching them for more than 2 hours. "You should rest," advised the old man levitating near the campfire. "I must say we've made a lot of progress." 8 months. The blonde said without emotion in his voice, and it was not that the result of the training seemed insignificant to him. Not at all. The results were more than satisfactory. His great progress proved it. But the dreams, the memories of his previous life and the new one mixed together, confusing him. His body was more than perfect, but his mind was another problem, a complete chaos. The current memories confused him. They clouded his judgment. Did he really want revenge? From the memories of his past life he could say no, but his current one, he would say yes. He had an existential crisis. But he had to solve this problem, alone, him, and no one else. "Hey, old man!" The blonde stood up excitedly. Something had occurred to him. "Tell me, Naruto!" The old man paid attention with great interest because it was strange to see the blonde so excited. "I want to go where those we could call people are." "Why so suddenly?" "You know we haven't finished the first part of your training. There are 4 months left." "I'm not saying you haven't made progress. You really exceeded my expectations, but there's still more to come. From what I understand, that was the plan, that until we finished the training, we would head towards civilization, right?" "Old man, don't make excuses. It's time to settle into civilization. Although confinement leaves us plenty of room to train comfortably, the truth is I long to be surrounded by other beings. Physical solitude, without any physical contact, can lock you into an abyss with no return." The old man opened his eyes a little surprised, not because of the blonde's response, but because he was hiding something and he couldn't find out what it was. But what did that matter? If he wanted to be among the other beings that inhabited these lands, why would he avoid it? Not at all, without the little blonde knowing it at the moment. When the blonde had all the chakra, he became the most powerful being of his time. Therefore, hierarchically, the blonde ruled him. "Okay, we'll leave tomorrow if you wish. We can continue your training once your curiosity and mine are satisfied." The old man smiled. Naruto smiled back and sat down, concentrating again on the flames of that campfire as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. "WHE. Core RRRRE. NR. U to C. RRRE. The blonde slowly regained consciousness. She was disoriented. She didn't hear much more than some murmurs and a loud noise. Little by little she felt her body, her hands, her fingers, her head, her eyes, her mouth, her tongue, her nose hurt, her chest burned, her foot hurt a lot. Naru. Again those whispers. He still couldn't place his head. It was a mess. It hurt a lot. Little by little he recovered his senses. The touch touched the hot wood and earth, so much that they burned his palms. The taste of his mouth was dry, but he still felt the taste of earth and blood. His throat burned. His red eyes hurt. Something viscous and heavy passed through them because it prevented him from focusing well. Everything was blurry. Little by little he always heard whispers that he didn't understand. The blonde woke up agitated, sweating. Confusion, desperation, anger, rage, a myriad of mixed emotions were evident in his eyes. The same thing again. It had been several nights with these nightmares. He believed that as the days went by his mind would concentrate on training, but being alone is one thing and without anyone else. But the spirit of an old man made him feel alone because he could talk and listen to the old man, but he couldn't have any contact. At times like these he needed a hug, a comforting one, even though he denied it. The blonde, like every morning, got up from his improvised bed made of leaves, branches and grass, stretched his body and began his work tracing seals at an amazing speed for a young man of his age and made the whole cave tremble. With one jump he left the cave. Doton Chidokaku, earth element, tectonic movements. By launching the technique, what was once a cave, no longer, because with the jutsu he made the rock recouple and cover the cave along with its entire width. Ready, smiling, the blonde left satisfied. Being in the middle of his camp that had served as his base of operations. All these months of constant training, he again traced seals with his hands at a good speed. Futon Yuha Sho, air release, huge wave. Strong waves of wind shot out from the blonde's hands, covering a large area of the entire camp, around the blonde, covering a huge radius of the area. Everything was total destruction. The waves of wind swept away everything that indicated that someone was there. "All right, old man, we're ready to go." "Well, let's go." The old man smiled, appearing in front of the blonde with an outstretched arm pointing towards the thick forest to the west. far from the mountains near where they had the encounter with that young woman. The blond man began walking towards where the old man indicated at a leisurely pace. He would even take advantage of the long trip to think about the things that required his attention. Naruto. He watched imposingly as one by one those ninjas fell before Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha. Frustration, anger, rage, pain, all of that was breaking him down, and of course, he promised to defeat them without them losing any lives. But what a bigger lie, there were already thousands of those who had fallen in battle. Naruto. He didn't care that his life was in danger at this point. He had failed. Will you let yourself be defeated? Turning his face, he saw his father's face, who looked at him with confusion. His son was letting himself be defeated. But someone should forgive him. This was not his son. No, you're not, the yandere blurted out, earning the blonde's attention and total confusion. You're not my son. I may not have the right to tell you what to do. But I thought I left my dreams, that my wife, your mother, Jiraiya-sensei, we left our trust and our dreams in your care. I believed you could handle that burden. I trusted my son completely, and now you throw it all away, right? Because that's what you're doing. Naruto looked at him, both angry and confused. Why did his father say that? Didn't he love him? Why did he dare to tell him he wasn't his son? Didn't he trust him? Did he? The blonde's vision faded. He understood what his father was trying to tell him. Letting Obito defeat him with his words was like falling. The blonde smiled at his father with great joy. With renewed strength and a much greater conviction, the blonde stood firm and pointing fiercely at both Uchihas, proclaimed with fervor, "Today they will fall! Because I am Uzumaki Naruto. And I never go back on my word. I promise you, Databeo. I will defeat them." With that war cry, the blonde launched himself towards his enemies, followed by the entire Shinobi Alliance. Sometimes the memories came to him in dreams or visions when he was training, or when the old man mentioned keywords, he would immediately have memories of events from his past life. Up to this point, he understood many things. He had seen bad things and good things from his past life. He liked him. He really liked him. But he wanted to see the whole picture to decide which path to take. Naruto. Again those whispers. Sometimes in dreams he heard a deep, heavy, evil, strong voice. He felt it. Whatever it was, it must be something of great power. Its voice alone demanded respect and fear. The whispers became more constant when he began to remember more things from his past life. That deep voice only mentioned his name. Curiosity was killing him inside. He wanted to know who that voice belonged to. The old man watched the blonde wander in his thoughts. This happened regularly after the 6th month of training. The blonde managed to remember his past life more frequently. He only hoped that soon he would remember everything, or most important of his life. "Hey old man, you know I've seen you in several of my dreams. Sometimes they called your name, but I couldn't hear your name. Only an image of you came to my head. But I do remember that you put some kind of seal on my hand, just like you did with Sasuke Uchiha. It's good that you remembered that person, since he was a trigger for your final decisions, you know. I've seen him in several of my dreams, always fighting against him, telling him that he should return to Konoha, where I suppose my village is. If you were born there, the Uchiha was your friend/rival, but you proved to surpass him, and by far. I've seen lapses of a final fight, I would say, with him. Although the memories are blurry, some I see clearly, others not. It's normal. It's even amazing that you remember many things. But I think it's because of constant training. Everything you learn reveals some point of your past life. In my opinion, interaction with other beings could give you free passage to other more important memories. I see. You know, recently I dream about the war. Only lapses of it. I see many. Or even when I'm awake I disconnect and see visions of what happened. I remember my father. Ha! I'm an exact copy of him. The blonde smiled, super happy when mentioning this. My mother. I wish I could remember her. My father mentions her in visions or dreams. He didn't get to see her. I wonder if I knew her? Well, I don't have an image of her or a clear memory, just a red blur. I say she's super beautiful. She was very beautiful, Naruto. Your mother loved you more than you can imagine. Even though she wasn't with you, never forget this. She loved you for the simple fact of being her son, and she was very proud of you. You're confusing, old man. You only tell me superficial things so as not to reveal important things. You must remember, I must not interfere more than necessary. The blonde just made a face without any malice. Well, anyway, I think it will be good to increase the speed. Saying this, the blonde applied a little chakra to his feet and his speed increased incredibly. Any normal person seeing him would only see a blur, leaving the blonde on the ground. With that amazing speed, he applied more chakra and began to jump through the branches of the trees to advance at a faster speed. It seemed that his walk would never end, because the truth is he didn't know how far he would have to go to be able to see the other beings of those lands. The truth is that once he was there, he would have to learn everything related to them, their culture, their language, everything. His job would be to mix with them, to be one of them, to avoid problems and be able to continue with his life. Why do you fight? Naruto is face to face with a reddish mace. It had no shape, he couldn't see it well. That strange thing looked like a monster. That dark and deep voice gave it away. There was no doubt about it. Why do you fight? That being asked her again. The truth is she didn't know what to answer. She couldn't even answer. Her body was paralyzed. She was afraid. She was trembling. Her body begged her to run away. But her mind told her no. And her heart, she couldn't feel her heart. Damn! It was a horrible feeling that she couldn't get rid of or forget. Brat, why are you fighting? This time he saw the landscape better. Like a sewer, the water reached his ankles. There was no air. He only saw some enormous bars that separated him from that orange-reddish mass. Chilling. Really, it was chilling and terrifying. He didn't know how he got there. He only remembered that he was running away from the villagers who were chasing him for one of his harmless pranks. Let yourself go. Let the pain dominate, the fear, the desperation, the hatred. The infant's face showed total desperation. Let me possess you and spare you the pain that those who persecute and mistreat you, those who cause you pain and fear, let me kill them. The little blonde boy was scared, very scared, even more so when he saw that horrible thing taking shape, a huge shape. Red eyes were seen, enough to make the little blonde boy literally paralyzed. The blonde looked at the night sky, with that purple moon. It was really beautiful. He knew from many things that he was not in the human world, but he wanted to see what it looked like. During his visions, dreams and memories, he looked at the earth. It was beautiful before the war. Now he was more concerned about the recent visions of that creature. He didn't know what it was, he didn't know anything about it that would help him, but he heard its voice, that dark voice, saying his name, as if calling him, as if inviting him. But inviting him to what? And why? He had already been traveling for a day and would rest a little. About 3 hours would be enough to recharge a little energy. The truth is that with his training he had so far he could last a few days without sleeping or eating. Forgetting all thoughts, the blonde lay down on the grass, trying to get some sleep. Hours later, Naruto ran over the trees. His speed was higher than yesterday. The truth is he doesn't know how much he had traveled, but he is sure that it was already a huge distance. He saw something big in the distance, and some presences with enormous power, and their heavy auras gave them away. He could feel them in the direction where he was going. That's why he increased his speed. He wanted to get there quickly, to know if his journey had finally ended or not. Unknown location. A beautiful black-haired girl was playing at freezing everything that could be frozen with her vast power. At a prudent distance, a man accompanied by a beautiful woman with a serious face watched as their little daughter had fun. Soon they would receive a visit from some old friends. They knew that their daughter would have even more fun when she guessed who the visit would be. Freeze! The girl froze everything. It was incredible since the density of the ice was enormous. The girl had fun like never before, so, without measuring any risk, she began to freeze beyond what her father had indicated, releasing more power than necessary. In her eagerness to go further, the girl involuntarily activated a large fraction of her magical power. A huge magical seal was drawn below the girl, covering a large area. Her father woke up in surprise and quickly activated a protective field to avoid being frozen by the girl. As the magic seal was activated, wave after wave of freezing power spread across the land, creating a world of ice. The girl, like her parents, was fascinated by the incredible scope of that power. It was surprising. It took a few long seconds and the waves of ice stopped. The fascinated girl began to see her whole world of ice, until she suddenly stopped and ran towards the forest. Her parents quickly left the protection field and followed her. Great was their surprise when they saw that the fascinated girl saw a blonde boy of her age frozen like a cold popsicle. Both parents opened their eyes in a comical way due to the great impression. Minutes before, Naruto ran like never before. Each time he felt the presences closer, until he began to see a huge castle a little far away. It really was huge. The blonde was so distracted that he forgot to pay attention to the freezing waves that were heading towards him. Naruto! Don't be careless. The old man couldn't finish because the blonde was already a popsicle. Naruto was stunned, and as if the mission that was entrusted to them had changed, they went from being escorts of an old drunk who builds bridges to being chased by rogue ninjas. And not just any ninja, because it turned out to be Zabuza Momochi, rogue ninja of Kiri, along with Haku, his faithful companion. They managed to survive the first confrontation, but not without Kakashi resulting in his exhaustion, so they had to stay with the old drunk. Kakashi told them that the fight was not over, because Zabuza was still alive, which brings us to the present part in front of that cell. Wherever it is, again that amorphous form, this time it didn't speak, it didn't say anything, only the constant bubbling sound of that thing could be heard. Kill them! A devilish smile appeared on the specter in front of him. Naruto didn't know how, but from one moment to the next he let himself be corroded by that feeling of anger, hatred and fear, letting a reddish energy wrap itself around his body. An energy that connected to the creature in front of him. I am. The blonde woke up suddenly, agitated. That dream was about to reveal who that deep voice was. But suddenly he stood up, just like that out of nowhere. Hello, Blondie-chan. Hello? But what? The blonde man got up excitedly from the bed, and of course in front of him was a beautiful girl his age. The purple eyes of that girl looked at him with great curiosity. Naruto stuck to a wall near him, and there he realized something. In front of him, there was not only the girl but also 4 more adults and another red-haired boy. Spotting a window as an escape route, he devised a foolproof plan. The girls slowly approached the blonde, but she couldn't finish because the blonde, at an admirable speed, launched himself toward the window. Everything would have worked if it weren't for the fact that they are in one of the rooms of the huge castle, on one of the top floors. The blonde opened his eyes wide. He could already see the ground. He could even feel the pain of the blow, since he only hoped to survive the fall. The adults opened their eyes as they saw the blonde jump out the window. A foolish action, one of them, a good-looking redhead, also jumped for the blonde, who jumped out the window exposed his demon wings and in a quick advance caught the blonde before he reached a quarter of the beginning of the fall. Naruto let himself fall with his eyes closed, but he waited and nothing happened until he felt some arms pick him up, preventing him from falling. When he opened them, he noticed it was one of the adults, a good-looking, elegant redhead. He also had a pair of bat wings coming out of his back, huge wings. The man smiled at him when he saw the look on the blonde's face, and quickly moved back into the room and put the boy on the bed. Then he walked away to give the boy some space, something that the black-haired girl and the red-haired boy didn't do either. "Don't worry, we don't want to hurt you," said the other man in the room, a black-haired man of equally good appearance and elegance. "We just wanted to apologize for what my daughter did to you by freezing you." The older black-haired woman spoke in a kind, but serious way. "What happened?" asked Naruto. "We should ask that, don't you think?" The older black-haired man spoke with a smile. The blonde man opened his eyes in surprise after this question, and with a scared face he stared at the adults. "They were chasing me. I was running away. I had been running away for several days. They didn't want to stop following me. I was looking for a place to hide and get away from them." The blonde said this with pain in his voice. "Who was following you?" the redhead asked seriously. "Some soldiers in white armor, very shiny and fine, lived a little far from here. This was months ago, many months ago. They came to the house and started destroying everything. They took my brother and left my mother under the rubble. I managed to escape, but it didn't end there. Then I saw them heading towards me. They managed to catch me, but I escaped with effort, and so I have been running away from them for several months, moving through the vast forests or mountains, lost and alone." The adults opened their eyes in shock. "Poor child, living through that at such a young age is difficult." "I don't know what they wanted. They just came and their goal was to kill us." A few small tears escaped from the blonde's eyes. He clenched his fists in rage and pain, a lot of pain. "Calm down, Blonde-chan." The little black-haired girl hugged him, giving him warmth, affection and comforting him, something that the blonde needed for a long time. He cried louder on the girl's shoulder. He really needed a little affection, sincerity, contact with someone, and he showed it because he clung tightly to the girl. He didn't even want to let go. Hugging her became a necessity. His tears wouldn't stop running down his eyes. The adults were moved by the scene, although a bit of melancholy was evident in their eyes. "Father," the red-haired boy hugged his father, who hugged him back. Without a doubt, the boy's story touched his heart. A little time passed where the blonde managed to calm down after crying for a while, this without letting go of the hug with the little black-haired girl. After that he managed to fall asleep, so the adults decided to leave. Then they would talk to the little blonde boy. He needed to rest and calm down, and they could process everything and see which path they should take. Because the boy was a stranger and his aura even more uncertain, he was not a demon. His aura did not denote power or something to be able to identify it, and it was very low, simple, without much to stand out. His appearance was strange, his hair, that unusual shape and color, the marks on his face were more so. The adults decided to have tea and talk about what was decided regarding the blonde's future. Both children decided to stay with the blonde while he slept. The redhead wanted to get a better look at the little boy who arrived unexpectedly at his dad's friend's house. The truth is he came with the plan of playing with the girl, but all the attention was on the blonde. Not holding it any longer, he lay down with them, falling asleep soon after. "I am your mother." Those simple words, those blessed, no, holy words, spoken by that beautiful red-haired woman, made a 17-year-old Naruto feel extremely happy. It was the greatest happiness he had ever felt. He showed it by shedding thick tears of happiness. Without resisting any longer, he ran towards the woman in front of him and wrapped her in a strong hug, not allowing her to escape. He had never felt so happy. The woman only felt a warm feeling in her heart and deep pain when she noticed how her shirt was getting wet from the tears of her little baby. Yes, for her, he was her baby. Mama, my little Naruto, my beautiful son, I'm so sorry, you've suffered being alone." The woman held him tightly against her chest, something for which the blonde felt eternally grateful. "Your father and I have left you with deep pain, and an enormous burden on your shoulders." The blonde boy quickly separated when he noticed some drops wetting his blonde hair. He also cried, but with his thumbs he dried his mother's tears. "I have never blamed them for why I was alone. I did not understand it before knowing who my parents were. I believed I was alone, that there was no one in this world who loved me. But my father told me what they did for me, and there is no greater act than a father leaving behind his dreams and his life for that of his son. With that great and difficult act they showed me how much they love me. I know that I can only talk to you for a short time, but I want you to know that I love you, Mom. I love you too, my son Databane." The blonde smiled happily and hugged his mother again. "What do we do now, old man? They seem like good people?" "No, they are demons, very different from those of our time, by the way." "Maybe yes, maybe no. Why do you keep thinking about it? If you don't try your luck, you'll never know if you were wrong or right. You know how beautiful it is to risk making mistakes, because that's how we learn, from mistakes. But if we get it right, that's magnificent. I'll do as you say. I like her, I feel good around her. It's good that you're sharing with someone your age. Go back to sleep, Naruto, and let's see how all this develops." A few months had passed and the blonde couldn't be happier. Everything had turned out magnificently. The adults, being the redheads, the parents of the little redhead, were kind. They even offered to have him in their castle and take care of him there. Naruto got along very well with the red-headed boy. He was nice, they played and had fun. But the girl's parents decided to take care of him because their daughter was the one who froze him. They were kind. The man was jovial, kind, charismatic, even a joker. On the other hand, the woman, would-be, only smiled from time to time and very strict. But with whom she did form a bond in such a short time was with Serafal Citri, her first friend. They slept together, something that the girl had wanted to do since the first day after the blonde's awakening. They played, making jokes. She even dared to freeze him again. Of course the blonde had to run away to avoid being frozen. It was a little game/joke that the two had done as something special for them. But even though the blonde felt good like that, he had to leave the castle and go to the central city. The Citri had mentioned it. The blonde told them that he appreciated their hospitality and did not reject them, but simply wanted to have something that was his. Although he liked the comfortable and how they treated him in the castle, he was not used to such things, so he said he would look for a place to live in the city of Lilith. He promised to always visit them. Well, he promised Serafal. At first she did not speak to him because the blonde would leave, but after talking for a while and explaining their reasons in detail, she managed to understand. Her parents at first told her that it was not necessary to leave, she could stay. But the blonde was stubborn and was not going to give in, so in the end they gave in. They were quite surprised by the maturity he showed. but they credited it to everything he has been through at his young age. Today would be the day that Naruto would leave for the city with the citrus. They had already chosen a place beforehand, which the blonde couldn't refuse even if he wanted to, so he accepted without further ado. At the moment they were preparing to arrive at the place, they were in a carriage pulled by some strange animals, enormous and with great strength. They were going at a moderate speed. The adults were in front of both children. Sarah Fall was wearing a beautiful dress. She looked like a princess from one of those fairy tales. In the opinion of the blonde, he was dressed as comfortably as he could, a white shirt a little loose, over the shirt a jacket with orange stripes around the wrists, some short black shorts with orange stripes that crossed both sides vertically, some black sandals, almost ninja style. The truth is he really liked how they dressed before, in his first life. Tell me Naruto, what do you plan to do now? Lady Citri crossed her legs elegantly as she asked the question. Well, we asked because you no longer have to worry about where you will live. We have paid for everything, water, food, housing, and everything else for an indefinite period of time. The man smiled at the blonde's impression and burst out laughing, seeing how the blonde gave him a reproachful look. The truth is, I want to start over, find a job, maybe join the army. I don't know, I still have to sort out a lot of things. Why do you want to join the army? Naruto-chan. Little Sarah Fall asked the question with great curiosity. I don't know, I think I've gotten tired of running and not defending myself. As far as I know, being a soldier is not bad, you get paid well, you live well, you get respected, you can even get to be in the high echelons of power, if you know how to guide yourself on the right path. Seriously, Lord Citri adored this little one. He showed incredible maturity, cunning and even wisdom that a child should not possess. But Naruto-chan won't play with me anymore, Sarah Fall cried bitterly. The blonde hugged her gently against him. I'll always be with you, Sarah-chan. She smiled and hugged him back. Look honey, Sarah Fall already has a boyfriend, ha 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 ha. The man's laughter was accompanied by a smile from his wife and a very red Naruto and Sarah Fall. But even so the little girl smiled and didn't let go of the blonde. Naruto is lying on the living room floor of his new home. It was more than he could ask for, in a good spot in the city of Lilith, a small mansion he said. It was very large with 3 floors, the underground floor and the other 2 up. The underground floor had a modest pool, a small training place and a small sauna. The one in the middle had the basics of a home, a modest living room, a hall, a kitchen, an office and a dining room. The top floor was occupied by 3 large rooms. His own was the largest, a large bathroom with a jacuzzi and everything. The others were equally equipped with the necessary and of a modest size, for when he had visitors Lady Citri had told him, although Sarah Fall told him that one was only hers. The blonde just smiled at him. What do you plan to do now, Naruto? The old, Rikudo Sennin, appeared a few meters from the blonde. Well, old man, as I said, I need to make a name for myself around here so I can justify my power. Don't you think so? I think I'm tired of anonymity. You know it's a good idea. Well, why don't you find a library and get all the history books from this place and we can catch up. Use your clones, they'll save us a lot of time. The blonde nodded, got up from the floor, took his jacket and the house keys and went to explore the entire city. He had time, this would help him get to know his surroundings. Months later, the blonde man walked calmly through the streets greeting the demons that crossed his path. Little by little he was adapting to this life of a demon. He had already made several friends. Sarah Fall visited him constantly or he visited her, and they played all day and then slept together at night. The blonde could not help but love this new beginning in his life. He had also continued with his training, following a strict regime that was only broken when Sarah Fall was present. Being with her was important to him, very important. He had learned a lot about the history of the underworld. It was an incredible place. It was below the human world. The inhabitants were demons. There were no oceans like above, so its land area was enormous. It was like the other side of the human world. He had learned about the current government, ruled by the Yanai Mao's descendants, since the originals had died in a biblical war they had against the biblical god. It was amazing to know how much history he had learned in such a short time, so adapting to the environment was easy. Of course, Naruto knew that those books were missing a lot more information. He had learned about the 72 demonic clans, a little history of each one. When I had doubts, I asked the Citri or the Gremory. The Gremories, they were good people, very kind, loving. Lady Gremory was super loving. Lord Gremory a very jovial and kind man. With their son he had established one of the best friendships. They got along super well, they played, they joked, there were even times when they trained together. The little redhead was called Sirzex Gremory. The blonde stopped walking and put away all thoughts or memories because in front of him was the girl he had to flee from some time ago. The silver-haired girl looked analytically at the blonde in front of her. He seemed nervous. His gestures gave him away. Wait a moment, now she remembers. It was that blonde she met at the lake she visited to collect medicinal flowers, and not only that, he left her fighting against the beasts, and it's not that she couldn't. If only a small part of his aura was enough to make them run. But he also dared to try to hit her. Wait a minute! The blonde exclaimed loudly. He didn't want to fight, not in such a public place. Let me explain. You see, I was surprised when I saw you there. You're beautiful. There's no doubt about it. At this point she blushed, but she managed to hide it. What I mean is, I wasn't spying on you. I was just passing by and looked at you. It seemed strange to me that a girl was alone in the forest, without any company. It wasn't my intention to spy. The blonde bowed to her apologetically. She didn't flinch. You attacked me? No. The blonde stood up and moved his hands quickly in a gesture of denial. I defended myself. I only defended myself. From one moment to the next you were behind my back, threatening me to death. I didn't want to fight, but you had no intention of letting me go. If I hadn't done something we probably wouldn't be having this conversation. She didn't respond, not at all. She looked at the blonde as if he were threatening. Her eyes said it, and so did her gestures. She didn't even try to hide it. Naruto had to play a good card. He couldn't face her. Naruto-chan. The blonde relaxed upon hearing Serafal's voice. She was accompanied by her mother and a couple of guards. Lady Citri, Sarah-chan. The blonde forgot about the silver-haired girl and went towards the women and bowed. Serafal jumped on him with a hug. The blonde smiled and carried her spinning with her, making her laugh. Grafia. Lady Citri greeted the silver-haired girl as always. Lady Citri-sama. The silver-haired woman bowed and, giving the blonde one last glance, continued on her way. She saw that she shouldn't confront him. She couldn't and shouldn't anger one of the most renowned 72 demonic clans. The blonde forgot about the past situation and focused all his attention on the citrus. Years later, Naruto walked exhausted. On his body were bruises, blows, serious and minor injuries. His clothes were in tatters. Tiredness, exhaustion, and pain could be seen in his eyes and his gestures as he walked. He could hardly walk, but he had done it. The 10 levels of training had been overcome. If you asked him, his power, his strength, his ability was at a decent level. Not just anyone could take him down. Not without a fight, although he still had a long way to go to reach the point he was in. The war of his time. Opening the door of his house slowly, he entered with a heavy but calm step. Little by little he was getting rid of his few clothes, until he was totally naked. He headed upstairs to his room. It was late at night. Oh! He just remembered that Serafal said she wanted to see him, since they hadn't seen each other for a week. Tomorrow he would see her and make it up to her. Ignoring his surroundings, the blonde entered his room and headed towards the bathroom. He took his time preparing the tub. He needed to relax his body. He stepped into the warm water, relaxed and enjoyed the bath, disconnecting his mind from the world. Unknown location. Naruto suddenly appeared in another of his dreams, only this time back in that sewer. Knowing how repetitive the dream could be, he went into the darkness to explore. Although the truth is, this dream felt strange. It was not like the others. Maybe it was the feeling of enormous power that he felt. The blonde walked and walked through that darkness, without any direction. He didn't know how far he had walked, but in dreams time was irrelevant. Naruto-kun, turning his face to all sides, trying to see the owner of that voice, he more or less recognized her, Hinata Hyuga. The girl had confessed to him in one of his dreams. She had also been a point of vitality for him in the war. He swore that, if things had not taken such a drastic path, he could have stayed with her and started a family. I love you. Finally he managed to see her image, a spectral image. This image was completed little by little until the blonde was enveloped by all that memory. Now he remembered how she had defended him from the sworn enemy of the Jinchuriki, the Akatsuki, no, rather, pain and his 6 paths of pain. He remembered well how she had received a brutal beating in front of his eyes. Seeing her fall had awakened his uncontrollable anger. The memory changed now. He looked at how he had his fist embedded in his father's stomach, while he cried bitter tears. If they remembered that well, Their father prevented that, didn't he remember? Oh yes, he prevented that beast. He didn't remember well, the memory vanished, once again remaining in darkness. Rasengan/Chidori. In front of the blonde appeared his final battle. Sasuke Uchiha launched his representative jutsu, just like him. Now he remembered well. After that battle, he thought about everything, absolutely everything, the mistakes and his failures. All of that led him to a choice. That world should cease to exist. Naruto opened his eyes wide, seeing the panorama in front of him more clearly. More and more memories flooded him. He began to see things more clearly. His past life flashed before his eyes, little by little. You remember me now, that voice belonged to him. The blonde ran through that darkness, without stopping, happy. Finally, after so long, now he remembered him, his true friend. He stopped in front of some huge bars. Kurama, Naruto. A fawn-like grin peeked through the bars to form the shape of a huge nine-tailed fox, lying down without any problem. If I remember correctly, the bars shouldn't exist. Last time we put our differences behind us, you sealed us again. I was trying to communicate for a long time. True, although I have recovered most of my memories, there are still things missing. But I remember why I did it, and I'm sorry for having involved you in my problems, Kurama. Don't feel bad about it. You didn't force us. That was a retraction that we decided to take. Although I'm surprised at how things have changed. I've been able to see your recent memories. I'm glad. But at the same time I'm sad. Thank you, Kurama. Now there are so many things I want to tell you, ask you, and share. Don't worry, Naruto, we have plenty of time. Now rest. The fact that we managed to communicate is a great feat. But not only that, your body is exhausted, and with the recent memory information, your mind is even more exhausted. Go rest. We can talk when you wake up. You know how to come. I won't go anywhere. Okay, see you. He just finished saying goodbye and came out of his subconscious, coming back to his senses, identifying his bathroom. He didn't know how much time had passed. It was time to get out of the water. He took a robe and left the bathroom, went to his closet and put on a boxer, headed towards his bed. Without paying attention to the lump that lay under the sheets, the blonde pulled the sheets and threw himself on the bed. Shortly after, he felt a small body position itself on his chest. The impression was replaced by a smiling face. That small body belonged to Seraphol. It wasn't the first time they slept together. So without further ado he hugged her, and covered them both with the sheet and let himself fall into Morphos's arms. Chapter 3. Prelude to War. The light filtered through the dark curtains that denied any intruder a view, shielding the room from unwanted glances. On the bed lay a blond man staring at the ceiling, thinking, remembering. So many things had happened. Now he understood a lot. This world, his world was the same in different times. He didn't even know how much time had passed since he decided to condemn himself to eternal oblivion for a greater good, for the salvation of his world, of his people. The truth was that he cared little how it was going to end. He cared how the world was going to end back then. For him it was always going to matter to those he fought for, but even they were imminently going to end in death. If the world continued on that path, despite seeming and leaving a memory of being a tyrant, it was the best he could do. It wasn't the only way. He knew there were many other options. He could choose to end it another way, but the truth is he got tired of being the one who turned his cheek. This time he was going to be selfish, and he was going to throw the punch. What he couldn't achieve in his time will be a reality this time. He will fulfill his dreams and goals. Revenge, although it is still tempting, he wouldn't take it. He is not like that. He has never been through worse things. He only let himself be carried away by a moment of weakness. But he remembered when he talks to his father Minato, and told him who he was. He is Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde came out of his thoughts when he felt Seraphal's small body move on top of him. He pulled her as much as he could towards him, hugged her and gave her a small kiss on her head. What's next? Hagamoro appeared in front of the blonde, who despite not answering only made a seal with his hands. In a poof a clone appeared. In another poof, the clone exchanged places with the original blonde so as not to wake Seraphal. We need to talk to Kurama. There are many things that need to be discussed with him, really with everyone. The blonde walked towards the exit door to go to the underground floor. He had a small dojo designated. There they could be more calm. Underground floor / Uzumaki house. The blonde sat in a meditation position, and when he closed his eyes and opened them again he was already inside his subconscious, in front of the bars of Kurama. Rising, the blonde went towards the seal on the bars and broke it. After the bars began to sound like a mechanism of various moving parts, the large bars opened, and then fell loudly. Finally free. Kurama, why did you decide to release him? Father! Do you like to see us locked up? I always knew you were a bad father, but I never believed it would be to this extent. Stop making accusations that you shouldn't. The sage hit Kurama on the head with his bow. I also ask this because Kurama's presence is not small, so you will unconsciously attract attention. Remember that Kurama's essence and power is similar to that of demons, we could say pure, which would make me a pure demon without any objection. The old man put on a face of astonishment. Kurama only rejoiced. And your brothers? They still haven't appeared. I have a theory. The seal that retains all the power gradually releases more new things. I am free because I am a strong bond for you. You did not spend much time with them. It will cost you to have access to their power. Even the use of mine is limited. Perhaps a catalyst for my release was training. You need to train if you want to be in a decent position, because in the same way this society is governed by the amount of power. The blonde meditated deeply on his friend's words. He was very right. He should continue his training, but this time expand to other branches, grow his repertoire of jutsus. Well, what do you think, Naruto? Would you teach me Fuinjutsu? The blonde addressed the old man. It won't be difficult for you to learn it. It requires a lot of time, practice and patience. More than power you need practice, perfect writing, speed, and a lot of creativity. You are creative, you do not lack power. You are not skilled, you write poorly, but you compensate for that with excellent determination and unsurpassed creativity. The path is never easy. Then we have a branch. I would need to continue improving the elements, expand my jutsu armament, maybe some S level, perfect my Rasengan, just barely, and I can do it. You'll need a sword or some weapon to defend yourself. You won't always face enemies with your bare fists. Not everyone plays fair. You're right, old man. After what Kurama said, I have a theory. Do you remember the famous swords that a select group of ninjas possessed? I know where you're going, but how are you going to get to them? That's why I need to learn Fuinjutsu. Maybe I can recreate something similar that can attract the original. Feeling the latent sensation that is within my reach would only force it to leave the seal. Something similar to you. I dreamed a lot about you. Good idea, Naruto. The first thing then is to prepare this place so I can teach you the theory of Fuin. I am not an expert, but a long life in contact with him has given me a lot of knowledge. The old man can teach you in the real plane. You need practice in writing. The clones will help make the work easier. Well, Naruto, let's get to work. Hagamoro smiled, followed by Kurama and a smile from Naruto. The blonde nodded and came out of his subconscious. When he opened his eyes, he was met with Seraphal's penetrating gaze. Naruto-chan, what were you doing? Sarah-chan pondered. Besides, that doesn't matter. What are you doing here? I was supposed to visit you yesterday, but I had a setback and I was going to visit you today. It's not the first time this has happened, so why are you here? Well, I wanted to see Naruto-chan. Have you run away from home? The black-haired girl now just walked away and turned her gaze while whistling discreetly. You did it! You weren't going to visit me! She protested angrily. You shouldn't have done that. Your parents are going to kill me. Tu-chan was the one who gave me the idea. I should have guessed. Well, it doesn't matter now. What do you want to do? Well, I want to play with Naruto-chan. And he lunged at the blonde. Several years later, Naruto walked next to a boy around 17 years old like him. The boy was good-looking with blue hair, green eyes. He was wearing military armor, just like Naruto. Hey Naruto, what are your plans for tonight? I don't know, maybe ask Gracie out. Come on, dude, she's rejecting every invitation. Why keep insisting? You already know the answer? You have to be patient. She's going to get tired of my presence and my insistence, and she'll end up saying yes, or kills you. That was at the beginning. Now he can't attack just because of that. As long as he doesn't touch her, there won't be any problem. And Seraphal? She doesn't get angry. Besides, one of my dreams is to have a big family, so I must have a harem, and Seraphal seems to agree with that. You aspire to great things, huh? Ha, ha. Both young men couldn't help but burst out laughing happily, and continued walking. Hey Falbium, are you going to sign up for the promotion exam? I already did it. Come on. Even though it's fun to be in the first division, I prefer to rise to a higher position. Captain General is the highest rank and the one indicated for us at the moment. We are second lieutenants, but the higher we are, the more political weight and a better hierarchical position in the status of power in society. To have your harem, you must have a high political or in this case military weight, one of the highest possible. You're right, Falbium, the best thing is to climb the hierarchy. I really don't want to be among the elders and their conservative politics. They're just old people wanting all the power and riches for themselves. It's good that you signed up for it. What? Why did you do that? I assumed you would accept and decided to save yourself that paperwork like the good friend that I am. Of course. You did it because if you don't pass, either will I. The blue-haired man just whistled discreetly and ran away. Don't be a coward. It was useless because he had already left. Damn Falbium. Oh. Naruto, how have you been? Ajuka, old friend. Everything is fine. Everything is fine, and you? I saw Falbium with you. Where is he? He ran off. I assumed he had something to do. Hey, do you want to have a drink with me? Clear. The blonde caught up with the green-haired man. Ajuka Astaroth, in the blonde's opinion, the most intelligent demon he could ever meet. His intellect surpassed the normal. Falbium was a strategist without competition, but he was surpassed by Ajuka in every other aspect. Even in power he was far superior. A prodigal like his friend Surzex. Ajuka is a handsome young man. His eyes are blue and hair is dark green that is combed back with a mysterious aura that according to him makes him look devilish. Which makes him introverted and very friendly. Hey Ajuka, how are your investigations going? There isn't much progress really. I see. Wouldn't you like to help me? Sure, count me in. Both young men continued walking until they were near the bar they regularly frequented to share a couple of drinks. Naruto remembered how he met him. It was in his third year of being in the ranks of the demonic army. He was entrusted to help the Astaroth with some renegade demons who were causing problems in their name. The mission was easy, just to help the guards who would be in charge of the mission. What he did not know was that the heir son of the Astaroth would participate. There he would meet the second prodigal of the demons. Ajuka demonstrated unparalleled power, a mastery with magic seals. He was so fast and accurate that everyone was impressed. After that, Naruto liked how the demon behaved and decided to talk to him to make friends as well as with Surzex. Ajuka had asked his parents to be part of the mission, something banal and absurd. If he asked Lord Astaroth, since he knew of his son's power, it would be easy. But Ajuka told them that he wanted to go to meet the peculiar demon called Naruto, the one who was under the protection of the citrus. After that mission came other requests from the same Ajuka requesting Naruto. From there he began with his investigations. Even Naruto helped him with several ideas. But he was not constant. Even so, they became good and great friends in a short time. Both of them came out of their thoughts when they were already inside the establishment. They went to the table they regularly used and proceeded to talk about different things. Lilith City. Surzex Gremry, an unprecedented demon, with unparalleled power, the prodigal of his generation, endowed with the power of destruction, of the Baal, would undoubtedly be someone to be feared in time. Surzex walked through the streets of Lilith looking for his friend Naruto. He would invite him to train a little. He was fascinated by training with the mystery that Naruto represented. He always learned something new when they fought. The redhead was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice when he collided with someone, causing him to drop what he was carrying. When he felt something fall on his foot, he reacted. "Excuse me. Let me help." The redhead bent down to pick everything up without noticing who was talking to him. After finishing picking up everything he could with his hands, he stood up and could see, in his opinion, the most beautiful creature in the world, a beautiful demon, silver-haired, with light skin without any imperfections, with an enviable figure. From her appearance, he could well say that she was older than him. "No problem, Gremry-sama. Do we know each other?" he asked abruptly. "Who doesn't know him?" "True. Excuse me, Graphia Lucifuge, may I serve you?" The redhead smiled at the demon's reverence. "There's no need for so much formality. It is my duty, Gremry-sama. You can call me Surzex." "Then excuse me, Surzex-sama, but I must leave." The silver-haired girl finished taking her things and left quietly while being observed by a dreamy look from the redhead. If Naruto's tactics work, although I shouldn't have done it with her since she's the one he wants, I don't think he'll get angry, or maybe he will. With Naruto you never know. I'd better give up on that idea. Surzex smiled bitterly. Of course he knew who she was, and who wouldn't know. Uzumaki House, underground floor. Naruto lay on the ground with a lot of tiredness in his eyes. "Let's go." Naruto Hagamoro invited the blonde to continue. "You're crazy, dude. That last stamp left me feeling drained. It might be because you were trying to compress the house into a tiny particle. But you asked me to do it. I thought you were smarter. Remember the Fuin, You must not harm yourself. The old man looked at him with disapproval. Remember, Naruto, performing a jutsu fuin is not easy. You must make sure that it does not affect you. You cannot perform one that limits the enemy's power and also affects you, even within the range of effect. I understand, but we've barely made any progress in these years. This method isn't working for me. Don't you know of any other way to learn it? I've already perfected my writing. My speed is acceptable. My creativity. There's no need to mention it. I know. The old man smiled. You like challenges. Therefore I will implement many jutsus fuin in your body, the house, or anything you have contact with. Your objective will be to counteract them with another jutsu fuin. This way you will put into practice what you know. You will also learn closely how they are done, and you will learn through mistakes how to apply them, remove them, limit them, eliminate them, or that they have no effect on you. Okay, let's get started then, old man. Lilith City, near the Uzumaki house. Sarah Falls Citri was walking to her boyfriend's house. She was humming a happy song while greeting everyone she met along the way. In the distance I could see Naruto's house, or as it said in the entrance, Uzumaki house. It was honestly impressive. Naruto's great progress. He was currently one of the best known demons, one of the best in the army, since he did not have a representative or well-known last name. A low-class demon, that's what many had named him, but the calluses. He was a prodigal, an idiot but prodigal. His skills, techniques, and power had no equal in the entire underworld. He was considered one of the three to be super demon. She quickened her pace to congratulate her boyfriend for seeking the promotion. Falbium had already told her that they both sought to be promoted. It really surprised her because Naruto was one of those who were not interested in power only to become bigger and better than others. Naruto sought to be strong to protect what he loved and nothing more. Boom! A huge explosion made the entire surroundings shake. The Uzumaki house split into many pieces while a smoky ball of fire shot out towards the street near a food stand a little far from the house. Luckily, the house had a large plot of land and a little away from the city buildings. Well, no matter that, Sarah Fall looked in amazement as Naruto's home was completely destroyed. Nothing could be repaired. Minutes before. Hey man, those are explosive seals, right? That's right, Naruto. So why do you put them in my house? Come on, Naruto, you have to learn and I won't make it easy for you. Well, if that's the case, I'll deactivate them. Okay, but don't try it with it. Was too late. Naruto had tried it with an elemental fuin, a fire one. It was a good idea, burning the ink, but specifically where the function is stored without activating it. He had to be fast. Good plan. Really, the bad thing is that Naruto didn't know that the seals had an element lock, causing not only that one to be activated but all the ones that were already in place to be activated. The whole room began to glow. At this point the old man had already disappeared. Shit. Boom. The explosion was so big that literally everything was consumed. Nothing was left but rubble and a huge hole. The most ironic thing is that the blonde was nowhere to be seen. The explosion must have thrown him far away. Sarah Fall was looking everywhere for the blonde. She could finally see how the fireball that shot out and knocked down the store it reached. The fireball was Naruto. A Naruto with his clothes in tatters, with a face of few friends. Sarah Fall ran quickly towards him, without stopping to look for any possible enemy. What happened, Naruto-chan? Naruto relaxed his expression upon seeing Sarah Fall. He let out a big sigh and started walking, being followed by her. I think I've overdone the training. Jijiji. Sarah Fall laughed happily. That was something very typical of Naruto. The house had already suffered damage a few years ago. Of course not like this, but it was something that would happen at some point. Naruto watched as everything he had was consumed by the flames. There was really nothing left to salvage. Everything had been shattered into pieces. What are you up to? I think I'll stay with you while they rebuild the house. Sarah Fall's eyes lit up and she couldn't hold back her desire and threw herself at the blonde. Naruto smiled. He loved this playful side of her. It seemed as if she had not grown up, although she was already an adult. But what did it matter? This was her true charm. Years later, Naruto walked calmly through the army barracks. At his side his faithful friend Falbium. Both were walking without haste, watching the youngest, the new ones, the oldest pass by here and there. Literally they should be in the generals section because being two of the prodigal young men of their generation they had managed to reach the last rank in 2 years after taking the first promotion. Since reaching that title required several years and many promotions. Hey Naruto, what are your plans for tonight? None. Sarah Fall has been in a bad mood lately and hasn't wanted to talk to me. How about a boys' night out? You, Ajuka, Surzex, and I. You know how we've been doing for the past 3 years? Nah, I have no interest in going out with Surzex. Falbium looked a little angry at the blonde's response. Well, I'll sleep like always. Don't cancel your plans just because I'm not participating in them. I won't talk to Surzex Baka until he apologizes to Seraphol. Seriously, this is just an apology. You make me lazy. You don't understand because you don't have a girlfriend. The blonde just walked away from Falbium at a leisurely pace. The blue-haired man just snorted annoyed and tired and went the other way. Naruto walked deep in his thoughts, ignorant of everything around him. Brother. Those simple words made Naruto stop, and all around him, the only point of attention was the one who said those words. A black-haired man, with the armor that represented the Lucifer family, representing the rank of Captain General of the Lucifer Army, one of the captains. The black-haired man had a serious look, white teeth and fangs that caught the attention, eyes of a deep black color like his hair. I'm not your brother, you damn scum. Naruto did not hesitate to hide his anger. His aura began to manifest. He was really angry. Falbium was irritated as he left the army barracks, throwing curses at the blonde. Hey Falbium! Falbium stopped upon hearing his friend Surzek's voice. You should do something too. You and the bleached blonde are idiots. Falbium continued on his way, ignoring an astonished Surzex. He had never seen him angry like that. But he had to accept that he was right and the problem had gone on longer than it should have. That's why I came here. I want to apologize to Naruto. The blue-haired boy stopped, turned his face and raised an eyebrow. Really, Surzex said with heaviness in his voice. He raised his eyebrow again. Why don't you believe me? You're an idiot, you knew that, right? Naruto doesn't want an apology for himself. He wants one for Seraphol. I've already apologized to her. That's good. We should find Naruto and tell him Falbium was sometimes bipolar. That was Surzek's thought. Boom! An explosion that blew apart the wall near them made them put on guard. From the rubble a black-haired man stood up, a little irritated but smiling. I see you're upset, brother. The black-haired man opened his eyes in surprise when he felt Naruto's presence behind him. He didn't even turn his face when he felt a huge blow on the right side of his head. It was a precise kick launched by Naruto, sending him away from the barracks. At this point many of the soldiers were already leaving to see what was happening. Rot you, damn it! Naruto! Surzex ran towards the blonde followed by Falbium. Don't interfere, this is personal. The guy got up and spat out a little blood. He twisted his neck when he saw that blow had hurt him. Aggressive. How the black-haired man spat again. You better go. I have no interest in beating you up again. I didn't come to fight, brother. The guy opened his eyes again in astonishment, and I took a few steps back when I saw the blonde in front of him with empty eyes. You are not worthy of being her son, so go away and don't bother me anymore. I've already told you that I dislike you and I hate you. I don't want to know anything about you. I'm not interested in anything about you. I'm not interested in trash. The black-haired man looked at him angrily, just clicked his tongue and started to walk away. There will be a day when you will be allowed to be killed, where the Citri clan will not defend you. The black-haired man continued on his way. Remember this, the guy stopped walking. You live because I want you to. Don't push your luck. It might end. The black-haired man continued walking without turning to see the foxy smile on Naruto's face. Again, Surzex caught his attention. One of these days I'll get tired of letting him go. Flashback years ago. Naruto had been active in the army for several years, but his mind was haunted by the unpleasant idea of running into the son of that woman who can say that she was like a mother to him, while she was ignorant of the truth. Her truth. He couldn't call her mother because that wasn't the case. She wasn't his mother. But she was like a mother, and he would be eternally grateful to her. He knew from Surzex that a young genius had arrived to the personal army of the current Lucifer who fit perfectly with the cursed one who would make his brother. And he knew that the encounter with him would only result in problems and more problems. The last thing he wanted was to bring problems to the Citri. Naruto was walking through the corridors of one of the army barracks, and as they say, if you think about the devil he appears to you. Right in front of Naruto, leaning against the wall, is the subject of the blonde's recent thoughts. He looked at him with great interest. The guy in question was a black-haired man, wearing the armor that represented Lucifer's army. Naruto stopped walking. He knew this guy. He didn't want to meet him because of what would happen when he met him. It was inevitable. I've come, ga! The black-haired man couldn't finish his sentence because Naruto's chakra-charged fist made him spit blood, almost sending him unconscious if it weren't for his training. In a matter of seconds, Naruto was lying in front of the black-haired man with his fist charged with pure chakra. When he retracted his fist, the subject sank into the wall, destroying it, making him pass through an entire room until he crashed into the other wall, and also destroyed it, and went outside the barracks and crashed into some trees, knocking them down. In a blink of an eye, Naruto was in front of the black-haired man. The black-haired man looked severely damaged. His armor was broken in the area where he hit him. It was destroyed on other sides after he swung his fist and scraped several parts of his body when he flew through the barracks. The black-haired man tried to compose himself, but Naruto held his head and lifted him until he was not touching the ground, even though he was a little taller than Naruto. I'm going to enjoy this, you don't know how much. Naruto charged his fist with a dark energy, a very strange energy. Believe me, it will hurt like hell. Kakakakaka. Naruto laughed psychopathically and threw the first punch. That blow was enough to destroy all of the black-haired man's armor. The black-haired man howled in pain, but when he saw that Naruto was going for the second blow, he charged his fists with ice demonic energy and stopped Naruto's fist. With a kick, he pushed him away, sending him far away. Ah! With that war cry, he completely recomposed himself. A bluish energy surrounded him and made him increase his muscle mass. His muscles toned. The fabric that went under the armor broke, allowing to see the well-toned body of the black-haired man. His fangs grew a little. His eyes were tinged with a strong blue, and icy blizzard took over his surroundings. Come then, Otuto. The black-haired man didn't wait for Naruto to recover, and in a burst of speed he went against Naruto. He threw a fist towards the ground. Naruto rolled, dodging it. When he touched the ground with his fist, it froze and thousands of spikes came out. Naruto was amazed, but smiled sarcastically anyway. Ah! Naruto was likewise surrounded by a red energy. His whiskers rose. His pupils were torn vertically. They were dyed red. His fangs rose. His hair stood on end. Two tips rose higher than the others, giving it the shape of horns. Naruto! Zeldris stood between them, intervening in the fight. Naruto did not lower his aura or his transformation. On the contrary, he remained on the defensive. What's going on here? The question came from the current Lucifer, son of the previous one. Rizavim Levon. Lucifer has the appearance of a middle-aged man in his 40s with dark silver hair and hazel eyes. He greatly resembled his predecessor, the original Lucifer, although with shorter hair and a less pronounced beard. Rizavim possessed a bottomless and eerie aura around his body. He wore the Mao Lucifer suit like his predecessor, although in silver and black. Rizavim had his 12 wings spread, denoting his authority and power. My lord! The black-haired man lowered his aura and knelt submissively before the presence of Lucifer, who was waiting for Naruto's bow. Ha! Naruto just under his aura. Rizavim looked at him with a smile full of malice. My lord, I have caused this. I wanted to start a conversation with my brother, but it ended in an argument. Excuse me, and you too, Naruto. The black-haired man raised his face and then made an exaggerated bow. Did that happen? Asked Lucifer. What do you think? Naruto's response came out in a mocking tone. End of flashback. Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows at that memory. He hates both the actual Lucifer and the idiot who claimed to be his brother. You know, Falbium, if I accept a drink from you, where always. Naruto smiled and in a flash disappeared. Of course. Falbium replied to the air. Zeldris just laughed. I'll tell Ajuka, Falbium. Okay, see you where we always do. They both took different paths. Lilith City. Naruto was in front of the door of the bar he used to frequent. Only at his side and holding his arm was the beautiful Seraphal. Let's go in. Seraphal just followed him. Once inside, the blonde looked at the others at a table a little away from everyone else. Hello, Seraphal greeted in a friendly manner. Oh, Seraphal has come. Any problem? Ajuka-chan. Not at all, Seraphal. It's just that they told me about a men's meeting. Seraphal wanted to come because he didn't want to be left alone at home. Well, since we're here, what do you want to drink? Zeldris said, smiling. Zzz. Falbium was sleeping. Everyone got a drop of sleep because of this fact. It would have been weird if I was awake. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed at Naruto's joke, waking up the sleeping blue-haired boy. What is going on? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed again, even the blue-haired boy, without him knowing why. It's been a while since we did this, Zeldris said with a melancholic tone. Yes, I remember that. Here we became friends with the Juka, Naruto said, smiling while the green hair smiled the same way and nodded. It was the first time we had a conversation, but an open one. We had had other conversations before, but only about work. Flashback begins. Hey old man. Same old thing. Naruto smiled as he sat at the chef's counter. Of course, Naruto the cook smiled at one of his best customers. Naruto? Naruto turned his face to look at Ajuka. Oh, Ajuka? Here you have Naruto, ramen with pork. Thanks, old man. Naruto stopped paying attention to Ajuka and all his attention was directed to the steaming bowl of ramen. Oh, Estarossa-sama, how may I help you? The same thing he gave Naruto would be fine. Okay, it will be ready in a moment. The cook left. Ajuka, the genius, Naruto said smiling. Naruto, the clone. Very vulgar nicknames if you asked me. Why do you say that, Naruto? Here you have Estarossa-sama. Thank you. If you want anything else, just ask. The cook left them alone. They say you are a genius, a prodigy demon, Ajuka Astaroth, another of the singular demons, with a power that borders on the absurd. The same can be said of you, Naruto, except that you don't have the surname of a known clan or even the surname of an underworld family, Uzumaki. Very strange if you asked me. Indeed, the green hair raised an eyebrow. This is my favorite dish, the food of the gods. It's not bad, although there are better ones. Ha 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 ha, they both laughed at that. And Ajuka. Flashback in. That day we spent the whole night talking. It was a lot of fun. Ajuka smiled at that memory. And this is also where we met. Falbium raised his voice, attracting attention. I knew you before, but you were always asleep. It's a miracle that you even proposed a way out because you only get by asleep. Naruto interrupted him with a mocking tone. True / ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. And so that night among friends only served to unite them more. A pleasant conversation between old friends. 2 weeks later, Parliament. Young Demon's Presentation Day. Dai Katan, Shokyaku, fire release. Incinerate. The body of the old man hanging from the blonde's hand began to catch fire. Ah! The heart-rending scream chilled the skin of many in that room. HHHHH. The screams continued while the body burned in fire. HHHHHH. The screams got louder and louder, how the body writhed, and how all of a sudden it stopped moving and screaming without stopping burning. A few long minutes where everyone was expectant until the flames stopped, and only a black skeleton lay hanging from Naruto's hand. You're next, Lucifer. In a blink of an eye, the blonde appeared with his fist buried in Reincarnation's right cheek, throwing him away from the Parliament and his throne. And that's where it all began. The current Asmodeus concentrated demonic energy, but was interrupted by a direct blow from Falbium, throwing him against a wall. Ajuka struck the current Leviathan with a beam of energy. Sarah Fall released a blizzard that froze everything around her, stopping the energy beam launched by Beelzebub. Serzex launched himself at Rhizavim's personal servant, Euclid Lysifugus, both colliding fists destroying everything around them. Lord Citri, accompanied by Lord Gremory, launched themselves against the soldiers who were beginning to gather around the attackers. Lady Citri and Lady Gremory accompanied their husbands. The elders began to retreat. Other, demonic clans, did not know which side to go to. Everything was fast and strange, from talking to arguing, and then a battle. The Phoenix decided their place and embarked against Lucifer's army. The Baal likewise launched themselves against the army. Naruto went after Rhizavim, but was intercepted by Graphia. The blonde became serious, and then smiled foxily. I'll take care of him. Go get Lucifer-sama. The silver-haired woman left, leaving Naruto in front of his brother. The blonde smiled. Ah! /ah! Both screamed and took a different transformation. The black-haired man left his armor behind, his body toned up, his fangs rose, his hair grew, his power increased, his eyes turned dark blue. The instincts of a warrior without conscience took over him, while a dark bluish energy surrounded him. Naruto was covered in a bubbling red cloak, his fangs rose, his hair stood on end, 2 points protruded to the sides pointing upwards, his pupils were slit in a vertical line and tinged red. His whiskers were marked in deep black. The cloak takes the shape of a fox with a tail. Naruto's nails grew long enough to look like claws. His shirt was ripped, revealing his toned body, and a tattoo on his left pectoral large enough to cover much of his chest and shoulder. You will die / you will die. 2 voices were heard coming out of Naruto between mingled, his and another dark one that froze the skin of many. This had gotten serious. It was no longer a battle, it was war. In the blink of an eye, they both launched themselves at each other, the clash of their fists finally bringing down the Parliament. Cries of war and pain were heard all over the place. More and more land was covered in the battle. Very soon even the city would be engulfed in battle. Naruto launched a scratch, tearing the black-haired man's flesh. He clenched his teeth because of the pain, but threw a fist against the blonde's face, sending him away. Little by little his wound healed. He opened his eyes in surprise when he saw Naruto on top of him. Katan, Hano no Ken, fire element, flaming fist. When the fist collided with the black-haired man, he sank into the ground, raising a cloud of smoke, but also a wave of fire that spread throughout the place. Gah! Naruto howled in pain as he felt Lucifer's foot sink into his stomach. The blonde was thrown against a wall halfway down, finishing destroying it. Then it will be like that, Naruto-kun. Lucifer spoke fiercely. He spread 2 pairs of wings and rose while his aura grew and became heavy for everyone in the place. It was time to level up. Naruto emerged from the rubble and cracked his neck. So be it, Lucifer. The blonde raised his chakra. 2 more tails formed in the bubbling red mantle that covered him. In one leap the blonde launched himself against Rizavim Lucifer, who descended with his fists ready. Naruto raised his fist. When both fists collided, a wave of power was released, stirring and changing the entire landscape. Everyone even had to take cover to avoid being hit by the clash of energies. Chapter 4. This is War. Zeldris looked in amazement at how everything had changed. A few months ago they were in this same place eating, drinking, laughing, enjoying themselves, spending time with friends, and today they are planning the fall of the current mouse. Naruto. Zeldris called his friend's attention, but he seemed absent-minded, focused on the map on the table in front of them. At this moment only the 2 of them were in the tavern, more specifically on the 2nd floor. This was their base of operations. The war broke out and covered the entire underworld, while that belonging to the demons. The city was covered by the war. After the first combat this only covered more ground reaching the city. That's where they acted, saving all the demons they could and keeping them away from the fight between Naruto and Lucifer. Naruto engaged Rizavim without hesitation. Each time his powers only increased, changing the landscape of where they fought, making the war zone. Zeldris, what is your proposal? It should be noted that since the first fight, Naruto had not lost his appearance. His slanted eyes with red pupils, his raised fangs, his bristling hair and his strange, most noticeable marks. Only the layer of bubbling energy was gone. Well, Naruto was thinking of avoiding a direct confrontation against the mouse. Let's start by taking away their allies, defeating their army, cornering them. Before they do it, remember few clans came with us. A direct confrontation will produce many casualties. Naruto thought deeply about the redhead's words. They won't just stand idly by and watch. It's a good plan. It's just that the distraction is missing. It's time to get my revenge. Gather everyone. We have the plan. In a flash Naruto disappeared. Zeldris just sighed and prepared to contact everyone. Zeldris couldn't help but think about how it all started. Flashback starts. Today the young demons would appear before the entire parliament of elders and the current mouse. Today was the day that everyone was going to make themselves known. Those already known as Ajuka, Zeldris, Falbium, Naruto, Serafal, Ruvel, these were the most mentioned, that these young people would bring. Young demons. Everyone bowed before the voice of the current Lucifer, Rizavim. Today we wish to see what they propose to us. Today we will see a change in our society. Shalba Beelzebub spoke, a young man of good appearance, brown hair, with arrogance on his face. So let's start. How about Naruto? Kateria Leviathan smiled as she stared at the blonde. What do I think? That's what you want to know, in short. Well, why the hell are we doing this? If our opinion doesn't matter much to the elders and the current mouse anyway. Everyone tensed at the blonde's words. What are you trying to say? Cruzery Asmodeus stood up angrily and raised his voice. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. What else can it mean? It is my total disagreement with this crude system. You only seek to be pretentious and arrogant, just for holding an inherited title, something you did not earn. I do not respect you, nor will I ever respect you for the simple fact that you are a mockery. You believe you own the underworld without knowing its history. I disagree with you being the leaders. That is what my words mean. The blonde put on a serious expression. You are nothing more than proud demons blinded by power. Many of those who claim to be your people suffer and are unfairly punished, and you just laugh and do nothing. Where is seeking the common good? This is not a reign, it is a damn dictatorship. Naruto stared at Lucifer. And I will overthrow you here and now. The blonde launched himself against the mouse. End of flashback. Surzek's memory was interrupted by the arrival of Falbium accompanied by Ajuka. Let's wait for the others to arrive, was the only thing the redhead said. Lilith's city in ruins. Naruto looked angrily at the destroyed city. He looked at how everything had gone to hell. But he could not stand idly by. Despite the destruction and future destruction, he had to continue. He would not stop until he saw the Maos fall. All this because of those bastards and their evil deeds. Flashback starts. Naruto was entrusted with a mission outside the grounds of the underworld belonging to the demons, unexplored territories. Naruto will be accompanied by several guards from the Mao's personal army. The mission was entrusted directly by Rise of M. Lucifer. He was only entrusted to serve as support. He believed that they would enervate Falbium, but only he was requested for this mission. The blonde could well refuse, but something told him not to, so he accepted the mission. It would last several days, so he should bring supplies. The mission was requested 5 days before the meeting of the young demons. For Naruto, the mission was relatively simple and very suspicious, more so than the one who hates him, a feeling that was mutual, had personally requested it. A banal mission for his absurd power or status in the army. There was something strange. Perhaps he was only doing it with the intention of making fun of him and demonstrating the differences in terms of leadership hierarchy. We'll be there soon. One of the soldiers spoke, the one who was guiding them. Naruto spent his entire journey silent and thoughtful. We'll camp here for a few minutes, there's no rush. We have 4 days to find the objective and 1 to return. The apparent leader of the group spoke. Naruto disappeared in a cloud of smoke. He didn't have to be with them. While they camped, he would retreat a little far away, and apparently no one was bothered by that. 2 days later, they had been searching for several days. While Naruto didn't know what they were looking for, they didn't tell him that, and for the moment he wasn't interested. Only that this absurd mission would end. From one moment to the next, they all stopped in front of a small forest by order of the leader. This caught Naruto's attention. We have located the objective. A group accompanied by Naruto-sama will stay. The other will come with me. If something happens, Naruto-sama's group will make its appearance. Everyone nodded and divided into 2 groups. The first went into the trees. The minutes passed and nothing was reported. Naruto used a little of his chakra to track the other group, feeling the presence of others. Apart from the group, he became serious. Who would they be? Oh, a thunderous, piercing scream from a woman alerted the entire group, especially Naruto. Without waiting for anything, he entered the forest at an astonishing speed. Great was his surprise when he saw how a small demon child was murdered, running a sword through him from side to side. This shocking scene made Naruto furious, and with a quick movement he ripped off the head of the soldier who killed the child. What the hell is wrong with you? Naruto shouted as he covered the child's inert body, with the soldier's head in his hand. This is our mission. Naruto-sama must not interfere. Your mission is to kill these poor demons? It's Lucifer-sama's orders. Those who dare to try to escape from the underworld will be executed. We have already finished them off. There's nothing to. The guy's head rolled on the ground while his body fell inert, bathing the ground in blood. So it's like this. This is why that idiot Lucifer sent me. If he wants to fight, he'll provoke me. Naruto began to draw seals. At this point the other group had already arrived and took battle position, all against Naruto. With 2 poof appeared 2 swords with 2 spikes, of a small medium size compared to the swords of the soldiers that surrounded him. The kiba, the swords that are recognized as the swords with a very lethal edge in the times of the shinobi world. These swords are forged so that through the flow of chakra of the right gun of the bearer can make them much sharper, which earned it the nickname of Rado, lightning swords. What a shame! But they will all die and their king will care little if at all. Everyone became tense. But they did not let their guard down. Chobibirato Reitanto, super lightning release vibrating sword. The swords were infused with lightning. A huge amount of lightning surrounded them. Semi-transparent lightning. An overwhelming screech was produced when they were covered. I hope you're ready. You won't even know I'm hitting you. With this technique I can cut through even the hardest metal in a flash. Naruto disappeared and appeared between 2 soldiers. One of the swords stuck into the soldier's leg, more exactly the tip of this sword, the other with its tip into the head of the other soldier. When he pulled both swords he tore off the head of one soldier and the leg of the other. Arg! The howl of pain alerted the others, who watched in horror as one lost his leg and the other lost his head. The parts that Naruto tore off from both soldiers exploded from the immense amount of lightning that flowed through the flesh. You see, you can't fight back. But giving up is no longer an option. You killed these innocent people. I'll kill you and I'll enjoy it. You don't know how much those words were enough to alarm the soldiers and make them do the worst stupidity. Throw themselves at the blonde, he smiled. The first soldier launched an upward thrust towards the blonde to try to pierce his arm. He couldn't even scream when his arms were cleanly severed. Just like with the other soldiers, these exploded. In addition, this technique allows me to manipulate the output of the lightning so that any part that is severed by my swords receives a high discharge, making them disappear. The blonde smiled while with the 2 points of both swords he stuck them into the chest of the soldier without hands, making him explode. Raitan, Raiga, lightning release. Electric Fang, 3 rays shot out from both swords towards 3 different soldiers, electrocuting them and killing them instantly. Let's go. This is just the beginning. Using his speed, Naruto ran through 5 soldiers. When he finished his run, he stopped in front of 3 more soldiers. The 5 exploded, filling the ground with more blood and brains than the ground already was, splashing a little on the rest of the living soldiers. 5 soldiers remained, 5 terrified soldiers. Naruto disappeared in a flash. They all gathered and formed a circle to cover all angles. Naruto appeared and disappeared, playing with them, until several seconds passed and he did not appear again. One of the soldiers looked up. When he did so, one of the spikes stuck into his head. The same thing happened to another soldier. Their heads exploded. Then Naruto descended and stuck both swords into the bodies and lifted them up, making them explode, clouding his vision with blood and pieces of meat. Stunned, a soldier only felt his heart leave his body and explode, followed by his body. Another only felt a small electric shock on the back of his neck and then his head flew off. The last one, in a vain attempt to clean the remains of blood from his sight, only managed to get Naruto to stand in front of him, and with both swords he stuck them, one in his head and the other in his private parts, and when he lifted him up he split him in 2, and in doing so both parts exploded. Naruto lay covered in blood and with a serious, very serious face, with his eyes lifeless as rarely seen. Perhaps what happened with the innocent demons caused this ruthless part of him to come to the surface. War changes you a lot. I'm sorry. Although the apology didn't serve to revive the innocent, she knew it wasn't her fault. She hadn't the slightest idea about this. Now she understood the actions of the current Lucifer, and she would make him pay for this, and for all the other things he surely did. Naruto proceeded to collect the bodies of the escaping demons to bury them. End of flashback. Naruto the blonde was abruptly pulled from his memories when he was called by a serious Seraphal. This was too rare for Seraphal to leave her playful form and become serious. But he knew that the occasion, the event in which they are involved, required it. Let's go, was the only thing the blonde said. He took her hand and squeezed it gently. Both disappeared in a magic circle. Lilith City, Tavern Base of Operations. Both appeared in front of all those who supported their liberation from the current Maus. Well, why have you gathered us? Lord Bales seemed impatient and annoyed. We will make our first attack, Zeldris said. The plan is already made. Ichigo followed him. I will be the distraction. Naruto raised his voice. The plan is easy. I will go straight to the Lucifer territories. I alone, I will attack. In his immeasurable ego, Hanzo will attack me. Your brother? He was interrupted by Lady Glaciolabalas. He is not my brother. I am blonde and an orphan. His mother took me in when I was a simple baby. She took care of me. But that does not matter now, Naruto explained briefly, evading the subject. Those memories were still very painful. We have an outstanding account that we must close, and the death of one of us will do it. Naruto smiled scathingly. Calm down. I do not intend to lose. Is this perhaps revenge? Naruto-kun. Lord Citri seemed impatient. Something like that. However, Lucifer will not do anything, or rather will be expectant of the fight, so we will get rid of Graphia and Euclid Lucifuge for a few moments. However, they will then act to prevent Lucifer from moving. Naruto looked at Zeldris and Ichigo. That's where you come in. Zeldris and Ichigo will go against them. Naruto now turned his gaze towards Seraphal. Falbium and Ruvel Phoenix, we will do a tactic that I like to call the broom. Ruvel will be the top of the stick, Seraphal the rest of the stick, and Falbium the broom itself. Ruvel will be the first to attack against Kateria Leviathan, then Seraphal will support him. The final blow will be given by Falbium. We will not kill her. We will not wait for those. She will flee. Then they will reverse their positions. Falbium in front, Seraphal the same, and Ruvel behind. This time against Shalba Beelzebub. Again they will reverse positions. Only this time Seraphal in the back, Falbium in the middle, and Ruvel in front. We seek To knock them down or scare them away in any case, they must be accurate. The three nodded. They cannot hesitate or let them attack. It would be an abrupt change of plans. We cannot allow that. Naruto looked at them seriously. Leave it to us. Falbium became serious. Don't worry, Naruto-san. We'll do fine. Roval said that while Serafal nodded. Okay, Naruto smiled. Lord Bale. Naruto looked at the brown-haired man. You must go alone against Lucifer's army. It won't be a problem for you. The man just smiled. Naruto turned his gaze towards a blonde-haired man. Lord Phoenix, you must go against Asmodeus' army. Okay, the Phoenix smiled. Lord Gremory against the Leviathan army. The redhead nodded. Lord Citri against the Beelzebub army. The black-haired man just nodded. Well, once each one's army is diminished, support the closest one. The objective is to take down as many as possible. We cannot be merciful. The clans that support them will intervene, so we must show that they must change sides. It does not matter if they must be cruel. Their objective is to get allies. Know how to identify them. The four nodded. Lady Citri will stay on the north side of the city, Lady Phoenix south side, Lady Gremory west side, Lady Bale east side. Naruto looked at them seriously. The city cannot be left uncovered. We must protect the refugees. I entrust them with this task. Okay, the four said at the same time. One more thing, the signal will be the imminent destruction caused by my fight. Also, the more enemy ground they destroy, the better. Another thing, if something changes for any reason, we will use the soldiers available on our side. Only in that case, we still cannot afford casualties. Naruto smiled. Well, that's the plan. When will we get it going? Lord Bale looked impatient. Right now. Naruto disappeared in a poof. With that done, everyone started looking for their seats. Ajuka headed towards the transport circle made by Surzex, and couldn't help but recall the initial events of this war. Flashback starts. Ajuka was warned by Serafal that Naruto needed to talk to them. They should meet at the Uzumaki's house. It seemed strange to him because of the serious tone of the playful Serafal. Ajuka was arriving at the Uzumaki's house. The living room light was on and several figures were seen through the curtains. Knock, knock, knock. Ajuka knocked softly on the door before entering. Permission. It's good that you arrived. Now Naruto can tell us what's going on. Falbium seemed impatient. Hey, why are you covered in blood? Ajuka was surprised to see him in that state. I just got back from my mission, assigned by Ryzovin. The idiot was trying to provoke me. My mission was to support a small convoy of soldiers who had a secret mission that had nothing to do with me. I wasn't warned or told what their objective was until very late. Naruto sighed in frustration. Their mission was to kill some demons who were escaping from this damned tyranny. You know, many are tired of this system, mainly those of the lower class. Are you saying that Levant sent you to provoke you, or am I wrong? Surzex became thoughtful. Not at all, Surzex. It's like you say. I thought he would also send to Falbium, since we do almost all the missions in the outskirts together. But he only asked for me, especially me, for this mission, and he didn't tell me anything more than, you will be the support. But I never believed it was for this. No demon survived and I killed the soldiers. Anger controlled me. Naruto tightly clenched his fists. What is Ryzovim's goal? Serafal asked. Why provoke you? Ajuka looked at him seriously. I don't know. I just don't know. But what I'm sure of is that Ryzovim Levon Lucifer wants war, and if he is like that, I will give him one. If what he seeks is to provoke me, he has succeeded. He has already fed up with me, his contempt, his arrogance, his damn tyranny. I've had enough. I declare war on him, and I will do it at the meeting of the young demons. Everyone opened their eyes in astonishment. Who supports me? Naruto looked at them with red eyes with slanted pupils. End flashback. Lucifer Territories, main headquarters. Naruto in a poof appeared in front of the Lucifer Army headquarters. Hanzo. Ryzovim. A transport circle formed in front of the blonde, from which came the named ones. Are you stupid? Ryzovim smiled. You come to my territories alone, at my mercy. What's your plan? To surrender. You're the idiot and confident, the blonde just pointed up. A huge rock descended rapidly towards them. Hanzo raised his fist, destroying the rock, causing a smoke screen. With a movement of his hands, Ryzovim moved the dust. But the blonde was no longer in front of them. Ryzovim opened his eyes as wide as he could as he felt a strange energy swirling violently, very close to his stomach. Rasengan. That word was strongly engraved in his mind. He only felt as if his stomach and beyond his chest were liquefied as he was violently expelled backwards. Hanzo charged his fist with demonic energy. On your other side, idiot. Naruto extended his hand with a Rasengan, ready, stamping it against the black-haired man's face, throwing him far away and making him howl in pain. An ice spike was thrown at Naruto. He rolled on the ground dodging it. Lucifer Territories' main headquarters, nearby. Surzex, Ajuka and Lord Bail watched Naruto's fight. Is it our time to act? Not Ajuka yet. I'll come in after you, Lord Bail said seriously. Lucifer Territories' main headquarters, battle. Euclid Lucifuge, Naruto said seriously. Euclid is a young man with silver hair tied in a braided hairstyle somewhat similar to his sister's. He wears a silver robe with detailed accessories. Naruto-san, I didn't come alone. The blonde dodged another ice spike, then another and another. My love Grafia will join, huh? The silver-haired girl looked at him seriously. But today I'm not going against you. It wouldn't be too boring to kick your asses. The blonde smiled foxily. Today I come for another prey, and I think Lucy-chan won't oppose, or maybe she will. The blonde directed his gaze towards Rizavim, and then towards Hanzo. Euclid, Grafia, don't interfere. The blonde smiled. The brothers just nodded, and the black-haired man smiled sadistically. Finally, nothing will stop me from killing you. The black-haired man glared fiercely at Naruto. He removed the armor from his body, only remaining in a black shirt and black pants. The black-haired man began his transformation. A layer of purple energy surrounded him. His hair grew, his muscles toned, his fangs rose, the color of his eyes changed to red, his ears took on a pointed shape, a tail grew from the end of his back, the nails on his hands and feet became sharp claws, his height increased and his complexion the same. 4 pairs of bat wings appeared on his back. He really looked like a monster. In an explosion, his enormous power was present, overwhelming the auras of those present. Without a doubt a good rival, Naruto should be careful. The layer of energy became denser and heavier. Now come, brother! He shouted in a thick, heavy voice. The blonde looked at him seriously, and then smiled calmly. Your theatrics are over, huh? The black-haired man just frowned in clear annoyance. The audience thought the blonde was an idiot for underestimating the black-haired man. Naruto, who had not left his fox-like appearance, was covered with a huge, dense and bubbling layer of reddish, evil, dark chakra. It produced fear. A tail formed in the layer of chakra, then another and another. A total of 3 tails waved behind Naruto. In a burst of speed both opponents disappeared, to reappear in the area, both colliding their fists. The impact was such that it produced an impact wave that moved the air and the ground beneath them. The fight had begun. Again both opponents disappeared and reappeared at another point. The punches were brutal. It was a battle to the death. The event occurred several times. Its speed was overwhelming. Coke after coke could be seen in the sky, each time moving away. Little by little they retreated from those territories. Stay here, Lucifer ordered, and began to follow them through the sky. The impact wave stirred his hair, and they were at a considerable distance. Both brothers nodded. They had already disappeared from sight. Only the thunder of each impact could be heard. Lucifer Territories' main headquarters, nearby. Ajuka, it's time. I'll go first against Euclid. When we get them away from the barracks, Lord Bail intervenes. The green-haired man and the brown-haired man nodded. The redhead took out 2 pairs of bat wings and took flight towards the brothers, while being closely followed by Ajuka. Lucifer Territories' main headquarters. Location of the Lucifuge brothers. Euclid only felt a sharp pain in his back before flying into a barracks. The energy impact on Euclid's back served to stun Grafia, who stepped back a bit, only to then feel a kick in her abdomen, throwing her in another direction from her brother. Surzex and Ajuka made their appearance. In a nod each one followed their opponent, Ajuka against Grafia, Surzex against Euclid. Lucifer Territories. Location: Naruto vs Hanzo/Rizavim battle. Naruto disappeared from his enemy's sight, to reappear below him. With his tails he grabbed him by the ankles and slammed him against the ground repeatedly. Hanzo freed himself from Naruto's tails. Charging energy in his hands, he launched a beam of purple energy at point-blank range against Naruto, who received it fully without any damage. Hanzo had reappeared behind Naruto. Hakaiteki Burrow, destructive blow. BOMM. A huge explosion echoed throughout Lucifer Territory. The blonde/fox was thrown against the nearby trees, knocking down a large part of them. Without a doubt a good attack. RORR. The roar came from the rubble where Naruto was. Naruto, you must not be overconfident, nor prolong the fight more than necessary. The demon that is watching them will eventually realize that you must face him so that he does not go to help the others. Kurama warned Naruto. Then give me another tail, this will be a massacre. I'll try to maintain control. We still need to train to be able to control your power. I think I can withstand up to 5 tails before my instincts dominate me. A few hours will be enough to hold Rise of him back. Okay. Hanzo waits expectantly for Naruto, who suddenly stopped and did not do or say anything. Naruto, in a fit of fury and anger, released the 4th chakra tail. In doing so, he had left almost half of his consciousness in the hands of Kurama. The chakra began to force its way through Naruto's entire body, completely destroying his skin while rapidly healing it, at the same time regenerating it with enough speed. Naruto's body was eventually covered in a mixture between Kurama's chakra and his own blood. Everything from his face to his chakra tails became part of his body. His eyes lost their features, being only 2 white orbs, his pupils fading away. Now his mouth only consists of enormous fangs, his eyes surrounded by a black chakra mask. In this form, Naruto tends to lose some of his consciousness and his actions, this due to his lack of training with Kurama's chakra. If he loses all of his consciousness, he succumbs to an impulse of pure destruction, attacking anyone around him regardless of whether they are ally or enemy. The chakra that previously provided aid becomes Naruto's physical mass, as if he were a living being. Aroyarr, that beast called Naruto roared ferociously, looking at its prey scathingly. Both Hanzo and Rise of him trembled before that being, that strange beast. They knew that Naruto was a strange being, he was hiding something, but they never thought that such a dense, heavy and dark pressure could come from someone so cheerful, joking and happy. It was like their own opposite, it was something indescribable. Hanzo trembled as he saw how, in a burst of power, the reddish-black cloak shot up into the sky, painting it red for a moment. It was a horrible sensation that his body felt. Lucifer Territories, near the main headquarters, Surzex vs. Euclid. Both Surzex and Euclid stopped their fight when they felt that horrible oppression in the air. Surzex opened his eyes when he saw a beam of reddish-black energy shoot out into the sky, momentarily painting it red. Naruto was angry, so that meant it was time to get serious. Lucifer Territories, near the main headquarters, Ajuka vs. Graphia. Ajuka stopped his attack as he saw a torrent of energy rush into the sky, momentarily painting it red. Naruto had given the signal to take this to the next level, so it was time to show why he was considered a super demon. Underworld, Demon Territory. Everyone could feel that burst of power and saw the same thing as everyone else as the sky turned red momentarily. The signal for the attack had been launched. Each one knew what to do. This battle would change the course of the war. They had little time before another more catastrophic event happened. Without waiting any longer, everyone went to carry out their role in the plan. It was time to start a real war. Lucifer Territories. Location: Naruto vs. Hanzo / Rise of him battle. Four-tailed Naruto twisted his neck. In a burst of speed, he had disappeared from the sight of both demons. Both became tense. A tail coiled around Rise of him's neck. Naruto appeared in front of Hanzo. 3 tails coiled around his body, one on his arms, another on his feet, and another on his neck. Naruto retracted both of them, making them crash against each other repeatedly, then slammed them against the ground brutally, then threw Hanzo as far as he could. With his free tails he imprisoned Rise of him. One tail imprisoned his right hand, another his left, another tail his right foot, and another his left foot. Rise of him could feel a horrible feeling in his being. Like few times in his life, he felt fear, a lot of fear. That creepy smile, that empty look of that being made him tremble, made him lower his defense, made him be at the mercy of the enemy. He couldn't get loose. His energy was being absorbed by those tails that held him back. What was he thinking? He couldn't allow himself to feel fear in front of an inferior. He was a super demon, the strongest demon of all. It was time to show it to the underworld. His thoughts of liberation stopped when he saw how the beast smiled and opened its mouth widely. A small ball was forming in its jaws, absorbing energy from the environment itself. It grew little by little. A ball of considerable size was in front of him, waiting to be thrown. A Baijidama, tailed beast ball, was prepared to exterminate him from the face of the earth. Rise of him, very scared, could see his death in a ball of pure energy, negative and positive energy together, ready to end his existence. Even with fear, he raised his aura as much as he could, condensing a strong shield around his entire body. He managed to free himself from the tails, but his movements were slow. He spread his 12 bat wings and covered himself with them and their auras, waiting for the imminent attack. A huge explosion echoed throughout the underworld, the entire ground shook, the sky was covered in a bright light while it looked like a huge explosion only grew bigger and bigger, consuming everything around it. Everyone stopped their battles. Those closest had to take cover because the explosion sent a destructive wave in a huge radius of destruction. Several minutes passed before the explosion stopped. A huge crater could be seen where the explosion had started. The crater was immense. More than 35% of the Lucifer territory was covered by the explosion, a few meters from reaching the main castle. The crater covered 33% of Lucifer's terrain. Four-tailed Naruto lay in the middle of the crater a little far from the crater. A barely conscious Raizavim looked at himself standing, bleeding, with an indescribable fury in his eyes. He could barely stand. He could not bring out all his power to repel the point-blank attack that was launched at him. He barely had time to react. His body trembled with immense pain. His armor had been almost completely destroyed. Soon he would be unconscious. He trusted himself, and that was his mistake. He never believed that Naruto would hide something like that. Worse, apparently he could not use it again in this lost fight. He only felt how one of the tails hit him as he lost consciousness and fell exhausted. Naruto had won this fight. Hanzo opened his eyes with regret. At this point he had already left his transformation. The explosion stunned him completely and also hit him directly. He was narrowly saved. His body was exhausted. His energy was exhausted in resisting the explosion. He was breathing heavily. He opened his eyes wide when he felt the breath of that ruthless being on his neck. When he turned his face, it was too late. Naruto with 4 tails was in front of him. A tail grabbed him by the ankle and then he lifted him up and slammed him many times against the ground. The brutality was so much that his body could not bear it anymore, and he gave in to the pain. His screams began to sound throughout that deserted place. Little by little his voice was lost. Very soon he would become unconscious, under torture to be thrown a little far from the beast. The beast started walking towards him. He couldn't feel his body anymore. His bones were broken. The pain was unbearable. He didn't even have a chance against Naruto. He didn't even put up a fight. Naruto just played with him from the beginning. He never had a chance. The tails waved over the beast, giving shape to a new attack. I was always playing with you. It wasn't time to kill you yet. I told you. You lived because I wanted it that way. The truth is, I do want revenge. It's because of you that woman died. You killed your own mother, and no, you won't go to the same place as her because nothing will remain of you. On the tails, a Rasengan that was spinning violently. A deafening sound of blades cutting the air filled the environment. Then around the Rasengan, about 4 giant blades, making the Rasengan have the appearance of a giant Fuma Shuriken, much bigger than the Baijudama, launched before. With the Rasengan in the center, it remains a perfect sphere. The beast raised the 4 tails with the devastating technique, positioning it on the enemy. Hanzo only heard the violent spinning of those blades on that hypnotizing rotating sphere in the center, getting closer and closer to him. Futon, Odama Rasen Shuriken, Wind Release, Great Ball Rasen Shuriken. The last words Hanzo heard before that technique devoured him completely. 4-tailed Naruto quickly retreated. A huge explosion echoed through the place. A huge rotating sphere was made over the destroyed field of battle. That huge rotating sphere seemed to have no end. The screams of the black-haired man were drowned out by the screeching sound of the technique. A few long minutes passed, and it could be seen how the technique was ceasing, leaving a huge crater with a dead Hanzo in the center without any clothes. Inert, his body remained intact, but his cells were totally destroyed. Everything inside him was destroyed by the technical pulverizer. Only a lifeless body remained, without any salivation. Naruto, satisfied, left his transformation in a blink. All the chakra around him left in a quick movement. Naruto was falling into unconsciousness. Before touching the ground, he was held by a beaten Surzex. You did well, friend, the redhead smiled. Everything went as you planned. Good job, Naruto, Ajuka said as he arrived. His condition was the same as the redhead's. The blonde smiled at that before falling completely asleep. Several years later, Naruto lay beaten, his clothes destroyed, his blood running down from his forehead to his chin. They should give him credit. He had faced the Lucifuge brothers and the current Lucifer alone. Of course it was all a damn ambush. Graphia stood before him with her clothes in tatters, her body bruised from the battle that had taken place recently. Naruto turned out to be a formidable and unbeatable opponent for the moment. Raizavam was furious. His condition was less deplorable than Naruto's. Euclid was unconscious. His ambush did not turn out as he had planned. Well, Naruto-kun, it seems we are in a tie again. Only this time I have the advantage. Raizavam smiled darkly. Raizavam, who was near Graphia alone and positioned himself in Naruto's direction without taking Graphia out of his sight, charged his hands with a dark and powerful energy. Naruto opened his eyes in surprise. He didn't think or didn't want to believe that he would dare to do that. Daku Akuma Kogiki, Dark Demon Attack. He launched his attack without caring that Graphia, his servant, was in the middle of the attack and Naruto. The silver-haired girl, with fear and astonishment, turned her face to see how a dark and enormous ray of energy was heading towards her. She was just a few centimeters away and could not react in time, so she just closed her eyes tightly, waiting for her inevitable end. The silver-haired girl only felt herself being pushed out of the attack. Argurg! Naruto howled in pain as he felt that destructive beam devour his right arm that was hit by the technique. The beam of dark energy continued on its way until it collided with the building and was completely devoured. BOMM. The huge explosion echoed throughout the city. Naruto gritted his teeth tightly as he felt immense pain in his arm. Chapter 5. The End of the War. Graphia could be considered a woman without feelings, a serious woman, a cold woman with an iron character. But she could care less about that. Few knew her true personality. She showed it to very few or almost no one. But at this moment I felt many mixed emotions and I didn't hide them at all. She felt fear, pain, anger. What her master had done, it was something hard and difficult to process. He was capable of killing her, sacrificing her. But on the other hand, I felt admiration, concern, despair. That blonde man in front of her, lying in a bed, unconscious for several days, had proven to be more than she believed. Naruto Uzumaki, a demon without equal. Until that very moment he had done things that no other demon had dared to do. He was able to sacrifice himself for her. Despite everything she had done, all the time she rejected him, ignored him. She didn't really understand. She didn't understand why he had saved her. She who had stabbed him in the back. She who had used him only to kill him. At that moment she didn't doubt it. But now she questioned her entire existence. She could be considered a vile demon, of the worst possible kind, and that's how she was seen by the blonde's friends. She wondered why they hadn't killed her. The door to the room was opened. "Are you wondering why you're alive?" Ajuka smiled bitterly, seeing her friend still asleep. Without an arm, how would Naruto take it? "Why didn't we kill you?" The silver-haired girl was fearful in front of one of the super demons. "Believe me, I'm the least of your problems. I won't kill you. Not me, at least." The silver-haired girl still didn't let her guard down. "I'm here to take care of you, and no, not because of anything you might do to Naruto. It's to prevent Sarah Fall from killing you." The silver-haired girl lowered her head. "It was my idea. That you lived, that you were here with Naruto. I think I know Naruto well enough to know that he had a reason to save you. The question is, why did he do it?" The silver-haired girl looked at the blonde with regret and pain. "I wanted to ask you, why didn't you run away?" Graphia looked at the green-haired man seriously. "Where would I go?" "Don't know." Ajuka, without further ado, turned to look at Naruto once more and walked away at a calm pace. Lilith City, Meeting Headquarters. Surzek's Gremory, Ajuka Astaroth, Sarah Falls Citri, and Falbium Glaciolabilas, the current defenders of the rebellion. Naruto Uzumaki, the main leader of the rebellion, was still in a coma, and it seemed that he would not wake up soon. Naruto's fall was a hard blow to the rebellion. That made the attacks against the current Maos cease, that their attention was diverted towards Naruto, mainly Sarah Fall. She herself had refused to see how the blonde was because it would mean seeing Graphia. A very low blow from the Maos, mainly from Raizavam. Naruto was one of the pillars of the rebellion. "The truth is that we have lost a lot of valuable time," Surzek began. "Indeed, we have lost allies, ground, strategy, attack. They took advantage of the moment of weakness we had." To everyone's surprise, the one who said that was an awake Falbium. "Naruto, even if he wakes up, his recovery won't be quick." Sarah Fall spoke angrily. "We must take advantage of this moment of confidence they have in thinking that we are giving up and attack them head-on. I don't think the brat will like knowing that we are losing because of him," Lord Bale said seriously. "I have a plan. We were putting together the best strategy with Naruto a few months ago. We set up different scenarios by removing or adding resources, even individuals. I have about 3 infallible plans. One after the other must be carried out, otherwise they will not work." "What's the plan, Ajuka-kun?" Lord Gremory looked at him impatiently, as did everyone else. One of the plans requires someone similar or equal to Naruto's power. Grafia Lucifuge must help us. Everyone had different reactions, some stronger than others. Seraphol left the room. Months later. Ugh, where? The blonde made a friend to get up, but small and delicate arms held him back. He still did not recognize his surroundings well. His vision was cloudy. He only saw a few colored spots. Calm down, the soft voice of his companion reassured him. What happened? Where am I? His vision was becoming clearer, but his numb body didn't give him much room to move. Naruchan. Seraphol Naruto could see the tearful but smiling face of the black-haired girl. Trying to move a little, he settled better in the bed. He wanted to touch her. Trying to lift his right hand, he was finally able to notice something. The absence of most of his arm. A little below the shoulder, almost reaching the elbow, was the only thing left of his arm. Everything seemed to stop. Naruto, she whispered sadly. It's not the first time, said the blonde absently in a very low tone, only being heard by himself. How long have I slept? It's been a few weeks now. Everything has gone downhill. I see. She lives. We decided that you would be the one to decide. And what could I decide? Did you save her for something? No. You have a justification, right? You like her, is that all it takes? Seraphol gave an annoyed look. Your silence tells me so. Seraphol, a long sigh from the blonde. Why would he save her despite what she did? The blonde looked at his non-existent arm. This is complicated. Not everyone changes. But if everyone can change, I just took a vow of faith. It was a mere strategy. She was at a disadvantage. I assumed that continuing like this would result in something worse. She had already managed to defeat her brother. Trying to corner Rizavim with her would force him to decide. Naruto stretched out his good hand and took hers and pulled her. She let him do it, and ended up sitting next to him. Seraphol wouldn't do something that would hurt you. Remember that she is not more important than you, to me. Maybe I lost my arm, but we have won this war. Seraphol opened her eyes in surprise. Because, Seraphol, this war has gone on for too long. It's time to stop playing. Naruto smiled slyly. Ajuka told them about the plans in case of a major loss, receiving a nod from the black-haired girl. Having Grafia on our side even the balance. Your arm. Although it represents a problem, it is difficult for me to get used to fighting without an arm. But don't worry, I have a foolproof plan for these cases. Seraphol gave him a tender kiss. You have to talk to her, he said before leaving the room. It's really so nostalgic. It's not the first time you've lost it. Days without visiting me, old man. The truth is that I have tried to guide your friends. Naruto. Thanks Hagamoro Gigi. What do you recommend? You know that's what I have in mind. But it's the right thing to do. That would lead to many losses. Fighting with Rizavim alone gave me so much to think about. Despite being a cruel person, his words are very right. If it weren't for the intervention of the Lucifuge, this could have ended worse. Kurama told me it's the best. It is. You know it, we know it. A reddish mass formed on the blonde's missing arm. I think the same as my son Naruto. The best thing would be to end this. If it continues like this, a loss that you do not want to have will come. Some of them will suffer. You know it is an incredible war, an internal war, the creation of a new system. You left the beginning, but you cannot finish it. You must leave it to them. I have discovered alarming things. Naruto, the old man looked at him seriously. Beyond these lands there is another very different world. I've gotten used to this life, interrupted the blonde. Naruto, life is full of bad decisions, but only you can decide if they are bad or good. We must do it. We are stuck. We must move forward. His face became sad. They won't forgive me. No. They will, but it will be difficult. I love Seraphol, but she can't go with me. Taking her away from everything she's achieved would be taking away a part of her. You want to talk about what I found? We'll have time. I must finish this war. The best would be a single blow, a definitive blow, knock down all its foundations. You must make use of it. Your options are limited. The loss of so much chakra in your arm represents a problem. Okay, I'll do as you say. With that said, the conversation ended. The old man disappeared just like the reddish mace. Now the hard part. A loud sigh was heard throughout the room. The blonde waited patiently for the door to open, but it didn't happen. Why don't you come in? The door opened slowly, revealing the figure of a silver-haired woman. Fearful, she did not let go of the door handle. Now, darling, what's up? The blonde smiled happily. Why? He whispered. Huh? I didn't hear it. Please repeat it. Why did you save me? You have to get an idea, right? Because you love me. No, the blonde denied that statement. Don't be surprised. With time one learns not to be reciprocated. The blonde smiled. Melancholic, we make mistakes in life. Mistakes that take a lot from us. Grafia Lucifuge, haven't you perhaps wondered why no one has killed you? Yes, after they evaded me, I assumed you would decide. That's correct. I'll give you a choice. The blonde smiled, calmly got out of bed, stretching his numb body a little first. You can choose to serve me and do from now on what I say in order. Something similar to what you did with your old master. The silver-haired girl was amazed. The second is too simple. I'll kill you. The silver-haired girl stepped back from the blonde's penetrating gaze. Those slanted red eyes were certainly very scary. The silver-haired girl really stepped back from the enormous figure of a nine-tailed fox behind the blonde. Perhaps only she was looking at it. Was it even real? I'll let you think about it. It would be fun to hunt you down. With those last words and a sarcastic smile, the blonde walked out at a leisurely pace. The silver-haired girl was afraid. This was the Naruto Uzumaki that everyone feared. Several days later. Are you sure about this, Naruto? Ajuka raised his voice. Naruto shrugged. Do you think it will work? Falbium looked at him expectantly. Most likely not, Surzex sentenced, even though the question wasn't for him. Come on, it'll be easy. We just have to attract them to the city. As many as possible. I'll take care of the rest. Naruto looked at them seriously. We probably won't kill the leaders, but we will win the war. Why do you say that? Lord Gremory asked. Have any of you seen that idiot rise of him? At the question, everyone present looked at each other in astonishment. Now that you mention it, Rise of him has not been involved in the battles shortly after your fall. About 2 or 3 more battles he won, and then he stopped showing up. Lord Bale said, still analyzing the blonde's question. It's simple. Rise of him is no longer in the underworld, right? Falbium looked at the smiling blonde. Yes and no. The blonde smiled. Rise of him isn't here. He isn't here. For me, a few days after our confrontation, he left the underworld, leaving only Euclid. That's why we faced Euclid. Indeed, Seraphal. That's why we'll attack at different points, block their path to deliver a definitive blow. We'll only have one chance. There will be many casualties for both sides. Move the refugees as far away from the city as possible. You prepare transport circles in advance. Why? Ajuka looked at him impatiently. What I will use, the technique I will use is classified at a double S level. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. The truth is that the city will be almost completely destroyed. It is not easy to do the technique. It is not easy to control it. So precautionary measures must be taken. The retreat signal will be fast. The sky will be covered in lightning. From there, move away. The blonde sentenced seriously. You're not in your best condition. I know, Lord Citri. My arm is the least of it. I don't need it for this technique. But if I need time, and a lot of it, you should give me as much time as possible. Okay, I'll trust your judgment. Lord Bale was the first to agree. Me too, Lord Gremory. You can count on me, Lord Citri. We're friends, right? Surzex smiled, followed by the others. Even though the blonde smiled, those words weighed more on him than they reflected. Well, when do we start? In 3 days. With that said, one by one they began to leave. And Grafia Lucifuge. Surzex, she is very essential to the plan. That's why I told you 3 days at the most. We will have an answer within 2. Okay, see you later. One more thing, I'll be retiring these days. On the 3rd day the plan begins. You and Ajuka will finalize the details. Where will you go? It is necessary that I withdraw for the plan to work. See you. The redhead just watched the blonde disappear in a poof. 3 days later, Grafia was badly injured. Without a doubt her brother was a tough nut to crack. Joining the enemy is to fall very low with a superior smile. The silver-haired girl said nothing. On the contrary, she prepared to gather demonic power. The wind froze around her, taking the form of many ice spikes. The silver-haired woman launched her attack in various directions, none of which touched the silver-haired man. What are you up to? All the spikes began to spin strongly around the demon. With a simple hand signal, they all headed towards a small layer of smoke caused by the ice being destroyed formed where his brother was. There is no blood. No. Remember who's the oldest, sister, with a smile and his hand full of blood. Arg, a little saliva and blood came out of his mouth. Directing her trembling hands with fear to her belly, she felt the cold, a spike of ice that pierced her from side to side. With a sudden movement, the silver-haired man removed the ice pick and dropped the demon to the ground. I'm sorry, sister, but that's how you wanted it. A pool of blood formed under the silver-haired woman. It's disappointing to see how a brother who should protect his sister hurts her. How long, Naruto-kun? Euclid, so I'm leaving you. How? Why would I? That's a very dirty move on your part, ignoring the question, attacking me when you know I'm weak. Despite beating my sister, it always left me weak. Good plan if you ask me, he smiled. Nah, you're the least likely to say that. Don't you see the absence of my arm? I leave you a good memory, my lord. Besides, I already anticipated this. With a snap of his fingers, several transportation magic circles appeared in different areas around them. When the transport circles stopped glowing, hundreds of soldiers appeared, the emblems of Lucifer, Asmodeus, Leviathan, and Beelzebub. Today you will fall, Naruto-kun, smiling sadistically. Without your arm, and at a numerical disadvantage, you will not be able to fight us more than 1,000 soldiers, and despite being weak, I can beat you. A very forceful statement. Ha ha ha, the blonde couldn't help but laugh. Do you know why I ordered the others to attack Kateria, Shalba, and Kruzuri? The silver-haired man looked at him seriously. I didn't want them to get involved in this fight. I won't kill you, for now you serve me alive. When you run away like a coward, like rise of him, the silver-haired man growled in rage. When you're with him, tell him, I'll take my time, I'll be patient, my arm will charge him 10 times more, I'll find him, and no, I won't kill him, I'll make him beg me to kill him. And you, my friend, something similar awaits you. Remember, live, knowing that I allow you. Ha 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 ha. Laughing like a psychopath, the blonde raised his only arm. Anger was blinding Euclid's judgment. And what makes you think that I can't fight against 1,000 soldiers and a future dead person? Don't you remember who I am? If you don't remember, I am Uzumaki. Naruto, with a biting smile and a hand position. Hundreds of smoke explosions were heard by everyone around him. We don't need an army. I don't need any army because I am the army. Hundreds of Naruto appeared all over the battlefield, also similar to the blonde except that they did have both arms. Euclid opened his eyes in fear and frustration, never thinking Naruto possessed a technical gap of this caliber. Several of the clones, the ones closest to him, ran around him. One managed to land a good blow, sending him to the ground. As you can see, it's no illusion. Now massacre. Hi! With that shout, both sides began the battle. Naruto started running to help the silver-haired girl. Euclid got up quickly and skillfully stopped a kick from a blonde clone. Another appeared behind him, forcefully grabbing the clone's foot and stamping it with the other. After both clones rolled on the ground, they disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Noticing this detail, he observed how his army, despite losing, when hitting any of the clones hard, they disappeared. However, it seemed that the clones had no end and the soldiers were slowly falling. Soon everything would end if it continued like this. Furious, he made all the wind around him freeze. A wave of strong power shot out from him. Those clones that were touched by the power disappeared instantly, and the soldiers that touched the shockwave were frozen. Naruto looked at him seriously. With his hand extended towards the silver-haired man, he turned his body slightly, his right foot in front and his left foot behind. Just because you don't die today doesn't mean I'll just let you go. With a sadistic smile, the blonde made several hand positions with his only hand. The tense atmosphere between the two combatants was palpable. With an incredible burst of speed, the blonde disappeared to appear in front of the silver-haired man. Euclid reacted quickly, and with an ice pick he pierced the blonde. He can't! He couldn't finish as he felt Naruto's foot sink into the back of his neck. Euclid shot across the ground, creating a path in his wake. Stopping abruptly, it left the trajectory, and when it was in the air, it raised 4 pairs of wings. Creating strong wind with his wings, he froze it and formed thousands of splinters. In his other hand, a mantra appeared. It's time I got serious. Thousands of ice spikes were behind him, all heading towards the original blonde. A direct attack, pathetic, being able to throw them at the clones. If you created those, you can create more. Without stopping looking at the blonde, without missing any movement, he threw all the spikes. Boom! A layer of smoke caused by the cold rose over much of the land. It did not stop growing, and the ice peaks did not stop arriving. Now this, with the last peaks going towards Naruto's position. In the previously formed mantra, a small bluish sphere came out. It grew enormously, almost 10 times bigger than the creator. Take it! The silver-haired man shouted euphorically. The huge ball went towards the blonde quickly despite its large size, but before touching the ground it stopped its walk. Wham! A clean, swift cut sounded, the sphere of power splitting in two. Boom! Exploding with force to the sides, leaving an intact vertical line. You thought you could hurt me? Don't be so conceited. Naruto's voice echoed throughout the smoke. Have you forgotten that I beat you before? Behind the silver-haired man's back. In horror, Euclid turned his face only to see the cold eyes of the blonde covered by a reddish cloak. his pupils slitted and his only hand raised with a huge sword. I introduce you to Kubikuribocho, decapitating knife, beautiful right. This sword will be your executioner, he said before hitting it sharply with the back of the sword and throwing it against the ground, creating a small crater. Kubikuribocho is characterized by being gigantic, having the shape of a butcher knife. It has a circle cut from the top and a semicircle near the handle. Cough. Spitting blood, Euclid stood up looking angrily at the blonde. He just laughed loudly. An enormous killer instinct came out of the silver-haired man. A dark blue aura covered him completely. An intense power was present in the place. Spreading his 5 pairs of wings, he rose to the sky. The blonde smiled at the challenge and lunged at the demon with the weapon. Each blow was a brutal impact. The speed was at a higher level. You could only see the impact of each blow that destroyed what was nearby. The army was already being decimated. The clones seemed to have no end. Every time one fell, another 3 appeared. The soldiers slowly fell dead or unconscious. Every blow thrown by Euclid was covered by the huge sword, and the blonde's blows were stopped by Euclid nimbly. Euclid threw a punch that Naruto covered with the back of the sword, then Euclid threw another. Naruto just changed the direction of the sword, stopping it in the same way. Euclid elegantly spun around, repelling the blonde, unbalancing him. With a sweep, Naruto fell, raising his sword upwards to split the beam of power launched at point-blank range. Rolling on the ground, he started to run quickly. You won't escape. Following closely behind, Euclid charged his hands with demonic energy and launched it at the blonde repeatedly. Naruto stopped Euclid's attacks as best he could. Arriving near a building, Naruto climbed it vertically. Euclid took flight and began to form various ice spikes of different sizes. The spikes came out at alarming speeds against the blonde. He dodged them. Some entity running on the building. Tired of Naruto dodging all his attacks, he concentrated enough power in his hands. Euclid invoked an ice-type spell. A huge beam was launched at the blonde. Naruto almost dodged it, but the lightning followed him closely, freezing everything. Almost being at the top, the lightning hit one of his feet, freezing him, making him fall face down to the solid wall. Before falling down, the blonde was frozen by the lightning up to his waist. Stopping the rest of the beam with Kubikuribocho, Naruto with a clean cut destroyed the ice on his lower parts, but before standing he was rammed by Euclid, making him go through the building from side to side, hitting the blonde's face repeatedly. Euclid took advantage of the shock to pull the sword out of the blonde's hands, but when he touched it, it burned his hand, causing him to release it and fall, holding the blonde by the neck, strangling him. Showing the blows and cuts on his face, he threw him hard against another building, slamming him into the wall. Forming hundreds of huge ice spikes around him, he threw them at the blonde. Boom! A snow of dust and icy smoke formed outside the building. Looking up, stopping his attack, Euclid watched as little by little the entire city, no, the entire sky above the city was covered in black clouds, slowly becoming denser and darkening the entire place. Trump! A huge lightning bolt sounded. Electric currents began to accumulate in the dark clouds. Coming back to his senses, he continued his attack, ignoring the strange event. Boom! The top of the building gave way and fell on the blonde. Once in flight, Euclid began to gather all the power possible and created a very complex mantra. A huge spell formed over him, a huge dark sphere. Kuraiku, dark sphere, launching the attack without measuring the consequences. The sphere swallowed the rest of the building. Boom! The huge explosion echoed throughout the city. A thick and enormous layer of smoke and dust with pieces of beams and stones appeared in a huge radius. Trump! A huge lightning bolt struck a specific spot a little close to the fighters. As if it were something so unnatural, the lightning that struck seemed to return to the sky. Thud! Trump! Trump! Lightning flashed in the clouds. The lightning appeared and disappeared throughout the dark clouds, making the scene catastrophic. Euclid looked down at where the blonde's body should be. This one was all charred, with a bit of hair, one eye completely closed, the only good arm with a few fingers, missing a complete foot, a heavy beam crossing the other. Euclid smiled happily at the scene, calmly approaching the blonde. Withdrawing his aura and wings, he walked towards the blonde without any hurry. Being a few steps away from him, he noticed a smile on the blonde's few teeth. Arg! Howling in pain, the silver-haired man noticed how the tip of Kubikuribocho pierced the side of his thorax. Groaning in pain, feeling the hot metal as it burned him from the inside out, he fell to his knees. Angry and frustrated, he put all the power into his hand, breaking the sword, tearing it from his body and throwing it away. Damn it! He roared angrily. He got up furious. The bleeding from the wounds slowed down. He walked towards the blonde and grabbed him by the neck without any mercy. A few silent words came out of the blonde. Squeezing the blonde's neck, Euclid opened his eyes in shock. The blonde exploded in blood, smearing his sight and body. Taking a few steps back, Euclid felt the hot blood on his face and body. What the hell? Forgetting about his wound, he ran his hand over his eyes, cleaning as much of the blood as he could, then all over his face. Frightened, he turned his gaze in all possible directions. He felt an enormous presence, much larger than that of his lord. Feeling the presence at a specific point, a little far from his position, he saw a blonde man. Stunned, he took flight. Distances, ruined building. Naruto was serious, more serious than usual. One by one the memories of his clones were present. With his eyes closed and calm, he smiled upon receiving the memory of the blood clone. Feeling the silver-haired man's presence only increased his smile. Goodbye, Euclid, we'll see each other in the distant future. For now I'm in no hurry for you to die. Making different hand positions, the blonde raised his only good arm to the sky. The blonde's left arm remained in the same position. Opening his eyes, the blonde man was no longer blue. He was red with 3 tomos spinning in his pupil. His arm was covered with lightning. The tomes spun violently. His pupil changed completely. In the center, a black circle surrounded by 3 curved shapes with a bump in the middle. Above the bump of each one a tomo. A purple layer of chakra surrounded the blonde. A ribcage of some spectrum appeared covering the blonde. The lightning in the clouds could be seen with greater intensity, and his hand was covered in lightning. It's the end of this war. Surroundings. Euclid watched in amazement as the blonde was enveloped by a purple layer of energy, and then a huge ribcage of a specter formed covering him. But from what exactly? He could no longer question why a transport circle was made under him, swallowing him and making him disappear. Suburbs, ruined building. Naruto, covered by the ribcage, remained in the air. The building gave way to the heavy power emanating from that incomplete spectrum that surrounded Naruto. Naruto stood in the center of the city, raising his hand higher. The clouds parted. The lightning gathered in one place. Kirin. As he spoke those words, the clouds finally opened up, revealing a huge being of lightning. Ruhoer. A huge roar came from the beast or specter, with a long body, with horns, intense red eyes. Lowering his hand, the specter wound rapidly down, ever closer to the ground. The huge explosion covered the entire city, engulfing everything within its range in a lightning storm. Several minutes passed, and the explosion of lightning still continued throughout the city. Even Naruto was swallowed by the technique. The technique was covering more ground. It passed the city limits, moving away towards the fields. Everyone those rays touched was destroyed in seconds. The screeching sound of the lightning did not cease, but the range did. Little by little, very slowly, the technique softened. The blast wave was reducing. The intensified rays were clearing. The clouds stopped gathering. Little by little, the arid and desert place was coming into view. Where once there was a beautiful city, there was nothing but rubble and death everywhere. Nothing was left alive or intact. A huge crater was made in the city. In the center of that deserted place was the purple ribcage. In the center, the blonde without a scratch with those strange eyes. Doton, Chidakaku, Earth release, nuclear ground movement. Where the crater was, the ground rose. There was no longer a crater, just a desert area. The ribcage disappeared. Naruto's eyes returned to normal, and he fell to his knees on the ground, with his eyes closed and supported by his only arm. Naruto-kun! Seraphal's voice was the last thing he heard before giving in to exhaustion and falling asleep. Several months later, little by little, the city was being rebuilt. It would take a long time to be finished, but the demons were finally at peace and quiet. The old Mao's faction was gone, the revolutionaries winning. The demonic civil war was over. Currently, the current leaders who would raise the underworld were being decided. Surzek smiled sadly. Ajuka, congratulations, my friend Lucifer. Look how you've done. That title doesn't belong to me, the redhead said, clenching his fists. That's what he wanted, and I respect his decision even though I'm against it. The green-haired man put his hand on the redhead's shoulder. Let us fulfill his work. Let us finish what he cannot finish. The redhead just nodded and headed towards Lucifer's throne. Sitting calmly, Ajuka sat on the throne next door, being Beelzebub. Seraphal on the other side, being Leviathan. Falbium was sitting sleeping a while ago, next to Seraphal as Asmodeus, the current and new rulers of the underworld. The Yanai Mao. Chapter 6. Kurama-sensei? A little red-haired girl ran happily through a plaza full of demons. Oni-sama won't catch me, Oni-sama won't catch me. The redhead hummed happily as she nimbly dodged all the demons that crossed her path. Rias-tan, don't run too fast. A redhead with a forced smile tried to hunt down the little girl, playing along, until he saw that the girl disappeared from his sight and perception. Rias' voice sounded strong and serious. Rias Gremory, in her eagerness to get out of her brother's range, decided to enter an alley between several buildings until she managed to get out on the other side. However, that didn't stop her either, and she continued running until she got as far away as she could from the plaza. The agitated girl stopped and began to breathe arrhythmically. The little girl felt a strong pressure on her chest. She felt like she was drowning. A hand rested on her small back. Are you okay? A blonde boy, with spiky hair, a little messy, wearing a white shirt with a red swirl symbol, black shorts with orange stripes and black sandals. Also in his hair he wore sunglasses, something strange since in the underworld the sun does not exist. His eyes blue as the sky itself, and some strange marks on his cheeks, 3 on each cheek to be exact, simulating being mustaches. Little Rias forgot her discomfort to stare at the strange boy in front of her. Hey, are you okay? Huh? Oh yeah, sorry, it's just that sometimes I tend to have attacks. Who are you? The girl abruptly changed the subject. I can't give you my name, sorry, maybe another time. Why not? You look familiar. I have one of those faces that is often confused. But well, let's not talk about me. Tell me, who are you? I can't give you my name anyway. Touché, but well, why are you walking alone in these streets? Judging by your clothes, you are a little princess. I'm not a little princess. Cough, cough. Hey, calm down. It's not normal for such a small girl to have these kinds of attacks. Why are you alone? You ask a lot of questions. If you try to ask me something, I must tell you that my brother is Lucifer. That's information you shouldn't share lightly, Rias-chan. Surzex, Lucifer only has one sister. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. Instead, I'll help you. Help me? If you see, for the moment you cannot know who I am, and you should not tell that you saw me. If you did, there would be a lot of chaos because I disappeared from here many years ago. It's been a few centuries. Take it. The little blonde boy held out a bright multicolored stone. It was very small, about the size of a bean. What's that? This, my little Rias, is your cure and my help. The boy took Rias by the hip and brought her closer to him. The girl blushed instantly, but when she tried to speak, he put the stone in her mouth and made her swallow it. What have you done? Heal you. But not only that, later on, much later on, you will understand. Don't worry, it wouldn't do anything bad to you. It will hurt a little, but it doesn't matter. Rias's body had several spasms, and she felt like she was burning inside, as if a fire was burning her. Her throat dried quickly, she felt suffocated. Oh, one more thing, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. A smile adorned the boy's face. The little girl tried to speak but couldn't. I've heard that name before. But that doesn't matter, you won't remember any of this. Clap. With a snap of his fingers, Naruto disappeared and Rias's body was covered by a reddish aura. Rias! Surzex arrived only to see how her body was covered by an enormous aura. An enormous power was given off by Rias's body. The aura grew so much that Surzex had to create a shield. The aura spread so much that when it was dissipated, Rias's body fell asleep to the ground. Rias! Lucifer ran towards her. Surzex carried the girl in his arms and, giving a last look at the area, disappeared into a transport circle. The entire ground was consumed by the aura and power expelled by the little girl. Nothing was left. Everything was deserted. The power of destruction is truly terrifying. A few years later, Uzumaki Naruto, a young man of around 23 to 25 years old, walked calmly through the busy streets of Konoha City, a small town. Naruto hadn't changed much since the last time he was in the underworld, even though his age was absurd. Of course, he was always a handsome and gallant young man, and any girl fell in love with his appearance. One of his most notable attributes was the mustache on his face, something that was undoubtedly difficult to forget. How boring. Naruto stopped in front of the intersection waiting for the traffic light to turn red and let him through. What should I do? The traffic light changed color. I'll ask Grafia when I get home. The blonde continued his walk without much interest. Passing through a park, he felt a very familiar presence. Naruto stopped, managing to spot the presence that seemed familiar to him. Wow! But it's my friend Barraquil, the blonde greeted loudly as he walked towards a somewhat strange man. Barraquil is a rugged, middle-aged man with black hair and beard, and well-built muscles. He holds the position of cadre in the Grigori organization run by the Fallen Angels. Naruto? The man showed absolute surprise when he recognized the blonde's peculiar playful voice. What is a cadre of Grigory doing here? What's a demon like you doing here? Subtle as always, but this is demon territory, so a fallen in enemy territory? Strange, isn't it? I thought you were no longer associated with demons or the underworld. Who knows, but you avoid my question. Why the interest? Baraquiel, old friend, I don't want us to get into conflict, and that leads to revealing my current location. In any case, you shouldn't have greeted. You're making me tense. Tell me you represent a threat. The blonde became serious. Do I look like a threat to you? I thought we were friends. You know we are. But I don't trust your brother Kokabil. Is he coming with you? Not the dad. A very pretty little girl interrupted the conversation. The girl has black hair, tied in a ponytail, and is wearing a priestess costume. Akino Baraquiel smiled, welcoming his daughter. Who is he? Father. I'm an old friend of your father. The blonde man quickly but kindly responded to the girl. Darling! The voice of a beautiful woman was the one who interrupted this time. A beautiful woman, with a voluptuous figure and black hair, was an adult version of the girl. Shuri. I see, I understand Baraquiel. This is what Azazel meant, huh? Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Shuri Himejima. Nice to meet you, Uzumaki. Naruto. The blonde returned the greeting. It was a pleasure to greet you, Baraquiel. Goodbye, little one. Shuri-san. The blonde said goodbye kindly as he left. The girl smiled as she timidly waved goodbye. Honey, he is. Yes, and a very dangerous one, but don't worry, he doesn't represent any danger to us. Despite being a demon, he gets along very well with Azazel and isn't affiliated with the underworld. He's not someone who looks for fights or problems, being a demon, or the legend that is known about him is that he is very pacifist, or that's what it seems. I see. Uzumaki house. I got home. The blonde took off his shoes and entered the modest house located a little outside the city. Welcome home, Naruto-sama. A beautiful silver-haired woman greeted him, wearing an apron and a maid outfit. Grafia, honey, I told you to just call me Naruto. The blonde reproached her while giving her a short kiss, making her blush. The blonde put his arms around her. Dinner is almost ready. I'll take a shower first. Okay, she broke away from the hug. I'll go prepare the bath. No, we'll take a bath. The blonde carried her princess style. I want to take a bath with my beautiful wife. The blonde smiled and she only managed to blush. The blonde went up the stairs to the bathroom, then put Grafia down and began to undress just like her. Naruto, I say Naruto. Tell me, darling. The blonde smiled. Even though it was strange that she called him by his name without honorifics, Naruto liked it a lot, although Grafia used the different levels they held in the demonic society as an excuse. Did you find what you were looking for? Or are we moving? I know we've moved around a lot. He sat on a stool and threw several buckets of water on himself. Then she proceeded to start washing his back. But I think from now on this will be our base of operations. It's mostly influenced by demons, but the surprise I found, ha ha ha. I must pay Azazel a visit now. He proceeded to wash her back. What happened? The silver-haired girl asked with interest. I met Baraquiel and his family. I didn't know he had a family, but Azazel had told me. Sometimes I don't pay attention to what that fallen pervert says. He was the first to enter the bathtub. Will it be a problem? She questioned after entering the bathtub and settling with her back to him. Naruto hugged her and pulled her towards the No, as long as Kokabil doesn't show up, everything will be fine. Is something bothering you? Tell me if it is. I was just thinking about what we're going to do now. Well, the old man recommended me to look for a job and adopt as ordinary a life as possible. I was thinking of being a teacher. I've always been interested in teaching others. The blonde began to massage her flat stomach. You can stay at home, or if you want to look for a job, it's up to you. Sometimes I think about what a life would be like without wars, battles, and everything supernatural. What would it be like? It wouldn't be a life. You wouldn't be there. She turned to look at him and smiled lovingly, and gave him a warm kiss. The kiss intensified more and more. Grafia, and dinner? The blonde smiled slyly. The silver-haired girl turned completely until she was in front of him. Dinner can wait. She smiled, then hugged the blonde and started a fierce tongue battle. The blonde placed his hands on the silver-haired girl's chubby butt and slowly moved them rhythmically, taming it. Lemon skipped. These moments are the ones you enjoy the most. At that comment from her, Naruto hugged her. Some time later. What plans do you have in mind? Naruto-sama. For the moment, Grafia, I must disappear from the radar again. Settling in this place is of crucial importance, the place where great things will happen, events that will change the world. Grafia remained silent, looking at the blonde. Something worrying you? The future of any being can be uncertain. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about the future of those who can destroy this world. Gods? She put on a serious face. No, anyone can destroy this world. You just need to know how to do it. The gods are not a concern. Well, not all of them. The blonde put on a sharp look. In my life, in my long and at the same time short life, I have seen how human beings are capable of committing the most atrocious acts against themselves. His gaze showed sadness and pain. I have seen people hate each other, hurt each other, sacrifice each other. I have seen so much and at the same time so little. I have seen what hate is capable of. I was born, in this time, in this moment in history, a product of hate. She looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to continue. I have been alone for most of my life, sad. At some point I got used to being that way. But then came what I longed for so much: love, affection, company, and when she touched that, something inside me did not want to let go. No matter what happened, I have done things, some bad and others that should not be named. Naruto. The couple stood on a cliff, overlooking Ko, a city located in Japan, a quiet and pleasant city, home to both humans and other supernatural beings. What worries me? If I must give you an answer, it is no, they are not humans as you think. They are not the demons, angels, fallen, gods, and other supernatural beings in this world, not even the dragons. What worries me is what any of them can do, and that provokes me, makes me angry, bothers me. What worries me is what I will end up doing because of them. The blonde had a deep look. Naruto. Grafia was surprised. The blonde smiled and pulled her towards the, well, we're not going to worry about something that hasn't arrived. The blonde took her chin. Don't worry. A kiss silenced what she was going to say. Ko Academy. From today on, I will be your history teacher. A smile appeared on the face of the person in front of the students. I hope we get along. As you can see, my name is Kurama Namikaze. Naruto decided to use that name to go unnoticed. Naruto wore reading glasses, giving the air of someone who knows a lot. A black briefcase with 2 vertical orange stripes on one side, dark blue cloth pants, dark brown elegant shoes, a jacket the same color as the pants, a white shirt inside and an orange tie, an orange handkerchief in the pocket of his jacket, his messy spiky hair, with 2 tips on the sides of his face that stood out. His red eyes, or so the glasses showed, had hidden his birthmarks on his cheeks, and the golden color of his hair had dulled to a light blonde, like Tsunade's. The women in the class had a dreamy look on their faces about the new teacher. One thing worth noting is that Ko Academy is for girls only. Any questions? He didn't finish his sentence, and everyone already had their hands raised. A forced smile appeared on the blonde's face. Later, teacher's lounge. It's good to have you with us, Kurama-san. A brown-haired woman smiled at the blonde. The pleasure is mine. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this magnificent academy. Don't be so modest, Naruto-san. Another teacher spoke, a guy wearing gym clothes. Not at all. I'm just telling the truth. Although this week we have had quite a few changes. A new teacher seeing Naruto, and a change of administration, said another teacher. Change of management? So I'm not working for Arata-san anymore, asked the blonde, referring to the person who hired him. Oh right, you just started. Possibly 2 days after your acceptance to the academy. Some investors from abroad decided to contribute to this academy. I hate that they are rich people. They have a lot of money, or so I've heard. I see. Although we are still the same teachers and the principal is no longer the same administration, all the teachers will be gathered to meet the new administration once this whole matter is resolved. New administration? The blonde smiled darkly without those present noticing. Uzumaki house. I'm here, the blonde announced as he entered the house. Welcome home, Grafia greeted him. How was your day? Everything is going according to plan. When the Gremory and Citrus appear, they have already started to move. Just as Naruto-sama predicted. It's just a matter of knowing how to pull the strings well. Darling, the blonde smiled, we'll let things take their course. It's still too early to keep moving. We will do as you decide, Naruto-sama. Let's have dinner. Then the blonde headed to the dining room, followed by Grafia. Days later. Please, for whatever I want most, spare my life. A guy was crying while his head was on the ground. A foot was placed on his head, making him eat dirt. Remember me, it wasn't you who said you would kill me. I only see a pile of corpses and a guy asking for forgiveness. A spit hit the man on the ground. Please, I have family. The guy did nothing but cry. The girl is part of your family, and yet you tried to kill her. What kind of stupid and hypocritical being are you? You ask for forgiveness and mercy when you didn't want to give it to the girl. The guy's cries only increased. Himejima. Huh? The blonde man looked at the face of the girl who was lying a few meters away from him, with her clothes torn, her body showing many wounds. Hey, stupid, tell me, who is responsible for this? She is a fallen one, the girl is a… Yes, I know, and how could you see I am a demon, a monster, an aberration, and blah blah blah. Hi! The blonde removed his foot from the guy, and with his hand he grabbed his head and suspended him in the air. Now, my friend, you will suffer a lot, believe me, no one will save you. But you can make your suffering not so much if you tell me who told you to do this. The guy was crying, he was wearing traditional Japanese clothing. The guy couldn't and didn't want to see the blonde. If he did, he knew he would die at that moment. That's why he squeezed his eyes tightly. And around him the bodies of his companions were scattered piece by piece. Well, I like it when they want to do it the hard way. A dark smile graced Naruto's face. Look at me. Naruto's voice produced a horrible terror in him, but his body still demanded that he obey the blonde. Grave error. The guy's eyes remained static after opening them. His breathing stopped. His heartbeat stopped. Everything stopped. He was like that for a few seconds until he came back to his senses and saw himself in the Himejima Temple Hall, in front of the elders, those who ordered him to kill Shuri Himejima and Akino Himejima while Barraquil was not there. Looking at his sides, he saw his companions. The same ones he saw how they were mutilated one by that monster. Everything he had lived perhaps was a dream? When he stood up agitated, he went to the main elder. My lord! He shouted exasperatedly, hoping to attract attention. He was silent for a few minutes, but nothing happened. The old man continued talking as if he had ignored him. It wasn't a dream, believe me. What you experienced was real, very real. He froze upon hearing that voice. He quickly stood up and looked around, until his sight focused on themselves. He saw himself sitting in front of the elders. What you're seeing is your memory. We are in your memories. Right now you're showing me what I want to know. The guy looked at the blonde in front of him, looking at him as if he were nothing more than garbage. There's no need for you to talk or beg. I already know what I want to know. You hurt a friend's daughter, you must pay. Don't worry, you won't be the only one. Where you go there you'll see the others, and let me tell you, it's not a nice place. When the blonde finished speaking, everything went black. Naruto's eyes returned to their natural color. Insignificant garbage. The subject's body fell to the ground. A pool of blood formed. Naruto had the remains of the subject's head in his hand. He squeezed it so hard that it exploded in his hand, staining it with blood and scattering the subject's brains. Grafia, clean up this mess. Take the girl to the house. Don't let her wake up for anything in the world. I'll go to. The blonde didn't finish. He just turned around and continued walking calmly. He was wearing his teacher's suit. He put his hands in his jacket pockets. He walked with a carefree step, stepping on every piece of meat in his path. In his time of meditation and reflection, Naruto came to a very true conclusion. Said since the beginning of the earth, war changes you. The silver-haired girl came out of the shadows, despite having participated in thousands of battles throughout her life. Seeing what Naruto can do stirs something inside her. With her he is affectionate, loving, kind. He pampers her to her shame, and even with those closest to her he is very childish and playful, and it is not that she did not know that side of him, and that would not stop her from loving him, but seeing him like that was dark and even scared her. During the war she found out Naruto was someone to be feared. This side of him was full of evil and darkness, but he did not say or reproach him for anything. If he wanted to talk he would. He had learned that throughout the time they have been together. Himejima Territories/Main Temple. Thank you. Barraquil walked alongside Naruto. Because of my daughter and this. Not at all. This got personal. The blonde smiled, throwing away the inert body of the guy who was guarding the entrance. You do it, or I do it. Although I do not oppose it and I wish it, I think this is wrong. Barraquil created a spear of light and destroyed the entrance, alerting the temple residents. You are a cadre, Barraquil, not an angel, and I am a demon. But it is true this is wrong. Clearly they are at a disadvantage. The blonde smiled. The earth shook. Go get the elders. I will take care of this garbage. Barraquil showed his 10 black wings in all their splendor, frightening the warriors of the temple. With a flutter he disappeared. Well, you scumbags, you had the nerve to try to kill a defenseless woman and girl. Let's see how you fare against someone like me, someone who can defend himself. Naruto disappeared from the sight of the warriors. Arg! The scream alerted everyone. They only saw how one of them was split in two. Since I can't use much of my chakra without attracting attention, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. lethal taijutsu and one of my swords Kubikura Bocho was bathed in blood. The blonde disappeared again in a blink. Inside the temple, Barracuda walked showing all his wings. Making his way without contemplation throughout the temple, he felt the presence of the elders, sheltered at the end. On his way he left impaled all those who interfered. They made my daughter hate me, to see me as a threat. His eyes filled with hatred. To hell with morals. Being with Shuri had softened him, it was true, he didn't regret it. But he is and always will be a warrior. A huge spear of light formed above him. Without hesitation, he threw it against the door of the main room. Boom! The explosion echoed throughout the place. A huge hole formed in the temple. Barracuda walked over the rubble and corpses. His anger only increasing with each step, he arrived in front of the guy who screwed up his life, a damn old man. The old man had a completely destroyed foot, was bleeding from his mouth. His arm was among the rubble, possibly destroyed. His stomach was crossed by a huge piece of wood. No, you will have the honor and pleasure of dying by my hand. You hated me so much that you ordered your granddaughter to be killed. You succeeded. You killed Shuri. I hope she forgives me. But my hatred will only calm down with your death. A huge spear formed on his back. His wings spread as much as possible. The spear began to release lightning. The spear was erratic. Barracuda rose to the sky, destroying what was left of the roof. He saw Naruto on a pile of dead, who only smiled at him. Die! His emotionless voice is enough to launch the attack without hesitation. Boom! The huge explosion produced a wave of massive destruction. The entire terrain and its surroundings were consumed by the explosion and the rays that were released. Barracuda watched as everything disappeared. Well, I think you've gone a bit too far. I thought you'd hold back a bit more, and this is reaching the town near here. We've already drawn attention. Those from above are already coming. We should go. Barracuda nodded. The blonde smiled, and they both disappeared from the place. Shortly after, a light opened from heaven and several angels descended. The leader of the angels just looked at the enormous hole that was left, and how the surroundings were consumed by the flames put it out. He went with that order. The angels began their work, while he looked towards the horizon where Barracuda and Naruto had gone. Days later / outskirts of Ko. Are you sure about this, Barracuda? There's no turning back. The blonde looked at the bearded man. Yes, it's best if he stays away from me. He'll be fine with them, right? I answer in any case. In the distance, a red-haired girl could be seen holding a tearful Akino in her arms, while they were protected by several guards. A few drops fell to the ground. Barracuda cried with his daughter, I'm sorry, my little one. Maybe at some point later you will forgive me. The truth is that the future is uncertain, my friend. But I assure you that she is in good hands. The blonde put his hand on Barracuda's shoulder. Let's go. Barracuda followed the blonde. Do you fancy a drink? Barracuda asked. You don't know how much. The blonde smiled, as did Barracuda. Years later / Ko Academy. Naruto walked calmly through the halls of the academy, receiving greetings from the students. He was wearing an elegant suit, as he always does when he fulfills his role as a teacher. His glasses and his orange tie. Some things never change. Kurama-sensei. The girls recited the teacher's name as if it were a song. Naruto couldn't help but laugh to himself. The blonde politely returned the greeting. Leaving the facilities to enjoy the break, he headed to the main courtyards of the academy. The truth is that it was a very large academy. Over time it has changed. Its grounds were expanded, its educational areas, and most significantly it became a mixed school. The blonde was heading towards the clubs. He sometimes visits them. Run! The shout alerted the blonde, who just sighed in exhaustion. Again, these kids never learn. The blonde just stretched his foot and saw how a group of 3 kids fell rolling. One of them tripped over the blonde, or rather made him trip, and the others in their eagerness to flee didn't see and ended up crashing into the fallen one. Again, guys, this is getting tedious. Sensei! The 3 boys recognized the voice, and as if they were soldiers they stood at attention before Naruto, who only smiled. A group of angry girls were arriving, and the 3 boys hid behind Naruto. The girls forgot their anger when they saw Naruto. Kurama-sensei, they greeted blushing. Again, girls, more than a question, it was an answer that the blonde gave. They just nodded. These guys, no more talk. I'll take care of it, said the blonde, while the 3 boys thanked all the possible gods. Okay, let's go. The 3 followed the blonde. Sensei, you are always so kind and attentive. They all agreed with that comment. A little far from them, the quartet of men walked calmly towards the academy. Guys, this is the 3rd time, so if you get a reprimand, I won't take you before the council the three sighed, but I will impose a punishment on you. Besides, you haven't learned anything. If you want to spy, you should be more careful. Hello, sensei. We will give our best. They said as if they were soldiers. The blonde smiled at their behavior. Chapter 7 Naruto, the Savior? Naruto, who was in his alter ego, Kurama-sensei, walked through the halls of Koe Academy, briefcase in hand, an elegant and formal suit, silver tie, white long-sleeved shirt, silver vest, black jacket with a white handkerchief in its only pocket, black pants and shiny black dress shoes, his dull blonde hair elegantly combed. It was difficult to know that under that facade was the legend known as Naruto Uzumaki, medium tan skin, blood-red eyes and black reading glasses. Naruto greeted every student or teacher he crossed paths with, currently heading to his next class. Something ironic for him was that in his past he did not stand out much in the academy, and today he taught classes. He was in charge of the history and languages class. His next class was with one of the older students. The red-eyed boy was very popular among the girls and teachers. His fans were disappointed to learn that he was already married, or so he had confessed in one of his classes. Kurama-sensei was the excited squeal Naruto heard as he walked through the halls, greeting everyone he received with a radiant smile. Naruto arrived at his destination. It was time to teach history class. Without any hurry, he entered the classroom and walked to his desk. The students, upon seeing Naruto enter the classroom, immediately stopped doing anything and concentrated completely on the blonde. Good morning. The greeting was short and simple, receiving a good morning from all the students. Resuming the class, please take out your book, locate yourselves on page 353. We will continue with the Roman Empire. Immediately everyone paid attention, starting the class. Recess. Naruto looked at all the students, or mostly gathered in the cafeteria, some enjoying their lunch, others waiting in the endless line. With nothing else to do, he headed towards the courtyard. Upon reaching his destination, he found some benches among some trees, a good place. He sat down, arranged himself in such a way that he enjoyed the relaxing place and disconnected his consciousness from his body. But his comfortable sleep was broken by the presence of someone sitting next to him. How's everything going, Hagamoro Gigi? HMP, you know, nothing new. Kurama doing his thing. You doing nothing and me looking for something to entertain myself with. If you're here, it means you have something to tell me, doesn't it? Of course, you know there are many fallen angels in the area. That's what I've noticed. Any idea why? Like me, you must have already noticed it, said the old man, pointing to all the students. Those sacred that some humans contain attract a lot of attention from the different beings that inhabit this world. I figured. You'll let the demons, no, the little demons, take care of it, huh? I don't think so. However, I'll let everything take its course and I'll see when I have to act. See you then. The old man disappeared from the place like a ghost. It seems it's time to start acting. A dark smile appeared on his face. Naruto left his comfortable position and headed to the teacher's lounge to distract his mind. From this moment everything would change. Streets of Ko. Naruto walked calmly, next to one of the most famous students of the academy, Haida Issei, one of the perverted beasts. If Jiraiya were alive, he couldn't be happier to have met Issei and induce him to the path of perversion. Naruto shook off those thoughts about his teacher, but without a doubt that would happen. Kurama-sensei, the blonde, turned his attention to the young man. You really are married, I mean, you say you are married, but you have never introduced your wife. Besides, many girls harass you, even teachers. You are a damn lucky one. Ha ha. The laughter was thunderous. I really am. With more than one, however. My wife works a lot and is away from home constantly. I see. The brown-haired man smiled at the blonde. You must love your wife very much, with so many girls wanting to be with you. Of course I love her and a lot. Naruto put on a serious face. Very serious. Listen carefully, Issei. Never make a woman angry. If you paid attention to any of those women, she would suffer something. But hell, both Issei and Naruto himself had a horrible shiver when thinking about an angry woman. Issei kept those words with fire in his soul, as a constant reminder. I'll keep that in mind, sensei. The blonde smiled with satisfaction. He hoped to do his work of the day, by saving a poor victim from the clutches of a furious woman. Now then, Kurama. Good afternoon. Excuse me for interrupting. Are you Haida Issei? In front of Issei and Naruto stood a beautiful and attractive girl, around the same age as Issei, with hip-length black hair and violet eyes. Her attire consisted of a school uniform, consisting of a dark red jacket, with a green skirt. Naruto, understanding the situation, "They're also watching you," began to walk away from the place. "Good luck, see you, miss," Issei confirming the girl's question and making the brown-haired boy blush. The blonde-haired boy walked away calmly until he disappeared around a corner. The brown-haired boy timidly answered the question, somewhat stupid since Naruto had already done so, oblivious to the true situation, and that far behind him, a small girl was watching him, looking directly at the beautiful girl who asked for him. Sunday, Co Park. Every muscle and nerve in Issei's body trembled horribly. The woman he claimed to be his date and future girlfriend had become something completely different. The beautiful girl his age had changed, transformed. In the process of transformation, she grew a little taller, taking on a more mature appearance, and her eyes grew darker, giving her a more evil look. Her clothing has also changed drastically, now consisting of black leather straps around and under her breasts. She wears gauntlets that reach almost to her shoulders with short chains hanging from them. She has black shoulder pads. One of the shoulder pads, the right one, has 3 large spikes. She also wears black high-heeled boots that reach up to her thighs. "I'll tell you again, would you die for me?" Issei could not finish processing the situation. The being in front of him formed an enormous spear of light. Putting all his attention on that created weapon, Issei took control of his own fear, seeing the direction of that object pointing his heart. "Don't blame me, believe me, I'm just following orders. I must ascend, and to do so, you must die for what's inside you. If there's someone to blame, blame him." Pointing upwards with his free hand, without giving the brown-haired man time to respond, he threw the object at enormous speed before the brown-haired man's eyes. Closing his eyes tightly and asking for forgiveness for being the kind of person he was, he prepared to receive the blow, hoping it would not be painful. But nothing happened. A feeling of horrible heaviness invaded the place. Ethnic fear of opening his eyes and seeing death in front of him. "Wow, but what a liar you are, Kato-chan. Look at blaming the one above. No, that's not right at all." Issei heard those words and felt as if his soul returned to his body. Why would the one above be to blame for this boy's death, when it's your weapon that killed him? Come on, you can't be so low as to wash your hands with that pathetic excuse. You know, Issei froze. If that girl scared him, he almost had a heart attack when he felt a horrible presence. That one, he didn't know what it was, but it emanated a horrible presence. So he squeezed his eyes even more, crying and feeling as if he didn't exist in front of that being. "I hate beings like you, simple cowards," the presence despised. Issei waited patiently every second until he stopped feeling that. Being calmer, but no less scared, he debated whether to open his eyes or die in the darkness. But sometimes stupidity wins over reason. Trembling like a sheet of paper in a blizzard, he slowly opened his eyes. As he did so, he saw the bleeding face of his date Ma, her name coming out with fear and terror. She tried to speak, but just as she tried, her jaw hit her tongue. "Don't talk, you don't have the right to do so." Before those words, Issei could see the speaker, a boy a little older than him. Not much the truth. He was wearing black shorts with some orange vertical lines on the sides, a white V-neck shirt over it, an orange jacket half open, black open sandals. He was holding his date by the hair. The spear of light that she had previously in her hand now pierced her own stomach. Her eyes screamed for help. They screamed in terror. This guy who had no idea who he was just appeared out of nowhere and held the spear with one finger. Damn it! With one finger! That terrified her, and the worst thing was seeing him in front of her. In less than a second she couldn't even blink when she already had him in front of her, up there in the sky, with his spear in his hand. Then she only felt pain. The spear that she had created now pierced her from side to side. Then he retracted his arm and left the spear inside her, to grab her by the hair and with a single blow break her nose and possibly her skull. She wondered why was she still alive after that blow. "Do you want me to kill her?" Issei opened his eyes in fear. "She hurt you. She tried to kill you." The blonde raised an eyebrow. His blue eyes showed no emotion. Issei didn't know how to answer. Besides, why ask him that? Why should he decide? Was this a punishment for all the bad things he had done until now? For bullying the girls? For not behaving well? If so, he should change. But Yuma, no, that wasn't his name. Rainier tried to kill him despite having behaved as kind and friendly as he could. In the first place, she invited him to this shit. Should she die? Had others already been killed by her? The blonde raised his eyebrow even more. The brown-haired man didn't know how to respond. Do you want me to decide? The question was a relief for him but an immense fear for Rainier, who tried to twist in the blonde's arm. But she couldn't. The fear of thinking about what he could do to her if she tried to escape was greater than her own need for life. Right now, deep down, she wanted him to kill her already. The brown-haired man nodded fearfully. The blonde just smiled. Issei watched in astonishment as Rainier was left embedded in the ground, most likely with her bones broken, semi-conscious. Look, little Fallen-chan, I won't kill you. Well, at least it won't be like that today. But believe me, if you go back to where they sent you to do this, they will kill you, which would save me the work. The boy, maybe it's because of the shock, but he didn't decide if he should die or not. Decision that belongs to him. The blonde spoke without caring that Rainier almost didn't understand what he said because of the pain, and that she was already losing consciousness. Fallen-chan, think about what you jokes. I know who you are. The boy knows who you are. The demons that guard this area know who you are. The one who sent you to do this, they all know who you are. Eventually one of us will hunt you down. So live with that. Live with that fear. The blonde put on a very dark smile. How was it possible that someone who looked so friendly could do that? Was Issei's thought when he saw that blonde say the last thing to Rainier. Then he turned to look at him. What is happening? Issei stepped back fearfully. Let's see, it would be best if you went back home. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. But it would be good if you spoke with Rias Gremory. You study at the same academy. Tell her that Naruto sent you. Just tell her that. She will explain the matter to you. The blonde smiled as friendly as he could. Don't worry about her, leave her there, she deserves it. Although we may see her again, they will come to pick her up. Well, see you. With those last words he said goodbye and disappeared in a flash. Was the coherent ointment that came out of Issei. Thursday, Ko Academy, a cult club. Issei was nervous, and it wasn't because of the fresh memory of yesterday. Well, that affected him greatly, but being in front of the most popular people in the academy. Besides, why the hell did he come here in the first place? It was true that guy had told him that he should come with her, Rias Gremory, who looked at him with a charming and kind smile. So Hayato, right? The brown-haired man just nodded, still fearful and nervous. What do I owe your visit to? Someone told me I should come. I should talk to you about what happened yesterday. Rias raised her eyebrow as a sign for him to continue. Yesterday I was attacked by a fallen. That's what he called it. He was my date, and out of the blue he attacked me with killing intent. The brown-haired man didn't omit any detail when recounting his experience. I see, and who told you to come with me? Asked the demon. His name was The brown-haired man didn't seem to remember it. Naruto. It was a doubtful whisper, but it was very well heard by Rias. The redhead opened her eyes in astonishment, but then a beautiful smile graced her face. Okay, Hayato Issei, please take a seat. What I'm going to tell you will take a little time. She smiled happily as she indicated for him to sit in front of her. Streets of Ko. Uzumaki. Naruto walked calmly through the streets accompanied by Grafia. The blonde decided to help him with the shopping. The blonde was thinking about what happened last night. The fallen killing humans. Azazel ordering to kill humans. Was it really him? There was a possibility, since Azazel was crazy about the sacred gears. But those were not his methods, he thought. No, he thinks he knows him to know that he would not do that. Kokobile is possibly involved in all this. Sigh. At the sigh of the blonde, Grafia turned to look at him. Forgetting about the shopping with an apple in her hand, she focused all her attention on the blonde. Is something wrong? Naruto turned to look at her and smiled as he took one of her hands. When we're home we'll talk about it. What's left to buy? Grafia knew Naruto well enough to know that nothing would work if she insisted. Naruto was very stubborn. At the touch of his hand, she smiled and they continued shopping. Weeks later, Ko Academy. Kurama was in front of Rias Gremory and her entourage. Everyone was doing their daily routines except for the new member. Bachu, the brown-haired man, raised his hand. She just smiled at him and signaled, it's not that I'm being rude or anything, but what's Kurama-sensei doing here? The brown-haired man asked. Then everyone turned their attention to the red-eyed man. He was quietly reading a book, ignorant of the whole matter. He turned to look at the brunette. Do you have a problem with it, Issei? The brunette felt intimidated by the dull blonde's gaze. None, sensei. I commented hastily. The blonde just smiled. From time to time we must be supervised by a teacher, and this month the visits will be evaluated by Kurama-sensei. Akino entered the conversation carrying some cups of tea. I see, was the brown-haired man's only response. he decided to forget the matter and continue with what he was doing. A few minutes passed in pleasant silence. Well, not for everyone. And Issei, how's it going at the club? The blonde started. I heard that you don't harass girls anymore, the blonde continued. The brown-haired man only tensed more when he felt Kaniko's penetrating gaze. Well, sensei, many things have happened, the brown-haired man began, since he didn't know how to approach the subject of not being human anymore. For several reasons I have decided to change, or well, I'm trying to. The brown-haired man finished with a stupid face. I see, I'm glad, the blonde smiled, turning to look at him momentarily and then continuing with his reading. I must assume, was it because of the girl from that time? What a rascal you've turned out to be. Look, you already have a girlfriend. The blonde let out a small laugh. The brown-haired boy got nervous. Those memories were still very fresh in his mind. Well, you could say yes, but not her in that sense. The brown-haired man had a dark look and clenched his fist tightly, something that did not go unnoticed by those present. Oh, excuse me for talking about things I shouldn't. The blonde smiled at him to reassure him and make him understand that he wouldn't continue with the subject. The brown-haired boy smiled back and relaxed. And how about the harassment, sensei? The brown-haired man decided to make a joke to lighten the mood. Well, you know, a lot of harassment all around. The blonde laughed at that comment, as did the brown-haired man. We must highlight that both Naruto and Issei get along very well. Naruto has seen that Issei, despite being a pervert, is a good boy. He knew in advance that in one way or another he was going to get involved in the supernatural issue. So when dealing with the boy, he liked being able to start a conversation on any subject. At a certain point he reminded him of himself, when he was a kid long before the war. He still remembered when he tried to spy on the girls in the hot springs, things that are better kept and not said. The blonde smiled at that melancholic memory. Besides, Jiraiya's influence was not the best. Remembering everything that happened during those 3 years of training made him feel good, but at the same time very sad. Jiraiya's death is something that still hurts him a lot to this day. Naruto decided to forget his memories and stood up unexpectedly. Well, young people, we're done with today's visit. The blonde smiled at them. Thank you very much for your welcome. Akino-san, as always, your tea is the most exquisite. She smiled at that comment. Rias-san, Yodo-kun, Kaniko-chan, Issei, Akino-san, we'll see you later. With that farewell, he left the room. Park. Days later, Naruto watched the interaction between Issei and a small and beautiful nun. He knew immediately that Issei managed to make friends with the nun without even knowing each other that well. He saw him walk away with her. He knew that this would bring problems later, possibly sooner rather than later. Fingers snapping. By doing this action and the park being only a dome covered the area, keeping intruders away, a barrier was raised. Sorry for being late. A girl's agitated voice caught his attention, and he smiled lovingly. No problem. The blonde hugged her. Tell me, how was your day? He took her by the hand to sit her on a bench. A little stressed. Issei is a good boy, but he always gets into trouble. He hasn't done his work very well. Give him time. I sent him with you for a reason, which I won't tell you. The blonde took his hand. Look, you have the legendary Sekurudai in your entourage. That was a risky move. He took all 8 of my pawn pieces. The redhead relaxed and let her weight fall onto the bench, forgetting all high-class girl protocol. Why didn't you send him with Sona? She asked. Why should I? He asked. She just remained silent. Don't doubt yourself, Rias. Sona may seem like a better king, but she doesn't have to be, okay? She smiled and gave him a soft kiss. He pulled her closer to him and deepened the kiss. Oh, my little Rias is very affectionate, the blonde joked. We haven't seen each other for days, she said, leaning against his chest. The blonde ran his hand over her shoulder. Yes, I know. I had things to attend to, that's why I couldn't be with you. It doesn't matter. Rias. Yeah? Forget it. When the time comes we will talk, said the. Are you okay? She looked at him worriedly. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. I would never do anything to hurt you. He kissed her on the forehead. Well, tell me, how have you been? Well, you see, Uzumaki house. While Naruto was with Rias, Grafia watched through her familiar as Issei took the little nun to the church. Naruto had entrusted her to watch him but not to interfere. She shouldn't get involved. At the moment it wasn't appropriate, but it's not as if the boy was sensible. He was literally going to the mouth of his natural enemy. Why is Naruto so interested in you? She couldn't find an answer to that, and the blonde just evaded the subject. She knew that the boy contained a legendary dragon. He possessed the weapon to kill a god if trained properly. The blonde was up to something and she didn't like not knowing it. Sometimes Naruto tends to be very mysterious and reserved when he wants to be. She knew he was very stubborn and therefore he was never going to confess to her, and it's not that she didn't trust him. She knew it wasn't like that, she just did it. More for fun. I gained nothing by thinking about it. I sighed in frustration. His thoughts were cut off as he saw a trio of fallen angels watch Issei walk away from the church, the boy ignorant of this fact. Go Park. I understand, was what the blonde said as he hung up the call. What happened? Issei is in trouble, Rias. The fallen, seeing that he is not dead, go after him. Because you said so? Graphia told me she saw him take a nun to the church, calm down well, ignorant of the fact that it was enemy territory and that they were watching him. He just left her at the entrance and left. Oh, Issei, the redhead sighed frustratedly. You have to treat him kindly, precious. He's new to all this. The blonde gave her a soft kiss on the lips and stood up from the bench. I'll be close was the last thing he said before disappearing along with the barrier. The redhead just sighed, stood up and walked calmly towards the Ko Academy. Abandoned church, night. Naruto walked calmly through the dark corridors of the church basement, managing to reach the main room where there was a kind of altar. So, this is your base of operations, the blonde sighed and decided to explore the place. Let's see what we find around here. He made a tour of the entire room, inspecting each object in detail, until he was in front of the altar. Why a cross? Naruto carefully observed the altar, already imagining the atrocities that would be done or would be done in that place. Arg! A moan was heard, drawing his attention. Naruto was wearing a black robe with red cloud prints. Ha! What a huge irony! I dress like those who killed my Jinchuriki brothers and those who killed my master, the one who forced my father and mother to die, the one who destroyed my village. The blonde remembered those moments, and headed towards the place. I can't deny it, I always thought they looked cooler with this. The blonde stifled a laugh. Besides, I only do it for the genuine representation of this cloak, the piece that Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan originally sought, long before they became what they ended up being. The blonde was talking to himself, or so it seemed. I never asked you, said Hagamoro out of nowhere. I was just telling you, stupid old man, grumbled the blonde, ignoring the old man in front of him. What are you planning to do? The blonde stopped in front of a fallen man who had a wooden beam through his stomach. I need to know what you're planning, and this dearest friend of mine will tell me everything. The blonde smiled foxily and his eyes changed. His pupil turned fiercely and turned red with 3 tomos spinning around it. The Sharingan was shown before them. You like crows, was what the blonde said, staring at the fallen one, who was paralyzed before those strange eyes. Days later, night, near the church. Naruto just watched intently as Issei, Kiba and Kaneko hurriedly headed towards the church, which was full of exorcists, and some fallen. We'll see if it's necessary to intervene or not. Naruto vanished into the shadows of the night. Church. Issei along with Kaneko and Kiba finish off the exorcists. Issei go for Asia. We'll finish them off. Issei nodded and retreated as quickly as possible to the basement of the church. Upon arriving, he could observe with fear, pain, anger, hatred as Rainier withdrew the sacred gear that her nun friend possessed, and as she, half naked, looked at him with regret and pain but not hatred, she smiled warmly, and some whispers came out of her small lips. Issei fell to his knees, not caring about the fallen's mad laughter, not even that he was surrounded by exorcists. Other fallen were next to Rainier watching as she obtained the power that would make them ascend. Kill him! Roared the fallen one upon seeing the brunette with a crazed smile. Issei did not feel the pain of the sword embedded in his right leg. He only looked at the lifeless body of Asia who, crucified, only made the most morbid scene. Issei could not conceive such a thought. He could not believe that his weakness killed someone so noble, a noble being. His eyes darkened by the pain of losing the nun with whom he formed an immediate friendship. The cuts or blows received mattered little to him, not even knowing that if he continued like this he would die. Rainier watched with emotion as Chestnut's heart slowly broke. As his sanity faded away, she couldn't hold back a laugh, something that didn't go unnoticed by her companions. What's going on? One of them asked. The deceased had the appearance of a middle-aged man with short black hair and dark blue eyes. His attire consisted of a light gray trench coat over a white dress shirt with a matching handkerchief, black pants and shoes, a pair of black gloves, and a black fedora. At her side was a fallen woman with the appearance of a tall, plump woman with long navy blue hair that obscured her right eye and her brown eyes. Her outfit consisted of a maroon blouse with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black high heels. The top of the trench coat was open at her chest, revealing her breasts and cleavage. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck. She appears to be wearing a white shirt underneath the top, but it's only visible from underneath. And on the other side of Rainier, another fallen with the appearance of a girl with blonde hair styled in pigtails and blue eyes. She wore a gothic Lolita outfit, consisting of a black Lolita dress with white ruffles, a large black bow in the front and a green jewel embedded in the collar, white thigh-high socks and black shoes. She also wore a large black bow on top of her hair. "Now we can prove our place to Azazel-sama," Rainier said ecstatically, enjoying the view in front of her, and only for the price of this nun's life. Everyone immediately froze. A horrible feeling invaded them. An instinct announcing death was present in the basement. Ha ha! A thunderous laugh sounded throughout the place. Red eyes were seen in the shadows like a cliché scene saying that stupidity. The being showed itself to the horror of Rainier, who stepped back fearfully and calm, for Issei, who let out a bitter smile. "I thought I had given you a chance to correct yourself." Naruto looked hard at the black-haired girl. "And you waste it like this. This time I can't let you go. You've killed an innocent." "I can't stay calm." The blonde disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone tensed. They didn't see it or feel it. The blonde reappeared behind the fallen one dressed in a trench coat. Everyone watched in horror as the guy's head flew out from a clean cut. With a dull sound his head fell and then his body, which spilled blood on the floor. The blonde smiled darkly before disappearing from everyone's sight. One by one the bodies of the exorcists who had surrounded Issei fell until none were left alive. "Only you three remain," was what was heard everywhere. The lowly tried to escape but was stopped by the blonde, who grabbed her foot and slammed her against the ground. Her bones cracked. She didn't even have time to scream in pain when he jumped with her still held by the foot and threw her to the ground, sinking her into it. Then he dropped on her head, crushing her with his feet. The other fallen screamed in terror when they saw the blonde do something. With a macabre smile, then disdain appeared behind the blue-haired girl. He grabbed her arm tightly. She tried to react, but it was too late. She only felt how her arm was brutally ripped from her body. "Ah!" The cry of pain was heard all the way to the outskirts of the church. Naruto, even with his arm torn off, grabbed it harder and smashed it into the fall's face, making him taste blood and breaking his nose in the process. He fell face down on the ground, blood staining his vision. Before he could even react, his head exploded. "Bang!" was the echo that was heard throughout the place. Rainier was paralyzed. She couldn't even articulate a word, even though her instincts were telling her to. They didn't demand that she flee the place as soon as possible, but she couldn't, even knowing that she was facing death. She cried without being able to control the reactions of her own body. "You were a bad girl, Kato-chan." Rainier reacted and took flight. A kick to her head embedded her in the ground. She howled in pain as she felt, once again, her bones creak. "Hayata Issei, I'll ask you again. Do you wish for me to die?" Issei stared at the fallen one. She fearfully returned to her Yuma appearance and tried to speak. "I want Asia back." The brown-haired man cut off all attempts at persuasion from the black-haired woman. "Okay, take the nun out of here and leave the church." The brown-haired man stood up hastily. Naruto waited patiently for Issei to come out with the blonde and waited a few more minutes. When he made sure that no one was in the church anymore, he turned to see the fallen one. "Dying will be a luxury for you, but it is what I must give you." I inhaled sharply for a few seconds. Katan, Bakufu Ranbu, fire release, wild dance of explosive winds. Naruto expelled a powerful blast of fire from his mouth that began to spin until it created a destructive whirlwind that consumed everything. Church entrance. "Issei, I see that you are Rias." Gremory appeared in front of her entourages, accompanied by Akino. Boom! A huge explosion made them retreat from the place. The church was burning in flames to the stupefaction of the Gremory entourage. Everyone saw that flame that was not seen in the city due to a barrier that was previously put in place. "Issei, what happened in there?" Rias couldn't stop staring at the huge flame. The heat it projected was suffocating. Issei was about to make a request, but a bright green light came out of the enormous flame and approached the nun's body. Everyone watched that event expectantly. "Do you want me to reincarnate her?" Issei's eyes glowed brightly, then turned glassy, and we shed a few tears. Thank you, sob, sob, sob. The crying alarmed the redhead, but she calmed down when she saw the boy's smile. Let's begin then, was what Rias said, while her entire entourage surrounded Issei. Chapter 8: Fox vs. Bird. So a new member? Said the red-eyed man upon seeing Asia joining the occult club. Asia-chan, how was your stay at this academy? Asked the blonde man, seeing the little blonde girl. Everyone is very kind to me, Kurama-sensei. I see, that's good. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to tell me, Asia, was what the blonde said. Receiving a nod from the blonde, he smiled at her and returned to his reading. It had been a few days since Asia reincarnated as a demon and joined Rias's entourage. In this short time the blonde kept abreast of any situation with the fallen and how, where their base of operations used to be, or one of them, as he supposed, was nothing more than rubble and ash. After seeing their disaster he knew that he should have held back a little more, despite not adding much chakra to the technique. This is of a high rank. Naruto thought that Kokobile would make some move after killing that group of fallen, but it seemed that they were mere puppets. Well, young people, we have finished today's visit. The blonde smiled kindly as he left the place while saying goodbye to everyone. Days later. How did we get to this? The blonde asked, watching a sports match, specifically tennis, between Rias Gremory and Sona Citri, two demons, one a club president and the other a student committee president. The blonde man looked on in amazement as they did not even slightly conceal their use of demonic power. Of course, to human eyes they were simple balls thrown with great power. But to the eyes of someone supernatural, he could glimpse the demonic power emanating from them. Of course, they were accompanied by their respective queens, a delight to the eyes of the male audience, and the occasional girl. Amazing, right, sensei? That's right, Hayadu, was the only thing the blonde said, as he walked to another side. Are you leaving, sensei? The game is over, Issei. See you in a few days, on the next visit to the club. The blonde waved goodbye. At the same time, the game between the girls ended in a tie. Days later, afternoon, Ko Academy. Naruto walked in his alter ego through the backyard of the academy towards the occult club. Something deep inside him told him that something not very pleasant would happen when he arrived. Without caring about that, he continued on his way at a calm pace, managed to visualize the building. He entered it. With the words still in his mouth, the blonde looked with displeasure and anger. A lot of anger towards those present. A tall guy, measuring 1.80 m, with short blonde hair, dressed formally. He didn't dislike the guy being here. He knew that eventually this event would happen, but he didn't think how quickly. The blonde guy had one of his hands in Rias's hair, passing it over her shoulder, blatantly sticking her to him, and the other was groping Rias's leg to the displeasure of the spectators. Everyone paid attention to the red-eyed man who entered the room. The blonde guy only saw him as a mere insect. Rias felt uncomfortable, but not because of the situation. Something told her that it was not good for her teacher to see her in those circumstances. It would be worse if it was Naruto. Although something different would have happened, from one moment to the next everyone tensed up. A feeling of death flooded the place. Issei already recognized that feeling, but, as it came it went. Forgive my intrusion, the dull blonde smiled kindly. Rias-san, today I must make the last visit to your club. The blonde looked at her directly. He knew he should hide his true emotions. It was not good to destroy this city out of jealousy. The innocent should not pay for a damn chicken. Rias took the opportunity to get away from the blonde who responded to the name of Razor Phoenix. Kurama-sensei, could we postpone the visit for another day? Please. Silence settled over the place for a few long seconds. Okay, Rias-san, I'll make an exception for you. The red-eyed man smiled at her, and with a farewell he calmly left the place. Rias mentally cursed herself for Razor's arrival. She had forgotten that her teacher would come today. A few more minutes passed. What have you come for, Razor? Rias was direct, and showed her hostility. Night, occult club. Rias cried bitterly in solitude, accompanied by the knight. Her engagement had been brought forward, and what hurt her the most was that she hadn't had enough courage to confess it to Naruto. She knew everything possible about the blonde, from what her brother told her, and what he personally had told her about himself, and she was afraid of losing him. She had fallen in love, and she didn't want him to go away. Deep down she knew that he wouldn't do it, but there was the doubt that, even knowing that Naruto hid from the supernatural world, would he show himself again just for her? Would he return to the underworld to cancel their engagement? That doubt made her heart falter, Even more so knowing that Naruto already had other wives. She didn't know them all. Naruto had told her it was better that way. They would eventually show themselves. Some decided to move on with their lives without being with Naruto all the time. She knew from Seraphal's own mouth that they had a history and she was Naruto's first love. Was she worth more than Seraphal? To make him leave, she knew it wasn't like that. Seraphal occupied, much to her pain, a place that she couldn't occupy in the heart of the mustachioed blonde. She knew that Naruto loved her. He did, and he showed it every chance he got. Sometimes he wasn't with her because of his ideals. His job kept him constantly on the move, and of course, he had wives. Wives, she was just his girlfriend, the little girl who had managed to get into his heart. It was hard, but she managed it. She wondered if any of her sisters had had these same doubts. If they had faltered when something so difficult came between them and the blonde, what would they have done? A three-pronged kunai lay on the desk. She had tried to use it. Naruto gave it to her, a long time ago. If you need me, just think of me, and stick this kunai near you. I'll be there immediately. That was what he said. Some holes were visible on the desk. She didn't know how many times she had tried already. The blonde didn't appear. She knew the kunai worked. She had used it on other occasions, and to her amazement, Naruto appeared in a flash. Why didn't he do it this time? A memory invaded her mind. Flashback starts. Rias Gremory had just obtained permission from her parents to attend the human world and live a life as one of them, as long as she took on certain responsibilities. It would be her first year in an academy for humans, so as such she was nervous. She didn't know how her new classmates would see her, despite the fact that she already had some members in her entourage, and they had forged a friendship like no other. This was different. Why are you so nervous, Soju-chan? Her question about a young boy made her forget all thoughts. In front of her was a very handsome boy. Damn hormones, she thought. The boy seemed terribly familiar to her. It's my first day in this city, she confessed, and she didn't even know why she had done it. But for a little princess like you, it would be easy to adapt to a place like this. I'm not a little princess. She quickly covered her mouth, and a cute blush graced her face. You don't have to be so serious, he said in a bored tone. Besides, you shouldn't talk to strangers, she said, looking at him suspiciously. Do you think I want to do something to you? He asked her innocently. She just stepped back, taking precaution. Ha ha! His thunderous laughter only made her think that the young man in front of her was crazy. My brother will be here soon, I confessed quickly. TCH, I don't want to meet your brother Siscon, he said in a bored tone. She was surprised. Hey, do me a favor. If you keep the secret that we saw each other, I'll tell you a secret about your beloved Oni-sama, or as I call him, Sir-chan. He smiled foxily. Ria-tan, was the scream she heard. Don't call me that, Oni-sama. She made a cute pout, forgetting about the young man in front of her, the redhead who came to her and just hugged her. Smiling, Oni-sama wanted she was left with her words because the young man, who was blonde, was no longer there. What's wrong, Rias? Forget it, Oni-sama. It was nothing important. Flashback ends. That had been his first encounter with the blonde. He didn't know who he was until he returned to the underworld and saw a photo of him, along with his brother. He still wondered why he decided to hide it from his parents and brother that he had met the legend Uzumaki Naruto. But he didn't regret it. I need you, sob, sob, sob. A part of her wanted to see him, needed to see him. But another part was afraid of how he would react. Faraways of Japan. Brat, calm down. Kurama was lying on the little grass, watching as Naruto reduced an island to a mere desert place with huge craters. And there goes another piece of the island. Kurama just watched as another large fragment of the island sank into the ocean. If this continued, the barrier placed by Hagamoro would go to hell in no time. Let's not get so dramatic about this, Hagamoro said. Naruto ceased his anger. Nothing was gained by destroying an island, but that damn bird touched something that belongs to him. Naruto already knew that Rias was engaged. Oh, how he wished to have a long talk with his father-in-law. Ha! Because if that bird believed that Rias was his, he was dead. Rias was his and no one else. He had been with Rias for a few years and had been in a relationship. It hurt him. He can't deny that she didn't tell him about the engagement. For a moment he thought, if she was using him, but Grafia, not in a good way, made him understand that she had doubts. Besides, knowing that he already had other wives, and it's not as if he was the most expressive when it comes to love, or that's what Grafia told him. But even so, he would not hesitate to help her, to rescue her from such an atrocity. Because for Naruto that was very bad, forcing someone to love, he could not forget or forgive that. All his wives are with him because they want it that way, none were forced, and he knew there was room to lose by having a harem, but none of them objected. She's a girl, Naruto, a girl with a fragile heart. You have to understand that she was afraid to tell you because of the rejection you might give her. I wouldn't do that, the blonde defended himself. We know, we're just saying that you should reconsider. Wouldn't it be better that instead of destroying an island, you were with it and looked for a solution to this problem? Don't be an idiot. You might really lose it by ignoring its call. The blonde remained silent. He knew that Kurama and Hagamura were right. But the damage was already done. He had already failed in his calling, even when he promised to do so whenever she needed him. But let's not get confused. It's not that he didn't feel betrayed. He was afraid of confronting her with the anger he felt, not anger towards her, but at himself for not being able to do anything. He was in front of the damn bird and wanted to kill it when he saw Rias's face of disgust and irritation when she was touched by him. But he wanted everything to continue. Kurama looked at his friend's thoughtful face. He felt like crushing him with one of his paws. He had been with him for so long, and he was still irritated by how idiotic Naruto could be. Seriously, he didn't know how he could stand it. He was about to say something to him, when the blonde disappeared in a flash. A cult club. Naruto appeared in a flash and saw Rias asleep, some tear marks running down her cheek, fatally marring her beautiful face and making him feel like trash. How big of an idiot can I be? The blonde carried her in his arms and took her to the bed that was in the room. He thought about taking her home, but it was better to live one more day. He wouldn't know how to explain to Grafia her condition. My little Rias, I'm so sorry, I'm not mad at you. He ran his hand over her cheek, wiping away the trace of tears. I haven't stopped loving you either. I already knew about this, however, it hurt me that you didn't tell me. I could have helped you in advance. Grafia had told him to wait until she said it, and he could act. It took me a long time to react. But there's still time. The blonde kissed her cheek. Her expression changed to a calmer one. Do your best. If you fail, don't worry, because I'll come for you. The blonde sheltered her. I love you. He disappeared as he had come, and with him, the kunai. Days later, dimension raiding game. Issei, enough. Rias looked imposingly as her efforts went to hell. If Issei continued fighting Razor, he would die. There is no need to continue. Issei. Rias cried, unable to stand it any longer. Not even seeing how little Asia cried uncontrollably, Rias threw herself to stop the next attack. She stood between him and the brunette. I surrender. That whisper was enough to stop the massacre. The phoenix smiled, his triumph inevitable. Rias cried as she held the unconscious Issei's body. You did well, Issei, thank you. 2 days later, Underworld. Rias looked at her reflection in the mirror in front of her. She always imagined her wedding, an Oriental-style wedding, her declaring her promise of eternal love to the blonde who had taken over her heart. But today everything was different. She didn't cry. She couldn't allow herself to cry, even though she wanted to. There was no turning back. It hurt, and she didn't deny that she imagined the blonde breaking in to take her away. How naive can I be? She lamented. Naruto, I love you. Phoenix Castle, Main Hall. Now, I present to you my beautiful wife Rias Gremory. She came out of a magic circle, dressed as a bride. Far behind them, Serzex watched the event with a neutral face, accompanied by a maid. I think I'll have to intervene myself, sigh. The redhead put on a serious face, but all intention was cut short because the door of the hall was abruptly opened by the body of a soldier. Followed by this another one fell, and another one, and another one, and another one. At this point everyone was surprised. Serzex raised his eyebrow at this event. Walking calmly, footsteps, a guy wearing a black robe with red cloud prints entered the room. Not caring about the looks of disbelief from everyone present, the guy stopped in the center of the place. Several soldiers surrounded him. They're in my way. His voice was soft and cold. All the soldiers shot out to the sides as if they were simple sheets of paper. I wasn't planning on appearing in the underworld these days. One blew eye, and they were glimpsed in the shadow of the hood of the tunic. Who the hell are you? The blonde phoenix exposed his wings in clear annoyance. How dare you interrupt my wedding, you bastard! The guy brought his hands to his hood and took it off. Rias and Serzex were surprised. Rias brought her hands to her mouth and tears came out of her eyes. Serzex walked to everyone's surprise until he reached the one who turned out to be a blonde. Humph! Look at you showing up on this very day. Surzex stretched his hand towards the blonde. He did the same, and instead of a handshake, a fist bump was what everyone saw. Old friend, the blonde said while smiling. Lucifer-sama. The phoenix interrupted them. I forgot we're at my sister's wedding. The redhead smiled and gestured with his hands to the blonde to introduce himself. I wished to be in front of you a few days ago. Unfortunately, I couldn't intervene in a raiding game. The phoenix stepped back. A horrible pressure was felt in the place. An enormous aura covered the intruder. A yellow aura. It shone. The building resonated. The walls creaked. The floor gave way to the power, and the windows exploded. The pressure was so much that many feared fainting and never getting up again. I introduced myself. Although you must know me by now. The aura increased. The phoenix was on his knees. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone stifled a scream. That name belonged to one of the demons who fought in the Civil War. The hero of the demons. That was his name. A demon who fought against all unrest. He did not belong to any clan. He was an orphan and poor. A demon who had no future in the underworld. How wrong they were. He became part of the army, climbing alongside the current Asmodeus to occupy the highest position in the underworld army. That was nothing surprising. That was what was said about him. Those who came to see him fight. He had so many nicknames that the list would never end. But among them stood out the Demon Fox, the one with the flickering body, the Naruto Army, the Butcher. Each nickname had a justified reason. Naruto was a demon without equal. He held the position of super demon, only equaled by the ancient descendant Lucifer, the current Lucifer and the current Beelzebub. His power was immense that it was said that he was the next Lucifer, but for unknown reasons he rejected the position and left the underworld. An amazing fact that is described in books is that he destroyed the city of Lilith completely with a single attack. Naruto was taught in schools, an incentive for those demons without a clan, which was loved and idolized by them. The phoenix was trembling in front of him was a super demon, and all that killing intent was directed towards him. The blonde phoenix could breathe more calmly seeing how Surzex put a hand on the blonde's shoulder, and he stopped his power. It's not necessary to go to such extremes. Naruto, the blonde turned to look at him, but I see you have a problem with Razor-kun. I can forgive you for trying to touch her. Naruto began to walk towards the phoenix. I forgive you all those dirty thoughts. He was already in front of him. But I can't forgive her for crying because of you. Naruto held the phoenix by the collar of his shirt and lifted him up. Surzex. Naruto, what is this about? Surzex became serious. I've come to claim Rias Gremory's hand. Now everyone was stunned. That statement threw everyone off. Rias was crying with happiness. Her entourage, who was forced to be present, almost fainted. Issei smiled. At least he won't allow this to happen. Naruto, do you know what that statement means? Surzex faced him. The blue-eyed one released the phoenix and threw him to the side. Of course I know, but if you insist, I'll clarify. Rias Gremory belongs to me. Rias blushed at such a statement. Surzex looked at him seriously, and then smiled. So it is like that. You know, even though I am Lucifer, I cannot intervene in clan matters. My father and the Phoenix Patriarch made this agreement a few years ago. The redhead let out a sigh. You're saying that if I want to take Rias without coming into conflict with the underworld, I should challenge her suitor for her hand, is that it? That's how it is. If so, I, Uzumaki Naruto, challenge Razor Phoenix for the hand of Rias Gremory. Razor-kun, do you accept the challenge? Remember, if you don't, your clan will look very bad, especially knowing who launched the challenge. The redhead saw the phoenix. The phoenix didn't know how to answer. I accept. Very reluctantly he had to accept. Besides, were those stories that were said about the blonde true, or were they just nonsense? Razor swallowed hard when he saw a very kind smile on the blonde. Super kind. Since you have kindly accepted the challenge, you can compete with your entire peerage. Your team against me. Naruto smiled at him. Look how grateful you must be and not waste this advantage. The sarcasm was palpable in the blonde's voice despite the fact that Razor was naive and didn't realize it. So it shall be, the phoenix declared. Well, since everything is decided, I will be the mediator of this meeting. Remember, it is not forbidden to kill your opponent, nor to use your full power. Just control yourself a little and don't let others get involved. Surzex looked seriously at the blonde. Are you accusing me of something? Me? Not at all. Well, it doesn't look like Surzex. The redhead just ignored him. Well, let the event begin. With a snap of the fingers, both opponents were teleported to a raiding game dimension. Dimension raiding game. The place was nothing more than a wasteland of a volcano. Remember that they were in the territories of the Phoenix clan. Huge elevations of rocks all over the place, with a dark sky, a hot and clear environment, the lava that ran through many parts of the ground and rocks. Naruto was sitting quietly, with an unimportant look and eating some sweets, from the top of a rock, you could say, to the east of the terrain, so the Phoenix and his entourage would appear in the west. Zeldris loved to do everything as a joke. Perhaps his influence as children was not very good, let's say. Bah! Who cared? It was more fun that way. Without mentioning the aforementioned rules, the fight is simple, the last opponent standing wins, was what was heard throughout the place. That indicated the start of the fight. Let's see what this brat does. The blonde continued with his self-imposed task of wasting time. It's not like the Phoenix was that great a thing. Raiding game dimension, near Naruto. The Phoenix wasted no time. As soon as he and his entourage touched the ground, they set off. It was logical that they would appear in the west, the blonde would appear in the east. He would check how strong he was. He wasn't stupid. Or so he thought. He sent 4 of his pawns to see how the blonde fought. He would evaluate him and then act accordingly. Until now he had never lost a raiding game. This wouldn't be the first time. Lee and I, 2 twins with chainsaws, Villain, a pretty girl, dressed as a maid, and finally Sharia, another beautiful girl. These 4 girls ran towards the presence of the blonde. That was easy. Not that Naruto did anything to hide his presence. Quickening their pace, they managed to see the blonde, enjoying some sweets, with an emotionless face, calm, without caring about anything, on a huge pillar. So you are the first. The logical thing was to send you all, he said without looking at them. You are not guilty of the actions of the brat you serve. Well, neither is he. Lord Phoenix and Lord Gremory are guilty. But they do not interest me. I do not mind the commitment. I could undo that with a simple favor. The blonde focused his gaze on the 4 pawns. It bothers me that this damn brat dares to touch Rias. To make her cry. The blonde's eyes shone intimidated to the girls. Like a pawn. A Razor Phoenix pawn retreats. What the hell had happened? They didn't even see the blonde move. A Razor Phoenix pawn retreats. Trembling with fear, the 2 remaining pawns retreated in fear. What kind of monster were they facing? A Razor Phoenix pawn retreats. The last one standing watched in terror as the place where the blonde was empty. Where? The brat underestimates me. A Razor Phoenix pawn retreats. The 4 workers had disappeared as if nothing had happened. Where they had been before, there were only enormous piles of earth, stained with blood. What are you going to do now, brat? With that last bit, the blonde returned to his place. He was in no hurry. The war he experienced in his past life taught him many things, like desperation. That hitch is a hitch. He would make the Phoenix feel it. Dimension raiding game, west. Razor clenched his fists with anger and fear. How could that happen? Not even 3 minutes had passed when his pawns confirmed that they had found the blonde. One after another he listened to the announcements, with astonishment, fear and anger. We'll see how you do with my girls. Those were the ones that were the least useful. Nothing happened with the girls after those harsh words. Maihi, Carmine, Chiris, Shui, Isabella, Mira, Kira, Meru and Buren. Go after that guy. Don't disappoint me like the other trash. Anger was evident in his voice. Razor Oni-sama. The whisper came from a cute girl. With that order the girls set off at a quick pace. Dimension raiding game, east. The knights were the first to arrive for their room. Without mincing words they threw themselves at the blonde, who remained unfazed, sitting quietly, eating his sweets, staring into space. They are in the way with their hands extended towards them. 2 Razor Phoenix knights retreat. The ground behind them sank. A crater formed. 2 more pawns arrived. Despite their fear they decided to carry out his order. Love is very blind. 2 Razor Phoenix pawns retreat. 2 more pawns arrived, followed by the rest of the girls. The blonde was no longer in his place. Kira, one of the remaining pawns, only felt a huge pain in her stomach. A Razor Phoenix pawn retreats. Look at the last pawn standing. She only saw herself blown against one of the pillars, with her cheek and possibly her teeth broken. A Razor Phoenix pawn retreats. Isabella, one of the towers, ran towards the blonde with her staff in her hands. The staff broke into 1,000 pieces as soon as it touched the aura that the blonde gave off. It was almost imperceptible. Waving his hand, the blonde threw it against one of the rock pillars. At this point, words were unnecessary. A Razor Phoenix tower retreats. The blonde disappeared from the sight of the remaining ones. Fearfully they gathered, back to back, the last 3 pieces standing out of the dimension. All the spectators were fearful. This was the legendary demon, Uzumaki Naruto, a neighborhood with more than half of the nobility. The most disturbing thing about what he had done was that he had not used any magic, only gentle movements that literally transformed the terrain. Surzek sighed heavily. Naruto was angry. He knew him perfectly, but he was intrigued by how he had met his sister and how they had come to such a relationship. Rias was oblivious to everything, even the accusing glances from those closest to her, the excitement, the illusion she had. Nothing could replace that feeling. Naruto had declared that they were in a relationship, and proof of this is that he was challenging Razor for her hand. They were going to get married. Dimension rating game, East. Shui the last tower only felt his arm break, howling in pain to the horror of his last companion. Another bone broken, the foot, a few ribs, with a final blow thrown far away. A Razor Phoenix tower retreats. With horror the last one standing only glimpsed how the blonde ignored her and walked towards the west. They're just a waste of time. The blonde threw the box of candy, his robes hiding his body. Don't feel bad about it. They couldn't do anything against me. The girl fell to her knees. This was a super demon. She looked up only to see one of the pillars on top of her. She turned to the blonde only to see how he lowered his hand. A Razor Phoenix bishop retreats. Dimension rating game, West. With fear, Razor only heard how one by one his girls fell. What kind of demon was that damn blonde bastard? How could he humiliate him like that? Razor-sama, the Razor Phoenix's queen retreats. Razor turned his face towards the place where his queen had been. A huge ball of fire was just inches away from touching that place. B-O-M-M. The huge explosion shook the place, sending the phoenix far away, destroying several pillars with its body. Revel Phoenix, Razor's sister, his last piece standing, was also thrown by the enormous fireball. Bringing out her fire wings, the girl managed to stabilize herself in the air. Despite the fact that her brother was the one closest to his queen, that explosion had indeed hurt her. You're his sister, right? The girl turned her face towards the place of the voice, glimpsing the blonde with his smiling face. But not a malicious or mocking smile, a kind smile. The girl instinctively put herself on guard. Go, I give you the opportunity to leave this place. Your intervention is little to see my Rias hurt. However, you agree with this. Something that by itself already makes me angry. The blonde was already in front of her. She paralyzed, could not do anything. Do not be confused by my kindness. If you do not accept my proposal, I will eliminate you, as I did with your companions. Unlike you, they would have rejected this proposal. Their obedience blinds them. The blonde extended his open hand towards her. I give up. A Razor Phoenix bishop retreats. The phoenix regrouped. His entire entourage had been defeated as if nothing had happened. A phoenix, a clan of legendary, unmatched demons, the immortals, defeated by this guy. He didn't care about his history. In his eyes he was nothing more than trash. How could he dare to humiliate him? I'll kill you! A huge flame covered the phoenix's body, an enormous power covering the dimension. The fire that the guy gave off was intense, very intense. Everything around him began to heat up. The stone melted. The sky was bathed in the color of the fire that he gave off. A primal appearance took on this fire, an enormous bird of fire, the immortal phoenix. A huge roar covered the place. The bird slowly finished forming. Intense red eyes were looking for its prey. The bird turned its gaze upwards. A kick knocked it down to the ground, taking flight again. It was knocked down again. Once again it took flight, and once again it returned to this. Another roar shook the place, but it was silenced. The bird was thrown against some pillars. Recovering in full flight, the bird shook its body. Your fire is useless against me. It's surprising that you've reached this level of power without much interest. The blonde Uzumaki drew seals with one hand. Suetun. Daibakufu no Jutsu. Water release. Great waterfall jutsu. A small torrent of water began to emerge in front of Naruto. This, the more it lengthened, its dimensions increased until it formed an enormous torrent of water. A whirlpool much larger than the fire bird. The bird could not avoid the enormous torrent. It only rammed it, knocking it to the ground and dragging it along, taking everything in its path. An enormous path of destruction was left by the jutsu after it finished. At the end of the path, the phoenix lay semi-conscious, shirtless, with his pants in tatters, bathed in water. The bird had been extinguished when the torrent touched it. Naruto fell to the ground, his face unchanged. He walked calmly towards the phoenix, When he arrived, he positioned himself next to his head, under his sight. "You don't deserve the effort. You're just another piece of trash." Harsh and cruel words. Even Rias, who knew the blonde, was surprised. "You know what amuses me the most?" She placed her foot on the blonde's face and began to rub it. "I can say and know that in part it is not your fault. You were forced by the treaty established between clans, however. That does not exempt you from all the blame." A harsh sentence, and the blonde phoenix's head sank into the ground without thinking twice. Even with more eagerness, you decided to force Rias to accept you. Miserable rat. The phoenix's head sank even further, believing yourself to be superior, believing that everything can be within your reach just because of the blood you possess. Withdrawing his foot, with great pain and effort, the phoenix lifted his head from the ground and knelt down. "What can you know?" The phoenix shouted. "You know nothing. You have no idea of anything. This only ensures the survival of our species. You should know it, you who claim to be a legendary demon." Full of anger and hatred, he glared at the blue water. "Survival? This will only lead them to extinction," the blonde said, bored. "I do not consider myself a legendary demon. I have done little for this world. I have given little back." The phoenix continued to look at him with hatred. "I am not saying that this is wrong. In the same way it is part of the demonic culture. I mean, this of selling women." The blonde Uzumaki took him by the neck. "For me, they can continue doing it. I will not be the only one who will oppose. Maybe another war will come to ravage this place, and I will gladly participate." He tightened his grip and lifted him up, brought him closer to his face. "But I want you to learn firsthand that you, damn phoenix trash, are insignificant, that damn ego and pride of yours are nothing. You say that I accept that you can touch and take away something that already belongs to me." The blonde tightened his grip even more. The phoenix tried to free himself. "You will pay for having touched my RIS." Naruto threw the phoenix away. This skid before crashing into a rock pillar. Trying to get up, the phoenix removed the rocks that were on him. His regeneration took effect. When he opened his eyes, he only saw Naruto's foot. A crater was formed, with the phoenix in the middle. Without wasting much time, Naruto took the phoenix and threw it up. It recomposed itself in the air. It was of no use. A blow to his right cheek, a kick to his ribs, a kick to his knee, it broke. Another punch to his cheek, some teeth came loose. A headbutt broke his nose. Another kick sent his ribs for a walk. A kick made him fall to the ground. Before throwing a punch, he sent it flying towards a pillar. A fist stopped their crash, sending them upwards. A kick brought him back to the ground. A punch towards a winged one. Another one up. With one last blow, the blonde sank the phoenix's bruised hide into the ground, giving him no quarter. Naruto took the phoenix's foot and slammed it against the ground repeatedly. Out of the dimension. Everyone watched in fear as the phoenix did nothing to stop the massacre that the other blonde was inflicting on him. Only Isama Rias looked at Surzex. "Calm down, Rias. Naruto won't kill him." The redhead kept looking at the screen that projected the massacre, or so I hope. Surzex knew that it wasn't good to mess with a lover of the blonde. He knew it firsthand. Many had perished for touching Seraphal. And Seraphal, where was she? Only Isama Ravel looked in horror at her brother's bloody body in the hands of the blonde Uzumaki, the legendary demon. What could her brother do against a Mao-level demon? Uzumaki Naruto Sona Citri watched as the Uzumaki cruelly massacred the phoenix. Would he be conscious? Her sister, Seraphal Leviathan, said that her self-proclaimed husband called himself Seraphal Uzumaki. This was a very kind and noble demon, friendly, kind, loving, that they forgave her, but she did not see that. She only looked at a demon, who without any emotion, gave the humiliation of his life to another, even her mother, being a woman of hard and even cold character. Was kind. When the blonde was a topic of conversation, she knew that Naruto was linked to the citrus, from there was part of the immense respect that was had for them. Sona grimaced as she saw how grotesquely Naruto tore off a hand from the blonde phoenix. Dimension rating game. Naruto didn't stop his massacre. After tearing off his hand, he grabbed his foot and violently twisted it, bending it in the opposite direction. "This is nothing to a phoenix." He put his hand in the phoenix's mouth and took his tongue and ripped it out. "So you don't talk, since only shit and garbage comes out of your mouth." There was no reaction from the phoenix. I take his arm and pull it off without any difficulty. I take the rest of the other one and pull it off too. "I don't like the way you look at me with those eyes." The phoenix's eyes were clouded. "Shall I take them off?" The sinister smile that adorned the blonde's face made many of the viewers look away from the screen. With great care, I take his eye and without hesitation, I pull it out in one go. Ah! The image was grotesque, as the remains of the eye fell through the empty cavity, and the blonde held the eye squeezing it in his hand. Ah! The other eye was torn out. Even though the phoenix didn't have a tongue, it had involuntarily regenerated, just so he could scream in pain. I'm sorry for the confusion. I didn't mean for you to talk, but I didn't say anything about screaming. The blonde grabbed the phoenix's jaw and ripped it out. With his other hand he grabbed the rest of the phoenix's mouth and threw it away from him. Come on. This is nothing to you, O great immortal phoenix. The mockery was palpable. Oh. But mine failed. I had forgotten that with my seal you can't regenerate. How could I forget something like that? The blonde hit his forehead in reprimanding himself. On the phoenix's stomach there was a seal. You see, my seals, especially this one, regulate the amount of energy released by any body. In this case the network that feeds your magic for regeneration. This is disabled, but I can also direct it in this case. Like when I ripped out your tongue but allowed it to regenerate. Naruto walked towards the phoenix. I think I've made my point clear. Let me end your suffering. The blonde raised his hand. A small ball of light began to form in it. The closer it got to the dying phoenix, the ball expanded. Please stop. The scream echoed throughout the place. Protectively covering the phoenix, Ravel looked fearfully at the Uzumaki. He stopped his advance. But the ball of light did not stop growing. Why should I do this? The ball of light stopped growing. If I remember correctly, you agreed with this union. Why not erase them both? Ravel looked at him fearfully. Thank your little sister. I think with this you have learned your lesson. The blonde smiled happily. The ball of light compressed until it disappeared. Listen, whoever wants can come challenge me for Rias's hand. If necessary, I am capable of declaring war on Lucifer himself. The blonde smiled and disappeared from everyone's sight, out of the dimension. That part was unnecessary. Naruto, with a sigh, Surzex just turned to his sister. It wasn't a joke. The blonde appeared behind Rias. She was surprised, but she didn't have time because she was lifted up princess style by the blonde. Tell Lord Phoenix and Lord Gremory if they have any complaints. I will gladly receive them in my house and we will solve this problem. Rias is engaged to me and nothing will change that. The redhead hid her blushing face in the blonde's chest. With one last look at those present, the blonde disappeared in a black flash. Surzex just smiled. It was gratifying that his beloved immortal was in the hands of the best demon he knew. Although there was no denying that this event would change the course of history, Naruto's appearance would turn the underworld upside down, and the strangest thing is that Sarah Fall had not appeared. Why? What was Naruto up to? If he was moving, then it was time for him to also pull the strings and make his plays. Chapter 9, Naruto the Unpredictable. Poof! Naruto appeared in a different place than Rias's opinion, a small island. As the moonlight bathed the vast sea that he glimpsed, a beautiful view. I'm sorry. Rias crossed her hand over the blonde's face. I promised you that you wouldn't suffer and you cried. I haven't kept my promise. Soft fingers stopped his protests. It's not your fault. She took a breath. I cried, but not because you failed me. I did feel bad when you didn't come and I called you. The blonde stiffened. I understand. You have the right to be angry. I wasn't completely honest with you. I hid that even knowing that you could fix it, but I just wanted to show you for once that I'm worth your effort. That my love for you is like yours for me. She shed a few tears. I love you and I hid it because I was afraid of even rejection, a demon like you. Legendary, incredible, that I saw in a simple heiress. I wanted to break this chain that was tied to me for myself. For me and for you. The blonde collected the tears. I was foolish and naive. I've always denied your help or tried not to be a burden. As you say, I'm young and I'm just learning. But I want to fall and get up by myself. I want to be Rias, your Rias, not Rias Gremory or the heiress of the Gremory clan. Just Rias. The blonde kissed her softly. Despite my age, I'm stupid, an idiot in the words of many. But I've always said that it doesn't matter if I've achieved everything I have. Because I'm still an idiot. She smiled. I love you, Rias, and yes, it hurt that you hid it from me. I didn't understand. I thought I didn't have your full trust, that you didn't trust me. She kissed him this time. The blonde sat on the grass and Rias settled in his lap. I spent a large part of my life without love. Only loneliness, pain, suffering and regret. My heart could barely bear so much. When I had what I longed for, I ruined it. I failed. But it felt good to fail and know that it would always be there, in your heart, knowing that now you didn't fail alone. A few tears fell. Memories flooded her mind, and when I got so much, I lost it. But I couldn't cry, regret, or suffer. I would no longer fail me. I would fail those I fought for. She collected the tears with love lacking a large part of my life. Love. I don't know how to express it the way you want. I have you and I love you. I have your sisters and I love them. They love me and that's amazing. But I'm afraid that every step I take is a wrong one. I try to do everything the best, not for me, for you, for them. She smiled. I'm afraid of failing and that they won't be there anymore and not being able to get up. After so much time and with wives and fiancés, I still don't know how to express these feelings. She kissed him. I agreed to be part of your harem, because I saw what they saw. I saw all the good in you and the bad. I love everything about you. We are not perfect. I'm sorry for hiding the engagement from you. He smiled. Don't be sorry. I hide many things from you, not because I don't trust you. They are simply things that you are not able to bear. At some point when you are ready you will know. You are not the only one if that comforts you. But I do it not because I want to but because I must. She sent him a look. I trust you in your judgment. However, it bothers me. But I failed too, and I will learn from this. Rias, I love you for being you. I don't care about your name, where you come from. I only care about where you want to go and who you want to be. I will always be there for you. Even if I am boring, annoying, or unbearable, I will be there because I want to be. She kissed him. My anger is not with you, not even with the roasted chicken. It is with me because despite seeing it in front of my face I could not identify it. Grafia told me, be patient. She will say it. Was what she said. I did not understand what she meant. I thought she was talking about the commitment. But she was talking about what you felt. He took her by the hips and accommodated her even more. Now I understand. You do not need me to do it for you, but I do want to be there to hold your hand when you fail, to be your shoulder to cry on, to be your joke friend, to love you. I want to be your strength, because you are part of mine. I just want to give you back what you give me, all the love that you give me, and if we are not perfect, we will learn from this. He kissed her. You are my Rias. I will marry you and everyone will know. She kissed him. Where are we? Naruto. A little far from home if I'm not mistaken, on an island somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. She looked at him surprised. Tonight it's just you and me. I wanted to clear everything up. I still owe you an apology. He stopped her nascent protest. I understand. I apologize for not having come to you. I was angry. Look at that guy touching you. It wasn't very nice. She looked at him surprised. Were you there the time Riser went to the club? The blonde regretted his mistake. Well, we're even if you put it that way. She raised an eyebrow. I was near you the whole time. I said no. With a burst of smoke, Naruto took the appearance of Kurama-sensei. Rias opened her mouth trying to speak. She failed miserably. In my defense, I was in the city before you. Much earlier, I would say. He smiled like a fool and returned to his original form. But now that I've gone to the underworld and declared that the heiress of the Gremory clan is engaged to me, it will be a matter of time before I return to the game. The blonde just smiled absently. I had already gotten used to anonymity. Well, what does it matter? It's worth it for you. I think I get carried away too easily. She smiled beautifully. Is this some kind of mutual apology? Yes, if you want to see it that way. Although you can show me your regret in another way. He smiled slyly. As, taking her by the rear, a blanket was spread on the grass in front of them where the blonde laid Rias down. I don't know. I was thinking of a more exciting way to profess the love we have for each other. What would that be like? Lust began to bubble. Lemon skipped. After taking a few breaths, the blonde slid out of Rias and settled next to her. He could see how Rias's breasts went up and down with her heavy breathing. Sweat covered her body, making it shine. Looking down, he glimpsed how a little semen came out of her center. He treasured the view that Rias was giving him naked. Yes, you are forgiven, she said softly, looking at him with love. He laughed and took her face and kissed her. I love you, she said, tangling her legs around the blonde's leg, hugging his torso and settling into his neck. Me too. He wrapped his hand around her body and pulled her closer, letting her settle against his chest. I wouldn't mind if we got mad at each other again. I mean, another apology wouldn't hurt anyone. She laughed, and he loved that sound. If that wouldn't be bad, she said. He smiled. I kiss her head and cherish her hair, the beautiful red hair. I cherish it for a while. I love the color of your hair. Her breasts were the only thing I felt. It reminds me of Mom. It wasn't the same color, but it was beautiful. Like yours. She was asleep, however. A smile crossed her face. Taking another blanket, the blonde covered them both and caressed Rias's hair that fell down her back, enjoying the stars. The next day, Uzumaki house. Rias silently ate her breakfast, In front of her, Naruto smiled at her, forced of course, because Grafia kept looking at him intensely. Naruto-sama. Yes, darling. Should we go to the underworld, or are you planning to avoid this like you always do? I don't think it's necessary to go today, maybe next week. The blonde groped. You must take the responsibility of getting engaged to an heiress, Grafia said loudly. With a sigh, the blonde looked at Rias. Call your parents, Rias. Tell them I'm requesting a meeting. It would be nice if the Phoenix were also present. I already did it, Naruto-sama. Rias just laughed, and the blonde twitched with anger. I imagined it, was all he said. I'm happy, Rias said. You're going to ask for my hand. She smiled, holding her blushing cheeks. This is troublesome, damn Naros. Finish your breakfast, Naruto-sama. We'll go to the underworld once we're done. The blonde just nodded heavily. He really wanted to avoid returning to the underworld, not because he didn't want to finish the engagement thing once and for all, but because this meant getting involved with everything supernatural again. Well, what did it matter? One of his girls was happy. Underworld, Gremory clan main castle. Venelana Gremory was a beautiful demon. Not beautiful is not enough. She was undoubtedly a being without equal. Rias was going down the same path. Venelana is a mature woman, but with a very voluptuous body, fair skin, lilac eyes. Her hair is brown that reaches her shoulders, with a single strand of the same color sticking out on top of her head. She also has bangs almost the same as her daughter Rias, long on the sides framing her face. Venelana was next to her husband Zeodicus Gremory. Zeodicus takes the form of a handsome, middle-aged man with long, red hair tied loosely in a ponytail and black hair. He has bright blue eyes, like his two children, Surzex and Rias Gremory. He also has a short, red beard and tail, both sitting in an elegant armchair, one of those rich people, Naruto would say. In another armchair were the Phoenix. Lord Phoenix, in simple words, is an improved version of his son Riser, with a kinder and gentler appearance, but with an aura of wisdom. Lady Phoenix looks exactly like her daughter Ravel in her 20s, with blonde hair and dark blue eyes, the only exception being that her hair is longer and heavily adorned. On the couch in front of them were Naruto and Rias, the latter nervous. Grafia was standing next to the blonde. Surzex was on another armchair very close to Rias. He smiled as if he were cheeky in the opinion of the blonde ninja. You know, Lord Phoenix began, at some point it crossed my mind that you could be a phoenix. You have some characteristics of our clan. Perhaps the unrecognized son of some phoenix. He smiled kindly. You know, this isn't the first time you've heard those words. The blonde took Rias's hand, who was nervous, an act that didn't go unnoticed. Not from your clan, others who share physical similarities with me. My intervention in the underworld was strange, I know. I appeared out of nowhere, with nothing, without anyone, and in a few years I became someone to fear. The Phoenix nodded. Without a doubt many clans wanted me to join them. But as you know, I had already been taken. The Citri were and will be my clan, if we put it in some way. The blonde smiled more kindly. I know that this problem was not resolved correctly. Yes, I agree with you, commented Surzex. I understand about the commitment. Pure devils are becoming fewer and fewer, being Ajuka's invention the one that achieves repopulation, but with blood from other races. The need to preserve pure blood is necessary according to the council. The blonde looked at Rias and smiled. She smiled at him. I do not belong to any clan as such. My loyalty is with the Citri, if we involve them, however. I renounced the underworld a long time ago. I could have formed my clan here, yes, but my path was elsewhere. The blonde's face became serious. However, my authority remains in force, if I'm not mistaken. The blonde looked at Surzex. Yes, that's right. The red-haired Lucifer smiled. You see, after the proclamation of the new Maus, Naruto resigned from the position he should have taken, a title that I hold. The blonde ninja nodded. But now that I am the leader of the underworld, I proposed a more plausible solution than just losing Naruto and separating him from the underworld. As you know, he was one of the pillars of the war. Everyone nodded. How could it be that at the beginning of my term we lost such a valuable demon, a demon who without a last name reached the top? Naruto smiled. I proposed to Naruto, along with the other Maus, to integrate an extra demon clan, the Uzumaki clan, after persuasion, the necessary requirements, and so it was done. Of course, all under secrecy at the request of the clan chief himself. Documents appeared in the hands of each person in the room except for Naruto and Surzex. Naruto is a pure demon. How do you not know? And he doesn't say anything, just feel his aura. He gave and gave both to the underworld, which was a form of gratitude. Everyone else was still on paper Ajuka and I took it further. We professed changes, and so we did. He smiled. I wondered why only 4 Mao. We weren't 5 who managed to change the underworld. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise. Naruto is the 5th Mao. The Mao would be Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, Asmodeus, and as the new Mao Mammon. Everyone looked at the blonde who had a trademark smile. Yes, we are 5 Maos. However, Naruto accepted on the condition that he would leave the underworld indefinitely once he became involved in demon affairs. He would take his position, both as clan head and Mao. Lord Phoenix gulped. They couldn't deny that many even thought that Naruto would take the position of Lucifer, but he refused to accept it, and said that Surzex had earned it. It was a position that he neither deserved nor wanted. However, the Maos made their dirty moves and positioned a new regime, a new clan, a new Mao. Not that it did not deserve it, but that this was hidden for centuries. By going and taking Rias's hand in marriage, I finalized my request to leave the underworld. The blonde. That's why he didn't want to come, but Grafia wouldn't leave him alone. He stood up, he dressed elegantly. An ornate cape made him look like a Mao or some kind of prince. I not as Mao, but as clan head, Lord Uzumaki. I kindly asked the Phoenix House to cancel the engagement between Riser Phoenix and Rias Gremory. Regardless of the battle, we had his bearing and voice were that of a warrior, a leader. Lord Phoenix stood up and stood tall. He was as tall as the blonde ninja. Uzumaki-sama, I stare at the blonde. The engagement will be cancelled. However, you will understand that this matter was discussed well in advance and an agreement accepted by both the council, Maos, and corresponding clans. I finish. The blonde interrupted. I understand where this is going. I'll make it clear. Rias belongs to me, not as a property. She and I have been in a relationship for years. The truth is I didn't think a commitment would be made, but I was the one who told her not to say anything and keep it hidden. It was my fault and only mine that this matter escalated to this scale. So I don't want to start as clan head with a serious dispute with a clan of the 72 pillars. The Phoenix smiled. If I understand correctly, Revel Phoenix is his 4th daughter. That's right, Uzumaki-sama. Lady Phoenix replied kindly, taking a place next to her husband. Well, as you know, each Mao has his own nobility. I am no exception. It's just that I don't use it much and my current pieces are just lying around free. However, taking into account that I'm getting involved in these matters again, I'll need my nobility. Revel Phoenix can be integrated as one of my pieces. Naruto smiled and we pretend this matter never happened. It would be an honor for our daughter to be on par with a Mao. Lord Phoenix replied, resolving the matter. Although I don't understand something, Lord Gremory commented. And that would be cool. Zeoticus twitched at the blonde's response. No, it was at his daughter's damn cheeky smile and blush. If you're a Mao, you don't renounce your surname, that is, your clan, right? Yes, that's right. Surzex began. Convincing Naruto was difficult to get him to accept. He imposed certain conditions. His clan is independent even from the extra demons. Yes, he is part of that group. However, we do not rule it like with them. It works something like with Mephistopheles. The name causes glances. Isn't that confusing? Venelana commented. It is, yes, but we are not finished, continued Naruto. My conditions were simple. I agreed to form the clan, and then they offered me the position of 5th Mao. Stupid, I told myself, since it would be useless to form a clan. However, I was not going to accept the position. But the insistence of Surzex and Ajuka and the conviction of Sarah Fall decided to impose my own conditions. The blonde smiled. Since there is no other member with my last name, decide that my heir would take the position of head of the Uzumaki clan when it is appropriate. Until then, my function is only to carry the last name, waiting for the correct heir. Meanwhile, the clan is actually led by one of my wives. You can take certain actions as clan head, but only those that do not directly or indirectly harm a clan, the council, or the Maos themselves, since I keep my title as Mao. And what does the 5th great Mao do? Simple. My role is based on the monetary and legal matters of the underworld. I am like the judge and treasurer of the underworld. However, my wives are free to manage the clan as they see fit, since my decisions are limited to a certain point. Beyond that, they can even invalidate some of my decisions and I can't do anything. Wow, that's surprising, Lord Phoenix commented, considering that these matters are largely dealt with by the council. It would be a clear improvement on our current system, and the fact that you always keep your last name without the authority that really corresponds, that is, since this agreement that we have ended. The cancellation of the engagement, and that you take my daughter and your nobility can be cancelled by one of your wives as final rulers. This shows that your interest is with the underworld and not personal benefit. This shows that you are a Mao. Everyone nodded. I did it with that purpose, however. Right now I am in my role as Lord Uzumaki, not as Mao, however. As you say, Grafia Uzumaki, everyone expected that is the one who decides in the end if my solution is the one we should carry out. As the current matriarch of the Uzumaki clan, representing the interests of the clan, the agreement established by Lord Uzumaki with the Phoenix clan, seeing that it is accepted by both parties, is accepted in its entirety, was what the monotonous Grafia said. Nodding, both Phoenix smiled at the blonde and the silver-haired girl. Well, with that established, Lord Gremory and Lady Gremory, as Lord Uzumaki, I request to establish a marriage agreement between both houses. Why should we accept? Lord Gremory asked. He wouldn't give in easily. I can easily destroy this place. Naruto smiled slyly. Naruto! Ria scolded. Surzex and Grafia sighed. I was just joking, considering I interfered with an already established agreement in an inappropriate way. What do I offer? Simple, my genes. Lord Gremory raised an eyebrow. As you well know, I am a pure-blooded demon, a demon without equal, one of the 4 existing super demons. Any child of mine that inherits my power and blood will be desired by any clan. Lord Gremory nodded. Upon marrying Rias, she would take my last name. However, being the heiress, our marriage will respect that. Rias will remain Gremory but married to an Uzumaki until she gives a Gremory heir to the Gremory clan. Just think about it. The power of the Bale clan or the power of the Uzumaki clan. You don't lose on either side. True, the agreement is acceptable. The redhead sighed. I must accept that I got carried away and ignored my daughter's wishes. The agreement with Lord Phoenix was undoubtedly something very beneficial. I let my greed play with me. I imposed my greedy desires on my daughters. I didn't know that my daughter was in a relationship with a Mao. My fault. The redhead looked at him sternly. I asked him to keep it hidden. As you know, I disappeared from the radar for a while. It distances me, as I had already established with the Maos. I didn't want to show my face until a while later, even after now, but I didn't calculate a move like that on his part, declared the blonde sternly. Can you blame me? The redhead looked at him. I wasn't the only one who did things without consulting. True, like I said, my mistake, but apparently it's fixed now, right? The Gremory clan accepts the breaking of the engagement with the Phoenix clan, accepting an engagement between my heiress Rias Gremory and the current head of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto Uzumaki, maintaining the established points, declared Zeoticus. As the current matriarch of the Uzumaki clan, representing the interests of the clan, the agreement established by Lord Uzumaki with the Gremory clan, seeing that it is accepted by both parties, is accepted in its entirety, declared Grafia. Now that everything is resolved, I'm curious. When will all this be made known? Vanilla asked, lovingly taking the blonde's arm. Well, my good mother. Vanillana's smile only increased. The blonde smiled. The rise of the Uzumaki clan and the agreement established with the Gremory clan. I was thinking that we could have a party about this. In my territories, of course. Vanillana-san could help Grafia-chan with that. Both women nodded. As for my role as Mao, that is in effect since it was proposed. But the announcement of taking power I plan to make at the meeting of the young demons. Surzex nodded. We can discuss our agreement. Lord Phoenix, in your own residence if you don't mind. It could be tomorrow. The blonde Phoenix nodded with everything clarified. I must leave. I have other matters to discuss. Vanillana-san can discuss with Grafia the matter of the engagement and the party as she sees fit. Grafia, help her please. Grafia nodded. We can do it 1 week. Rias, dear. Rias smiled at him and paid attention. This also involves you. You can give your opinion regarding all. Okay, Naruto said. Rias, I agree with everything. I accept. But can your territories be inhabited yet? Vanilla asked. Oh, of course, they are not inhabited since I did not take my role as I should. So I just left everything built and then hid it. It was not difficult. My territory is the Forgotten Land. We could say that most of the lower end of the underworld belongs to me. Grafia will be your guide, so you should not worry. The castles and all that will be slightly occupied. It is not that it is difficult to find personnel, said the blonde. Okay, Vanilla agreed. The blonde gave Vanillana one last smile, took her hand and gave her a soft kiss. The brown-haired girl smiled and covered her smile with her hand. Good mother, said the blonde. He walked to Gremory and extended his hand, which was accepted. a firm handshake. Father, the grip intensified, as did the blonde's cheeky smile, the jealousy of a father. He walked to Lady Phoenix and did the same as with Venelana, shaking hands with Lord Phoenix. He approached Rias and kissed her forehead. See you later, she nodded. He did the same with Grafia. I leave my beautiful wife in your care, the blonde said to Venelana. She smiled at Grafia. Like family, Venelana said. Naruto, can you drop me off at my office? Surzex asked. The blonde nodded. See you. He said goodbye, as did Surzex. He took Surzex's shoulder, and they both disappeared in a flash. Some technique. Well done, old friend, Lord Phoenix said to Zeodicus. We're retiring. We'll see you in a few days. He said goodbye and disappeared, with his wife in a transport circle, leaving only the Gremory and Grafia. Well, there is a lot to talk about, don't you think, Rias? Said Zeodicus, taking a seat. Venelana took a seat next to her. Grafia took Rias's hand and smiled at her, and they both took a seat. Tell us, daughter, Vanilla began. Underworld, Citri territories, main castle. Sona was happy. She knew that at least Rias's problem would be solved. Of course, the intervention of a legend like Naruto was all that was needed. She was jealous, of course. Rias had had a relationship with him, hidden from everyone. It was said that Naruto was part of the Citri clan. The relationship with the patriarchs and their first daughter was a clear indication of that. And despite that, she didn't know him. She had never seen him. Her mother had told her that Naruto had left the underworld with the consent of Serafal and the other Maos. Nobody knew why, and her sister didn't talk about it. It wasn't unusual for Naruto to be a topic of conversation in some chat. That's why she had a lot of interest in him. Serafal had told him that he would eventually meet him, but Naruto was very busy lately, so his passing through the underworld was a miracle. That's why they couldn't blame her for being on her ass on the floor, with a surprised face. Of course, a blonde known as Naruto appearing in front of her, with one of his most famous techniques, was a more than acceptable excuse. Hello? The blonde groped. Receiving no response, he tried to approach the girl. She looked a lot like Lady Citri. She visibly tensed. The blonde just smiled at her and gently picked her up. Sorry for showing up out of nowhere. I wanted to stop by the house and say hi. You know, she was speechless. Sona was amazed. She didn't expect to meet him like this. Sona-sama, her queen, had arrived, and just like her, she was speechless. Well, hello to you too. He tried again. Same result. He waited patiently for a few minutes, got no response while the blonde began. Tsubaki-sama, Lady Citri-sama asks why you. The maid in question was a woman in her 40 to 45 years of age. She wore a maid's uniform, with the Citri clan seal printed on one sleeve. She was kind in appearance. Naruto-sama, it's good to have you back after so long. She smiled at him, smiling when she saw the girls look at each other, speechless. Nana! The blonde approached her and hugged her gently. She was one of the maids who took care of him when he was in the Citri mansion. No matter how much he had grown, she had a special affection for him. I think I've left you impressed. Where is Lady Citri? He questioned. Waiting in the main hall, he said. The blonde smiled at the girls one last time and left. As he left, the maid clapped, waking the girls from their trance. Sona-sama, Tsubaki-sama, accompany me. We must not keep Lady Citri-sama waiting. He showed them the way. They advanced with a blush on their faces, which earned a smile from the maid. Sona and Tsubaki were thinking about how to behave in front of Naruto, so when they got to where their mother was, they saw him. Naruto was hugging his mother with love. You could see his mother had a smiling face. It's good to have you back, his mother told the blonde. It's good to be home. The blonde smiled as he gave her space. Lady Citri noticed her daughter and her queen, so she returned to her serious state. Sona, Tsubaki, you have already introduced yourself to Naruto. I don't question her, I order. Naruto just laughed. She was like that and he didn't love her any less. And Naruto-sama, Sona regretted stuttering. My name is Sona Citri, heiress of the Citri clan, she said with a bow. Tsubaki was blushing. She didn't know how to introduce herself, and the blonde just smiled kindly. Gathering his courage, he took a step to match Sona. Naruto-sama, I gather the necessary courage. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Tsubaki Shinra, queen of the Sona-sama nobility. The blonde smiled at her, seeing her exaggerated bow. The place is mine. They stood up stiffly. Relax. There's no need for so much formality. We're family. Your lovers looked at him surprised. I already knew Sona-chan. She stirred, blushing from the familiarity. Even though you were very little, I don't think you remember me. It was a year after you were born. You were so cute she blushed even more and couldn't hold his gaze. Naruto, stop bothering my girl, a loud but kind voice appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Old man! Naruto approached, and they gave each other a brotherly hug. It's good to see you, the blonde said as they separated. The adult in question was Lord Citri, who smiled at him and patted him on the back. It's good to have you home, son. He smiled at him. How long will you be here? The question wasn't necessary. Well, it wasn't direct. As you know, I've caused quite a stir. The two adults nodded. It wasn't planned this way. To come and claim Rias. Lady Citri gave him a look. There was a pending conversation. The blonde gulped heavily. What I mean, it wasn't this way. I simply didn't calculate the commitment. It wasn't in me for Lord Gremory to do it so quickly. These are difficult times for pure demons, Naruto. Lord Citri commented, his voice serious. We already talked about that, old man. Despite the soft tone, his features were hard. I just don't think the method in question is the right one. Naruto turned to look at Sona. Although little Sona didn't need any prints, he winked at her. She blushed. My daughter was free to object, Lord Citri said. I don't think Naruto came here to talk about the decisions made in this house in his absence, Lady Citri said. Both men nodded. No, I didn't come for that. I came to announce my engagement to Rias. Gremory declared the blonde. Also other news. As of a few moments ago, a new clan of extra demons comes into force. The adults smiled. The girls questioned themselves. The Uzumaki clan. You are in front of Lord Uzumaki, leader, although only in name and image of the Uzumaki clan, said the blonde. Good timing, boy. Lord Citri congratulated him, patting him on the back. The blonde smiled. I'm glad, Naruto. Lady Citri congratulated him, smiling genuinely. Thank you. You are also present before the great fifth Mao, Naruto Mammon. The blonde's eyes turned red and shone. His smile grew. Everyone was speechless. A fifth Mao? Lady Citri asked, amazed and perplexed. That's a surprise, Lord Citri commented. The girls nodded. Yes, that was something we boys were bringing up a while ago. We decided to keep it a secret. We'll talk about this at dinner. He cut off any questions, receiving a nod from the adults. Well, Sona-chan, Tsubaki-chan, it was a pleasure meeting you. We looked at each other at dinner. They blushed, but nodded. I'll go see Sarah, said the blonde, taking the maid's hand and walking away. Uzumaki clan Mao Mammon? Tsubaki asked, still stunned. If there's one thing Naruto is good at, it's being number one at being unpredictable. Lord Citri smiled, earning a smile from his wife and a look of astonishment from the girls. Wait until you meet him, he told them. Now that a cup of tea and a chat while waiting for dinner seems like it, it would be good if you introduced Naruto to your nobility at dinner. Yes, father, Sona said, still amazed. Seraph's room. Naruto slowly opened the huge door to the room, inspected the place, and did not find its occupant. We'll play hide and seek, Sarah-chan. The blonde smiled. Gigi was the smile that was heard throughout the place. Well, if that's what you want, the blonde smiled, turned around. I'm leaving. Del Caro walking towards the exit. No. Naruto is always boring. Seraph appeared hanging on the blonde's back. He smiled. Naruto took Seraph by the hand and made her stand in front of him. How is my precious Sarah-chan? Chapter 10. Naruto Uzumaki. Oh. Seraph's loud moan made Naruto react. So focused was he on Seraph's bare breasts that he completely disconnected from his surroundings. He smiled to himself. The blonde continued sucking and playing with Seraph's breasts. Lemon skipped. I love you, she said between ragged breaths. Naruto hugged her against him, brushed some hair off her face, kissed her cheek. Me too, he said. We should take a shower, he said. She nodded. They were in that position for a few minutes until she got up, took the clothes and headed to the bathroom. The blonde imitated her. He couldn't help but notice her ass and how she swayed her hips, as an indication that it wasn't just going to be a shower. Unknown location. Kokabeel was a man who enjoyed war. He was one of those who survived many of them, so he could not help but be annoyed with this peace. It was just a deception. There was never peace, only a ceasefire. This world was plagued with garbage, humans, demons, angels. Only fallen angels were worthy of this world. He told Azazel that they should declare war again. At this point, the other two factions were not as strong as before. The response of their leader: do not look for war, we were the ones who lost the most in the last 1 inch. Azazel was a coward. He was not afraid of anyone. He was one of the most powerful fallen, a fallen feared in the war. The war would return. He would. That is why he had taken the time long ago to gather resources, His plan was set in motion long ago, only there was a setback. The damn demon brat, Naruto, a feared demon. They were pure shit. Naruto was not more than a stupid demon. He wasn't worried about what the blonde could do. He had a contingency plan for him, if he decided to appear. A dark smile crossed the fallen's face. Underworld, Citri territory, main castle, dining hall. Sona was impatient. Why was her sister and Naruto taking so long? They had been waiting for them for more than 20 minutes. Even Grafia had arrived a few minutes ago. She was invited to have dinner with them by her father, she agreed. Sona saw him. He was having a conversation with her sister. They seemed to be arguing about something. He had a stern face. Seraphol just had a pout on her face. "It's great that you're joining us," said his father, drawing everyone's attention. The blonde smiled. Seraphol did too as she took hold of the blonde's arm. "Oh, Grafia, darling." The blonde approached the silver-haired girl and gave her a soft kiss on her forehead. She smiled. Seraphol pouted. Naruto placed Seraphol to one side while he took a seat next to Grafia, placing himself in the middle of them. "Sona, daughter, didn't you have something to do?" Her mother brought her out of her contemplation. "Yes, mother," he replied as he stood up. "Naruto-sama, I would like to introduce you to my nobility." The blonde gave him a soft smile and a nod. "It would be a pleasure," he said. "You'll love the Sotan girls." One by one those present stood up. The blonde imitated them. The first to step forward was the girl he met upon arriving at the castle. Tsubaki is a 1.70 centimeters tall woman with black hair that reaches more than halfway down her back. She has a heterochromic fringe and light brown eyes. She also wears blue glasses, semi-framed with square lenses. "Tsubaki Shinra, Queen," he introduced himself with a bow. The blonde smiled at him. Next up was a tall girl with shoulder-length blue hair and matching eyes. She has the basic appearance of a fighter, and has a Bishounen face. "Tsubasa Yura, Rook." The girl imitated the queen. The blonde smiled at her. Another girl with red hair and brown eyes. Her hair features bangs and an antenna sticking out of the top. "Tomo Meguri, Knight." The blonde smiled at her when he saw the girl's bow. Another slim girl with long brown hair ending in two short braids and matching eyes. She also wears a blue ribbon in her hair. "Raya Kusaka, Bishop." The blonde kept his friendly smile. Another girl with white hair and blue and green eyes. "Momo Hanakai, Bishop." The blonde smiled. Another young girl, petite with brown hair and two pigtails and green eyes. Her hair has a pair of green clips. "Ruruko Nimura, Peon." The blonde smiled. The only boy in the group is a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes. "Saji Genshuru, Peon," he said, bowing. "Interesting nobility." "Interesting," said the blonde. Everyone stood up. "I will return your gesture," he said, bowing softly. "Naruto Uzumaki, head of the new Uzumaki clan. Although my nobility is not complete and my other pieces are not present, I present to you one of my bishops, the only one for the moment." Grafia stood up. "Grafia Uzumaki, Bishop," she bowed. "I am the Queen of Naruchan," Seraphol said, smiling. Everyone was surprised except for the parents and Grafia. "That's why you have no nobility," Sona said with realization. Seraphol just stuck out her tongue. "It's a pleasure to meet you, an interesting nobility. I expect great things from you, Sona-chan." The blonde smiled at her, shamelessly evading the subject. She blushed softly. "I see that many of you have questions. No problem. Let's take a seat and ask." Everyone did that. "Boy, first explain to me about Rias Gremory," Lord Citri began, signaling to the maids, time to serve the food. "Well, about that, it all happened a few years ago. I had decided to settle in Ko for certain reasons. As you know, the Gremory heiress and Citri decided to settle there." The adults nodded. Neither Seraphol nor Surzex told me anything about it, even though they knew I was there. Seraphol enjoyed her food. "I saw the little copy of Venelana-san in a store. It didn't take me long to realize Surzex was nearby, so I met her. We introduced ourselves. To that meeting came others. Eventually, we met every time. She was a very simple, happy, kind and loving girl." The blonde smiled. "At some point, I don't know how or where, we were romantically involved. I didn't expect Lord Gremory to make something like a commitment so hastily. Not that I blame him. Both Rias-chan and I agreed to keep this hidden for a certain time." "I understand," said Lord Citri. "I had that clear. It's not surprising coming from you." The blonde deflated at Lady Citri's comment. "Could you explain to us about the new clan and the new Mao?" "Of course. The clan thing isn't that hard to understand. It was Ajuka's idea. We all agreed, even me. It was a way to ensure that I wouldn't be completely detached from the underworld. Seeing that point, the council didn't hesitate to approve it. There was no resistance whatsoever. Although their participation wouldn't matter, the blonde-side Zeldris didn't agree that I shouldn't receive a Mao title. It was the 5 of us who made the underworld free and prove. Then the idea of the 5th Mao was born. I immediately rejected it even though everyone agreed. I said it was stupid. I had just formed my clan that hadn't yet come into effect. It was only me from my clan, there was no one else, so the clan would be an unnecessary recognition. Ajuka and Falbium decided to think about how to maintain both. It was worth it was what they said. Sarah and Zeldris would take care of everything necessary to carry it out. That's why the final conclusion was reached, that would maintain the clan. I am the head of the Uzumaki clan, this until an Uzumaki heir is born, an heir who is ready to carry the mandate. However, my title as Mao, it came into effect since the great 5th Mao Mammon was created. Although this information was only handled among those involved, this is irrevocable. The clan, however, to come into function had to have members. That is, when I get married, something that already happened, my wives take the final mandate of the clan. That is, I can decide certain things, but if they do not agree with it, that decision is revocable and I cannot do anything. We could say that I am only the face of the clan. Until the heir arrives, as Mao I do have total authority, but only until I get involved in the underworld again. As you know, I was out for a long time. My power as Mao was limited because of this. But accepting both things was conditioned with my free departure from the underworld when finished. Most were processing all the information. Congratulations, Naruto-sama. Tsubaki congratulated him, standing up and bowing, followed by everyone in the dining room except for Serafal and Grafia. You'll make me blush, said the blonde with a blush on his cheeks. That's good news, boy. Mao is a position that is rightfully yours, Lord Citri commented as he took a seat, followed by everyone else. That's right, son, Lady Citri commented happily, one of those rare times when she smiled. That's what the boys said. Naruto smiled. Well, let's start eating. Everyone did that. Everyone ate quietly, although you could see the interest of Sona and herself in Naruto. But seeing how Naruto was fed by Serafal and the blonde fed Serafal, Lord and Lady Citri didn't seem to care. You can ask whatever you want, Naruto said without looking at them. He would talk to Lord Citri and Lady Citri alone in due time. They didn't ask because they knew that. Naruto-sama, Sona started. Tell me, Naruto. The blonde cut him off. I don't think that's right, was what she said. The blonde sighed. I noticed that your hand is bandaged, she said, looking at her right hand. Lady Citri paid attention. It's a war wound, said the blonde, gently taking Grafia's hand with his bandaged hand. In one of the last battles I had a certain setback. My enemy launched a devastating attack. My poor arm couldn't against the technique. The blonde smiled happily. I lost my arm in the war. I don't have the absolute regeneration of the phoenix, and I think that not even a phoenix could have recovered from something like that. No, I couldn't, said Lord Citri. Everyone was surprised. As I said, I lost my arm, but I needed it. With enough resources, I made a new one, said the blonde, raising his bandaged hand. Although it's horrible, I don't like its appearance. I keep it bandaged. It's better that way, concluded the blonde, making it clear that he would not show his arm. I see. I'm sorry if my curiosity bothered you, Naruto-sama. Not at all, Sona-chan. She wasn't used to the blonde's familiarity. I have another question, Naruto-sama. Tsubaki raised her voice to be noticed. The blonde nodded. I've read a lot about you. You are very well known. One of the most legendary demons. The blonde smiled. But I've noticed that it has never been described if you have wings. Oh. Well, that's simple. As you know, some demons have certain characteristics that alter the features that are similar among all demons, like the Phoenix clan and their wings of fire, and not the ones that the majority have. Everyone nodded. Well, you could say that I am the same. Although I do not have wings as such, I manifest my own 6 enormous green insect wings manifested on his back. Everyone was amazed. I don't usually use them. I don't need them to fly, the blonde concluded, withdrawing his wings. Fascinating, was the only thing Tsubaki said. The only boy of the nobility raised his hand. The blonde made a gesture for him to ask. Why did you leave the underworld? I mean, you're someone very famous and well liked from what I understand, I asked nervously. I understand your curiosity. We could say that I had everything I wanted here. Yes, that's true. However, I had other matters to deal with away from home. I can't tell you why I left. That is extremely personal, the blonde told him, smiling. I'm sorry for asking something I shouldn't have, said the boy. Don't worry, like I said, I understand your curiosity. The blonde smiled at him, and the boy relaxed. I thought he was part of the Citri clan, Naruto-sama, Momo asked. That's right, I am. This will always be my home. I was welcomed by the Citri when I was young. I was a child when I met them. Eventually I formed strong ties with the clan. However, I am a rare demon according to Ajuka, so I had to have my own clan so as not to lose this lineage that I possess, the blonde said after finishing a bite given by Serafal. How did you fall in love with Leviathan-sama? Tomo asked. Jijiji Naruchan was very cute. I like to pamper him, Serafal said, smiling. The blonde sighed. As I said, I formed ties with the clan since I was young. I interacted a lot with Serafal as a child. At first we were friends. Serzex, she and I were very close. Over time we became inseparable. We no longer saw each other as friends. Even though I didn't come from any clan, I made my own name. We had already fallen in love and we didn't know it. I only know that one day I woke up and everything was different. I loved her and I realized it, said the blonde. The girls sighed. Is Naruto-sama married? The girl asked again. Yes, with Sarah-chan it is not possible as long as she holds the title of Leviathan. The blonde smiled, however. Grafia is one of my wives. Grafia Uzumaki. Do you have more wives? Saji asked. Naruto just smiled foxily. Do you have a harem? It's not very strange that demons have them. However, I wasn't looking for a harem. One of my dreams was always to have a big family. The blonde shrugged his shoulders. I think that desire prompted him to have several wives. Although not all of them live with me like Grafia, each one has different obligations to fulfill. How many pieces does Naruto-sama have? Sona asked. Well, there are only 6 pieces so far, said the blonde. Maybe in the future you'll get to know them all, finished the blonde. Well, I think there have been too many questions for Naruto. I think Naruto should leave, said Lord Citri. Well, dinner was nice. I'll come back more often. However, I have other matters to attend to. The blonde stood up, just like everyone else. The talk is still pending, Naruto said. Lady Citri. Of course, mother. See you at the academy. Little ones, it was nice meeting you. I hope you did your homework. The blonde smiled. Homework? Saji asked. Right. In a burst of smoke he appeared in his alter ego form, Kurama. Kurama-sensei! Exclaimed all the young people. The blonde burst out laughing. See you, Sonatan. Mom, Dad. Sotan, guys. Serafal said goodbye. Grafia smiled kindly. The blonde took Grafia and Serafal's hand, smiled and disappeared in a blur. What was that? Saji exclaimed. You're not supposed to travel with magic transportation circles, he said. Naruto is unique, and his abilities are even more so. He doesn't use magic, he uses chakra, or a purer version of the chakra we know. Everyone was surprised. That is one of the most surprising abilities he can do. Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, a technique that allows you to move between space-time. You don't find this in books, children. Lady Citri finished. This was something they didn't know. Although a lot was written about Naruto, the books only have the stories or assumptions of what Naruto or any other demon of his category really is. Have you visited Lilith? Lord Citri asked, receiving a nod from everyone. Naruto was in charge of erasing that city of that size. Everyone gulped in fear. Have you seen the frozen tundras? Another feeling. The work of Serafal, Lord Citri said. Did you know we have a kind of desert here in the underworld? Lady Citri asked. I've read about it, Sona said. That was Serzex's doing. It used to be a place inhabited by both demons and the creatures that inhabit the underworld. Lady Citri sighed. It is unknown what happened, only that the underworld trembled that day and Serzex earned his fearsome reputation on the battlefield. Serzex's power is abominable in the words of Naruto and Ajuka. The Fallen Monument? The work of Falbium, a city of the fallen, dismantled, destroyed. They say the rubble contains the screams of the fallen angels who settled there. Aren't we at peace with the other factions? Tsubaki asked, processing all the information. Peace? There was never peace, only a ceasefire. But that didn't stop each faction from attacking each other without going to war, fighting over territories, clashes in neutral territory, and things like that. Lord Citri exclaimed. Don't be confused. Those clashes and attacks weren't carried out by the leaders, rather they were rebel acts, each faction defending itself as it could. While Serafal and Falbium are at the top of the ultimate class devils, Their powers are abominable in their respective branches. Ajuka, Surzex and Naruto are the true monsters, super devils, demons superior even to the original Mao, said Lord Citri. Demons with the power to face gods. And when Lady Citri finished, beat the gods? Ruruko exclaimed. Yes, Ajuka, Surzex and Naruto have something called true form, a state of power that placed them in the top 10 most powerful beings of all religions. The boys were overwhelmed. It is not surprising, although no one knows their true form or lived to tell about it, if they have reached that power. As I said, the underworld trembled, and not just once. Naruto has never said it, not even Seraphal, less will Falbium, Ajuka or Surzex say it. But Naruto, Surzex and Ajuka have faced gods. Although, as I said, it is only a story or is what they want us to believe, there is no record of it, said Lord Citri thoughtfully. I'm glad to be on this side, Saji said with a sigh. That comment had several nods. Children, do not believe that the current Maos earned that position with the Civil War. They built a name and a reputation. They were feared, loved, respected, hated, and so on even before the Civil War. We could say that Naruto had it harder. He did not come from any clan, but that never stopped him, and that is why he was loved and hated, Lord Citri concluded, each one left with their own thoughts. One day later, Underworld, Phoenix Territories, main castle. Ravel was nervous. Her parents had arrived, saying that due to the matter of the engagement with the Gremry and all the commotion that it caused, a peaceful solution was decided with Naruto. She would become part of his nobility. She would become part of the nobility of the fifth great Mao. They were in the tea room, waiting for Naruto's arrival. In a flash, Naruto appeared along with Seraphal and Graphia. Hello, the blonde greeted. Hello, Seraphal greeted. Hello, Graphia imitated. Leviathan-sama, Naruto-sama, Lady Uzumaki greeted those present. Well, first of all, you know about my proposal, Naruto addressed Ravel, receiving a nod. Well, Ravel-chan, do you want to join my peerage? Asked the blonde. It would be an honor, Naruto-sama, the girl replied, bowing. If so, with a burst of smoke, a chess piece appeared. A strange chess piece. It was a translucent piece. A bishop. The Phoenix looked at the strange piece with interest. They had never seen one like it. Ravel, Phoenix, you are now part of my nobility. It was simple. Nothing. The piece began to levitate away from Naruto's hand. As it approached Ravel, the piece changed its state, from being translucent to being surrounded by flames. Wings of fire came out of the piece. When the fire stopped, the piece had a flaming fire bird printed on its entire structure. The piece entered Ravel. Ravel was engulfed in flames. Amazing, said Lady Phoenix. Well, with that we are ready. I'm sorry to be so hasty, but I have many matters at hand. Ravel, you can go to my territories. Graphia or Seraphal will explain your functions, the blonde said, receiving a nod from the girl. Thank you again for handling this problem peacefully, the blonde said to the Phoenix. No, thank you, Naruto-sama, for proposing this solution, said Lord Phoenix. The blonde ninja smiled at him. I'll leave you. I hope to see you at home, Ravel-chan, said the blonde. See you. He said goodbye, as did Seraphal and Graphia. In a flash they disappeared. Strange pieces? Lady Phoenix commented. It felt different from my brother's piece. Ravel said it was like a flame ignited throughout my body from the inside. It was amazing, she said. Peculiar pieces, for a peculiar demon, was all Lord Phoenix said. Europe, Italy, Vatican City. Zenobia Quarta and Irina Shido were on their knees. The room where they were was surrounded by a powerful sacred aura. An angel was in their presence. Zenobia is a young girl around Issei's age with short light blue hair with a green streak at her forehead and brown eyes. Irina is a young girl around Issei's age with long, light brown hair and violet eyes. Her hair is usually tied in 2 ponytails, each with a blue elastic band. Lord Michael-sama, entrust you young devotees with a mission of utmost importance, the angel began. You must go to Japan. Exactly. What's up, Japan? Zenobia asked. The fragments that have been stolen. Your mission is to recover them. It is speculated that the perpetrator is Kokabile, along with Valper Galilei and some exorcists who strayed from our father's path, the angel said in a melancholic tone. You must be careful. The territory is controlled by demons. We are not looking for war. We must avoid acting accordingly, said the angel, disappearing in a blink. Demons and fallen, scum, said Zenobia. My old home. I wonder if Issei-kun still remembers me, if he even lives there, said the other girl, smiling. Days later, Underworld, Uzumaki Territory, main castle. The castle was full. Invitations from a new clan were spread throughout the underworld. All the clans wanted to participate because they knew that Naruto was returning to the underworld. This is more crowded than the last party, Issei commented, seeing so many demons everywhere. Fufufu, no wonder. We're not talking about any demon, Issei-kun, Akino commented. Naruto-sama is a demon on par with any other mouse, said Yudo Kiba. Kaneko nodded in affirmation. That's right, Ria said as she arrived next to them. Bucho! Issei exclaimed happily. How are you doing? A new voice asked. Naruto-sama, they said, bowing. Leave the formalities alone. Come with me. You are special guests, said the smiling blonde, taking Rias by the hand and giving her a soft kiss. They followed the blonde. They arrived at a more secluded place. The noise was less. It was a place for special guests, for the family, Naruto had said. A table was free, each seat marked with their name. Naruto told them to take a seat. Next to them, the Sona Citri nobility. I hope to have words with you later, said the smiling blonde. Catch me later, Rias-chan. Naruto saw how Surzex signaled him to come closer to him. He could see Ajuka with him. Naruto smiled at them once more and left. You had it saved, Rias, Akino accused. I agree with that. Sona appeared. Rias laughed nervously, turning her gaze, a blush on her face. I know, I wanted to say it, but Naruto asked me not to. It was a surprise for everyone, Rias. Not even I knew him, and that you know the history he shares with my family. Rias smiled. He is a peculiar demon. You have no idea, Rias said, rolling her eyes. But meeting Naruto-sama was gratifying, said Tsubaki, joining in. Yes, he's a good guy, said Issei. He saved me from death, the fallen who wanted to kill me, and he also saved Asia-chan, commented Issei. Save Asia? Yudo asked. If he did it, I remember I was lost. I knew I was going to lose. I was surrounded by exorcists, and from one moment to the next I felt this enormous pressure and only corpses remained. He gave me Asia's body. He told me he would take care of it. I didn't even think about it, and I left there. Then the place exploded. Hadn't Bucho told you? Said Issei. No, Issei, you didn't say it, Rias said. Issei laughed nervously. Are you happy, Rias? Sona suddenly asked. Rias turned to where Naruto was. He was excited, laughing as he shared a hug with Surzex. His brother shared the blonde's joy. When I was a child, my brother used to tell me Naruto's story, the pranks they had done together, how they grew up and formed a friendship, how they changed our world. A desire to meet him was born. My brother said that I would meet him eventually. I never thought I would fall in love with him. Yes, Sona, I am happy with him, said Rias, smiling, giving Naruto one last look. You know, I wanted to meet him too. My sister always talked about him, all the time. My parents love him and I had no idea who he was. I always prepared for when I would meet him. Seraphol spoke fiercely about how kind and caring Naruto was, words backed up by my parents. But seeing him battle against Riser, he didn't fit that description, my sister told me. Never anger Naruto, the sun sets when night comes. I didn't understand at first. Now I'm beginning to understand what she meant, said Sona, watching as Naruto spoke calmly with Falbium. Naruto is a complete enigma. I'm still trying to decipher him, said Rias. How are you processing the harem thing, Rias-sama? Momo asked. I'm not doing badly. I know each of them well enough to understand why they agreed to share it. Do you have a harem? Issei interrupted, his eyes shining. Yes, he does, Rias answered, not missing how Issei's eyes shone. I imagined you would be like the first Rias, Akino told her. No, that place belongs to Seraphol-sama, Rias replied. Who is Seraphol? Issei asked. Yo, Seraphol said, appearing next to Sona. You look so pretty, so tan. Seraphol hugged her, to Sona's embarrassment. Wani-sama, complained Sona. Seraphol didn't let go of her despite her protests. Issei didn't lose sight of Seraphol's breasts, drool trickling down her mouth. Jijiji, come Rias-chan, it's time to make the announcement. Naru-chan told me to come for you, said Seraphol, releasing Sona and taking Rias's hand, disappearing among the tables. Is she your sister Kaicho? Issei asked. Yes, and she's also the Mao Leviathan, answered Tsubaki, laughing with the rest upon seeing her king's blushing face. Issei needed to make an altar to Naruto. After that, everyone heard how Naruto, now Naruto Uzumaki, head of a new extra demon clan, got engaged to Rias Gremory, heiress of the Gremory clan. Even though the Phoenix were a third of this cake, they were present. Their participation was noticed by everyone. Rias smiled. She was happy. Naruto was at a table, in a higher place, Rias sitting on his right side, Grafia on the left, Sarah fall on his lap bothering the blonde. She kept pulling his cheeks or hair, throwing a tantrum. The other Maos just laughed at the scene. Grafia was stoic. Rias had a nervous look. Lord and Lady Sidri just shook their heads. Wanisama Sona sighed tiredly. Her sister didn't change. Say it, Naru-chan. Sarah Fall continued in her tantrum. It wasn't fair that Naruto shouted that he was engaged to Rias, and she also wanted him to shout that he was engaged to her. Chapter 11. A Madman's Wish. Underworld, Lilith, Demon Capital. Sigh. Naruto couldn't help but sigh wearily. While many things have improved, not everything is rosy. Sitting on the throne of Mammon, Naruto looked with clear contempt on his face at the elders in front of him. For some reason he had decided not to intervene in the underworld for a long time. Although the change achieved with the civil war brought good things for the demons, there were always the conservative old men. If it were up to him, they would have ceased to exist a long time ago. Mammon-sama? Shouted one of the old farts, to the blonde's further irritation. A fifth Mao? Exclaimed another, upset. Can't there be another Mao? A calmer one stood up from the seats corresponding to the Council of Demons. It is a clear surprise for everyone, he began calmly, looking at the, now, 5 Maos. Although no one disputes the position, it is disputed that Uzumaki-sama retired from the underworld. Rejecting the position of Mao, he ended up receiving many nods from the entire council and some clan representatives present. Your insinuation is? The blonde asked boredly, resting his face on his fist, his hand resting on the throne. No other Mao had intervened since the beginning of the meeting. After announcing Naruto's participation again in the underworld system, as a clan patriarch and as a Mao, it was a complete revolt. Everyone was arguing for and finding. You lost that right, the demon accused. Once you left your home, you lost the right to that position. You refused at the time. We don't see it as right for you to take it, after not knowing what you have done or what your intentions are. Ha 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 ha! Naruto burst out laughing. Surzex and Ijuka stiffened. Naruto's aura began to show. The room was filled with a heavy air. A chilling sensation ran through the bodies of those present. Naruto, we shouldn't. Ijuka tried to calm the blonde, but Naruto raised a hand, stopping his laughter and Ijuka's attempt. Everyone paid attention. It makes me laugh a lot. Naruto's face was serious, his eyes red and slanted, the eyes of the fearsome demon known in war. We don't mean to offend you, Naruto-sama. Shut up, the blonde sentenced, silencing the demon. You can't deny your words. Damn scum, the blonde growled. Why should I ask you for permission? The Council of Demons and the clans always. I said don't talk. The demon swallowed and sat down. The blonde's red eyes were fixed on him. You say my loyalties have changed. You accuse me of leaving my home. You accuse me of having hidden intentions like your former lord does. The blonde stood up. Everyone in the room tensed up. Naruto scanned the entire room. His aura remained visible, with the same pressure and sensation, his eyes red as blood. I remember the war very well. The blonde walked from one side to the other on the stage where he was, looking at the entire room. Half of those who are here were enemies. The Honorable Council of Demons asked for my head. Naruto looked towards the stage where those demons were, the clans present here. More than half despised me. They looked down on me. A simple nameless demon. He continued walking from side to side. If I remember correctly, it was not you who defended the demons from the bastards before us. In fact, you supported them, our race suppressed by tyrants and supported by demonic trash. Naruto-sama, the demon's head rolled. A jet of blood came out of the demon's body. Let me make something clear. Naruto had his hand extended. I think you've forgotten that I was the one who erased Lilith from its foundations. I was the one who rebuilt it. Naruto under his hand. I am Naruto Mammon, Mao, in charge of all the laws of the underworld, all the monetary matters of the underworld. Naruto smiled darkly. There is no more Council of Demons. All matters handled and delegated are now my responsibility. An angry demon rose up. You can't decide such a thing, he exclaimed furiously. The Council of Demons is here to prevent demons like you from deciding to bring this place to ruin. The blonde smiled, appearing in front of the guy. On the dais of the Council of Demons, the guy fell on his butt in fear. You're right. I left the underworld. I denied the position of Mao Lucifer. I wanted to avoid this. I knew there really wouldn't be any changes. When I was offered a position as Mao, to create a new Mao, it gave me the idea of how to change our system. Naruto took out a kunai from his suit. The kunai had a seal hanging from it. Demons since the times of the origin of the underworld, some or almost few really clan formers. Although they are not in the Council of Demons, the blonde spun the kunai. In his hand you would be the biggest problem, the conservatives. Those who only make the system worse. The blonde took a thinking position. I walked away for many reasons, but I never completely disengaged myself. I am a Mao in my own right, and everything is legitimate, each clan still in force, each demon of the council. I signed the document. The blonde smiled. One of the reasons why I walked away was to make known the garbage that you are. The blonde threw the kunai, sticking it in the ground. He reappeared in front of his throne along with the other Maos. Since I am the judge of the underworld, hereby, in front of the other corresponding Maos and clans, I, Naruto Mammon, condemn the Council of Demons for treason to the underworld. I base my accusations on the following evidence. A folder full of papers was presented to each participant in the room. The documents detailed the close relationship that the former council shares with Rizavim Lucifer. Some gasps were heard. Therefore, your sentence is death. The blonde finished. The seal on the kunai on the Demon Council's dais began to glow. A dark whirlpool formed, quickly swallowing the entire dais along with the entire Demon Council. Naruto sat on his throne keeping his smile. I have a complaint, Mammon-sama. A demon stood up, his face serious. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I respect you beyond titles. I consider you a role model like many others. I saw you change the war with your abominable power. There is no doubt that the title of Mao is yours. It is not that I oppose. My clan was your enemy during the war. Even so, like many other clans, you forgave us. You allowed us to be part of the change. Naruto at this point was intrigued. Daihausarbelio was the talking demon, a demon with a power capable of placing him alongside the Maos, the demon called Emperor, the one at the top of the rating games. My house made many mistakes. I have lived to correct them since the moment I took command of my clan. For that reason, and because I firmly believed in your ideology of a better underworld, I believe that your position looks bad if it was not proposed from the beginning of your system. The demon finished. I understand your point, Naruto said, but it is wrong. It is not my system. I was not part of it. While you can accuse me of abandoning the underworld, you are not within your right. I never abandoned it. The system by which it was governed since the originals was bad, outdated, full of stupid ambition. However, change takes time and a lot of intelligence. As you see, there are traitors within these walls. Naruto looked at the entire room. I took it upon myself to expose that this system is bad. I couldn't do it if I took my title from the beginning, and remember, I am a demon. I knew I would need to hide the title of a Mao to overturn the current system. Keeping only 4 Maos would indicate that we would always be governed by the system of the originals. The blonde sighed. I wanted to change this place, so I was patient. I was ambitious. I was deceitful. But that's who we are. We are demons. The blonde finished with a smile. This was all an elaborate plan. Lord Belio Falbium spoke up as Naruto said. It was all done with patience. A plan made by the 5 of us. We went to war for change. Just taking out the descendants of the originals wouldn't make a change. But we knew that everything required time and sacrifice. Once in power, when it was decided to create the Uzumaki Extra Demon Clan, all the clans approved, the Demon Council approved. The Maos approved, so we only needed the same approval to separate the Demon Council and change the system. If we did it at that time without proof, after having sacrificed so much in a war, it would be in vain. Another war would be upon us. It wouldn't make sense. Ajuka continued. So we made this whole plan, behind everyone's back. Of course we did. We wanted a change. We need a change. There were, and there will be traitors. We couldn't trust each other. By signing the agreement of the new clan, they also accepted the new Mao and the new changes. Surzex finished. We had to be cautious. Naruto began again. As you see, I got proof that the Demon Council was acting to help the descendants of the originals and rise of him. Some other clans do it too. The blonde smiled. But accusing a clan is something else. I firmly believe that the actions of an idiot do not determine the actions of an entire clan. Naruto stood up. There will be changes from now on. The world is changing. So are the other races. It is time for the demons to change. If there are those who oppose, I am free to leave or oppose. I may be wrong and you are right. The blonde finished, shrugging his shoulders. All the Maos stood up. A silence spread through the room, many processing. What will happen to the traitorous demons? How will it affect the clans? Lord Phoenix asked. They will be treated as traitors. As for the clan, their future will be decided based on their betrayal. Seraphol replied. I always agreed with your ideology of a change for the underworld. Back then I chose wrong. Today I will make the right choice. Daihauser prostrated himself on one knee. The Belial clan supports the 5 great Maos. He bowed. Lord Phoenix followed him, declaring on behalf of the Phoenix clan. Lord Gremory, Lord Baal, Lord Citri followed him later. One by one the demons of the clans and function gave their vote in favor. The meeting concludes. There are still many points to discuss, but for now it is enough information to process. The change will be made, but it will take time. It does not only depend on us. Mao's Surzex intoned loudly and clearly. It depends on all of us, he concluded. You are free to introduce yourself to any of the Maos for more details. Each one will be in their respective places. Just adding the new Mao Mammon building, said Ijuka. With a nod from Naruto, one by one the demons left. Some demons looked at the change as good, others not so much. The change would take time and effort. Not everyone agrees, however they submit only because for the moment there is no other option. But when it presents itself to them, another war may ravage the underworld. The Maos must tread carefully from now on. Sarah Fall sighed tiredly and threw herself into the blonde's arms. It came out better than expected, Ijuka said, receiving a nod from everyone. There's a lot of work to do, we'd better get started, Surzex said. One by one they left to carry out their respective tasks. Kamui Dimension, Yoga no Sekai, Lava World. A dark whirlpool opened in the sky. One by one the demons belonging to the demonic council fell to the volcanic ground. Where are we? One shouted, getting his bearings. The heat was horrible. His skin burned when it touched the ground, not something he worried about with magic. Tried to heal, they couldn't use magic. I can't use magic, another shouted. Everyone tried and couldn't use magic. The heat became stifling. Another whirlpool opened up in front of them. Naruto emerged from the whirlpool. The demons swallowed. Fear took hold of them. Naruto's eyes were no longer blood red. They were no longer the eyes of a demon. They were the eyes of a monster. The Sharingan was in all its splendor. Naruto-sama! A demon prostrated himself before Naruto and begged for forgiveness. Others wasted no time and prostrated themselves. Forgive us! Even with his forehead pressed against the burning ground, the demon cried for his life. We'll tell you everything about the descendants of the clans, he shouted fervently. Naruto had an emotionless face. I want to introduce you to a friend. Naruto turned around. Ignoring the pleas of the demons in front of him, he walked to the edge of the lava lake. Son Goku, I brought you some entertainment, Naruto said, and then was swallowed by a whirlpool of Kamui. The lava moved and the demons watched in horror as a huge beast emerged. The enormous beast that emerged from the lava has yellow irises, white pupils, and red skin over almost its entire body except for its hands, feet, chest, and part of its face, which is green. Although it is an ape, it has many of the characteristics of a gorilla. It also has horns on its forehead, elongated fangs, and protruding tips on each of its tails. Its long canines appear to be broken and are darker at the ends. Its face is similar to a Japanese daruma. Its mouth has a large, round opening where it spits lava, and it doesn't appear to have a tongue. Its skin has a beard and a stubble on its upper back. Yambi made an appearance. With a growl he saw the demons beneath his titanic form. A demon ran out. With a simple blink, a geyser of lava devoured him. The others screamed in horror. They're not great company, but I'll settle for it, said Son Goku. He stretched out his paw and grabbed some demons. The others moved away as far as they could. The hole in his mouth shone and a jet of lava emerged, bathing his paw, killing them. The lava flow did not stop. It bathed the entire place with lava, killing those who tried to escape. Underworld, Mammon Castle. Naruto appeared through the Kamui in the office corresponding to his place as Mao. He sat down at the desk. Faithfully by his side was Grafia. Taking a thinking position, Naruto couldn't be entirely frustrated. In a way, everything went better than planned so far. Getting rid of the council was just the first step of many. There were still traitors and there were even more who did not agree with the actions taken. You can go home, darling. With a bow, Grafia used a magic transportation circle. Being alone, Naruto allowed himself to relax more deeply, leaning back in his chair, throwing his feet up on the desk. Hagamoro made an appearance. It turned out better than expected. The blonde nodded at the comment, but this creates more problems than solutions at the moment. This kind of necessary change takes time. We don't expect an entire race to change their minds just because they're heroes. Wanted Naruto sighed, however. It is necessary. War is on the way. What do you plan to do? The old man walked around the room. Reflecting on my past life, I realized that the leadership systems were bad. There were the Kages, but there was always a council that determined the ultimate authority. Democracy Naruto. It's not a democracy. Or maybe it was. Naruto shrugged his shoulders in boredom. I'm not looking for a dictatorship. I became one for many a long time ago. Even if they didn't know it, he rubbed a face with his hand. The point is, this system is the same. The strong are praised, but the greedy are the ones who dominate. I want to change this world before its destruction comes. I think we can do it. As you see, it took us years, hundreds of them, to get rid of the council, without causing a war. It's a sacrifice like everything else. Sometimes I get tired of sacrificing. I know. I also know that you have the power in your hands to completely erase a race if you use all your cards. I don't want that. Back then he sentenced my race. Maybe it was the best, maybe not. You sacrificed, you sealed yourself. I was selfish. I was just tired of fighting. I had lost so much. I didn't want to suffer anymore. I just wanted peace. Maybe there would have been another solution. Dwelling on the past doesn't solve anything. No, it doesn't. The blonde sighed. The change will be difficult. This time you are not alone, the old man said, staring at him. Naruto smiled. No, I have family, friends. Hagamoro nodded. We must watch our steps from now on. Anonymity is gone, and other problems will soon be added. The dragon goddess Naruto sighed tiredly. That brat is a problem. If my theory is correct, she is much older than you. However, she is not the problem. Your organization is. Hagamoro agreed. For the moment we will not act. Let them be the ones who make the wrong move. Naruto sat up straight in his seat. As long as they do not touch my girls, they will walk on this earth. Be careful, son. Many will seek them out to harm you. Of course I hope so, but they are all taken care of. Naruto smiled. Besides, each one has the necessary skills to defend themselves. There are enemies out there capable of damaging you enough. There are powerful enemies. Naruto had a serious look. As for power, you are not at the top. I know, don't worry, I won't act rashly. And I have you to prevent that. The blonde smiled. It would be better to get on with the job then. Boy, the blonde nodded. Ku Academy, Student Council Room, days later. There have been many changes lately in the underworld, Rias said. Sona nodded. They were both sharing a cup of tea. How did it go with the exorcists? Sona decided to ask. Rias sighed. Sona had noticed that Naruto did that a lot. After the engagement, and the corresponding announcements, Naruto was seen more in the underworld. He was a Mao, and the news of the change in the system that the underworld was carrying out has been a topic of discussion since the disappearance of the demonic council. They were dead, I had no doubt about that, and Naruto had become a constant in the visits he made regularly to her house. Although Sarah Fall did not bother her as before, she always did, but moderately. She thanked the blonde Mao for that. Everything was going well. Rias began, cutting off her train of thought. However, one of the exorcists bothered Asia, and Issei got angry and ended up in a fight. Your pawn, a very risky bet but a good reward. A celestial dragon. Rias agreed. Naruto looks at it from time to time. Although he is no longer a teacher, he always shows up here from time to time. His job as Mao and clan patriarch keeps him in the underworld. Even Sarah Fall complains a lot about it. He's been very busy lately. Rias agreed. I'm surprised you haven't decided to move with him to the underworld. A transportation circle would solve your problem. When we officially get married, I will live there. For now, I will continue with my independence, I declare. A circle of communication appeared in the ears of both girls. Their queens accompanied them behind. They had not contributed anything to the talks. More problems. Rias sighed. Now your nobility influences mine. With the transport circle ready, both girls stood up, taking a serious look. Ko Academy, days later. Demons were a stupid race in Kokabile's opinion. Sitting on his throne in the sky, he looked down upon the defeated nobility of Rias Gremory. That girl's head would hang on a wall in his office. He would start the Great War. To hell with the demons. To hell with the angels. Al Diablo Azazel. Only the war mattered. Proved that the fallen were the best race. Everyone has stagnated in their absurd peace. Tilting his head up, he only glimpsed the foot that embedded itself in his face, destroying the lathe he was sitting on. He was thrown downwards, crashing to the ground, generating a cloud of dust. The barrier covering the academy changed color, from green to red. Sona Citri and her peerage appeared alongside Rias and her fallen peerage. What happened? Saji shouted. Less than a few seconds ago they were maintaining the barrier, but from one moment to the next they appeared inside the dome. Sona quickly came back to her senses. She saw Rias's peerage in a not very good state, but they were still standing. He saw the cloud of dust and felt the impact generated by what he assumed was the fallen Kokabile. Turning his gaze towards Rias, he saw her look up. In the sky was Naruto, however. He was wearing a black robe with red clouds, strange clothing. His blank face showed no emotion. She had told Rias to call Lucifer-sama or Naruto-sama. She knew that Kokobile was an enemy out of her league. However, both were stubborn. Each wanted to prove themselves. However, their queens did not allow it. I didn't expect a quick response from the Maos. They couldn't do so freely due to Kokobile's actions. In a few days everything fell apart, from the arrival of the exorcists to the appearance of Kokobile. Naruto was in the sky. In a blink of an eye he appeared in front of the girls. He glanced at everyone. Rias's boys were a little battered, although you glimpse another face, an exorcist with a very peculiar sword. Naruto. Rias said his name, getting his attention. Walking towards her he took her face and wiped away some of what happened. He gave her a soft kiss on her forehead. "Sorry I'm a little late," said the blonde. She just shook her head, happy that he had already arrived. "I should have informed you before," Rias said. "He wasn't an enemy we could deal with so easily." Naruto agreed. "Yes, however you tried. Don't worry, you're not at your best yet," Naruto simply said, "but now I'll take care of it." Naruto took out some bottles from his robes, phoenix tears, and gave them to the redhead. "Naruto!" Kokobile stood up from the small crater. Naruto just turned calmly. He glimpsed the fallen. A line of blood came out of his forehead. It was a hard kick. "Bastard!" the fallen one growled. "I was waiting for your arrival." The fallen one laughed softly, raised his 10 wings, and dusted himself off. "Kokobile, it wasn't one of your best ideas to attack these demons. Does it bother you that I touched one of your women?" The fallen man smiled. "You arrived before I started having fun with her." The blonde laughed and took a few steps towards him. "Not long ago I told Azazel that if you bothered me again I would have no mercy." The blonde growled. "The last I'm tired of you fallen. You're a Mao now. This just declares war." Kokobile smiled. "I don't come as a Mao. I come as Naruto Uzumaki. The advantages of having a clan." Naruto said, "I don't act based on my race. I act based on my fiancé who was harmed." "Oh, Kokobile, you will feel a lot of pain." The blonde smiled cruelly. Kokobile quickly created a spear of light and threw it at the blonde. Naruto didn't flinch and stopped the spear without much effort. Always so hasty Kokobile, he clenched the spear in his hand, and when he destroyed it, Kokobile growled and rose to the sky. Naruto's eyes changed from blue to black. In a blink of an eye he disappeared from everyone's sight. He appeared in front of Kokobile, sank his fist into the fallen man's stomach. "Arg!" Kokobile spat out blood and doubled over from the blow. Naruto grabbed his face and sank his knee, breaking his nose. With a kick I throw him to the ground. The fallen one sank into the earth. Naruto dropped, crushing Kokobile. A trail of dust was made. Naruto took the fallen man's foot and slammed it against the ground repeatedly. With one last swing, Naruto sent Kokobile into the trees, knocking down a few trees on impact. "Oh!" With a roar, Kokobile rose to the sky. He shook the blood from his face. His 10 wings displayed in splendor. With a growl he formed hundreds of spears of light behind him. "Hikari no Tapu!" Burst of light, roared the fallen one. One after another, at an admirable speed, the spears headed towards Naruto in a multitude. Boom! A small explosion occurred where Naruto was. The spears of light did not stop. As they were shot out, hundreds and hundreds of spears were created from Kokobile's right hands. Little by little, the range of damage expanded on the ground. The spectators just watched the battle in amazement. Naruto reappeared behind Kokobile, his fist raised. Kokobile was fast. With a simple flap of his wings he disappeared, avoiding the blow. The remaining spears impaled Naruto. Poof! A cloud of smoke left Naruto impaled. Kokobile looked in all directions. Ducking quickly, he avoided the kick from the blonde who appeared behind him. With his wings he impaled the blonde. Another cloud of smoke was produced. With a push he moved quickly through the sky, avoiding the flock of kunai that shot out from various places. Stopping suddenly, a Naruto appeared in front of him, 2 more behind him. "Naruto Bunshin," the fallen one growled, one of the many nicknames the blonde earned. With more smoke bursts, he was surrounded by 10 more clones. Hikari Basuto, light burst. Kokobile was surrounded by an intense light, which was released in the form of a shock wave, easily erasing the clones. "Show yourself!" shouted the fallen one, when the wave ceased. A fist sank into his cheek, knocking him to the ground. Naruto followed him closely. Just before reaching the ground, Naruto grabbed him by a pair of wings, and pressed his foot against his back. Kokobile hit the hard ground head-on. A crater formed in the ground from the hard blow. Naruto let go and jumped back. With a roar, Kokobile stood up and launched himself at the blonde, who waited for him, moving his head just in time to dodge the spear of light. Kokobile was faster, creating another spear in his free hand and pushing it towards the blonde's stomach. The spectators gasped. Naruto smiled much to Kokobile's annoyance. When the spear reached him, it shattered. Without stopping, Kokobile punched the blonde in the cheek, who didn't even flinch. Another one, a kick to the ribs. Naruto didn't flinch. For Kokobile it was like hitting solid rock. Filling his fist with light, he punched the blonde in the jaw. Crack! A layer of sand formed on Naruto's jaw. Under his smiling face, part of his cheek had fissures. Little by little a sandy layer formed on his face. What? Kokobile shouted. A fist of sand formed behind the blonde, quickly hitting Kokobile, throwing him far away. Two sand clones formed in front of the blonde. They launched themselves against Kokobile. Kokobile quickly recovered, stopped the blow from the first clone. The kick from the second was also no problem. He pushed them back. The three of them engaged in a taijutsu fight. Kokobile was overwhelmed by the clone's technique. It became increasingly difficult for him to block the blows. If one failed to hit, the other did. With a blow from one of the clones, he felt a tooth fly out, clenching his jaw. Blood flowed through his mouth. A kick to his stomach made him pull it out. Little by little he was losing ground in being able to stop the blows. He started to evade them, and although he managed to land a blow, it only pierced the sand. It did no damage to the clones. They quickly reformed. He impaled one with his wings. It dissolved only for another to form in front of him. With a kick to his jaw he shot into the air. However, another clone was upon him with a downward kick. A third stopped his fall with his palm. Bwarg! Kokobile spat out blood. The clone dropped him to the ground. Kokobile writhed. I told you, Naruto walked towards him, that next time I wouldn't have mercy. Azazel isn't here to save you. Naruto stopped in front of him. The fallen man spat out a little more blood, angrily hitting the ground. Never! I shouted with hatred and anger. In a burst of speed he quickly passed the clones and caught Naruto, grabbed him by the head and dragged him across the ground. Naruto quickly turned around and kicked him away. With another burst of speed, he caught him again, sinking his knee into the blonde's stomach. The crunch of the Suna no Yoroi, sand armor, was heard, managing to pierce through the blonde's armor. Never! He shouted again, sweeping the blonde man away with one of his wings, grabbing him by the feet and slamming him to the ground. Naruto quickly recovered and turned around, freeing himself from the fallen man's hands. Kokobile was close to him again. A punch made him roll on the ground. The impact was strong. A bit of blood was released from his broken lip. At this point he had already forgotten his Suna no Yoroi, sand armor. A demon will never be superior to me! The fallen man spat with hatred. Both became mere blurs for the astonished spectators. The impacts could be felt all over the place. The sound of fists could be heard. The shock wave produced by the collisions could be seen. Craters were forming in the sky and on the ground. Naruto was pinned to the ground by a kick from Kokobile. Kami no Ya, arrow of God. A huge spear formed above Kokobile. Without hesitation he threw it towards the blonde. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, shaking the entire school grounds. Both Rias and Sona and their respective peerages were covered by a protective dome. The huge explosion devoured part of the school building and the courtyard. The cloud of smoke was thick. Naruto shot out of it towards the fallen. With an angry look, the sclera of his eyes are black with a yellow iris and a shuriken-shaped pupil with a dot in each corner. Again both disappearing from sight. The impact of their blows only grew, but Kokobile knew that the more Naruto increased his power, the more he doubled it. With a kunai in hand, Naruto cut Kokobile's face. He roared in pain, giving him no quarter. Another kunai was in his other hand, cut after cut. The hands, the legs, the stomach, the wings, the face. Roaring in pain, Kokobile expelled many spears of light from his body, pushing Naruto away. In pain he fell to the ground, prostrate on one knee, covered in blood and cuts. His wings hurt, his face burned, even his tongue was damaged. His hands bled constantly. He felt the flow of blood in his stomach and chest. How many cuts did the damn demon make? A kick made him skid on the ground. When he tried to recover, a kunai stuck deep into his leg, another in his right hand, leaving him bald on the ground. With pain he directed his hand to his torn robe, inside a pocket. With his staggering hand he took out a jar with a blackish snake moving. Naruto growled angrily at the fallen man's actions. That would be a problem. Let's give you with blood coming out of his mouth. He painfully uncorked the bottle, directing his hand towards his mouth to pour out the snake. Ayurg! I screamed in pain. His hand fell. A jet of blood came out of his stung arm. Kubikurabocho stabbed the snake as it moved along the ground, disintegrating it. The edge of the enormous sword was shown before a shocked Kokobile. Ayurg! Another scream. One leg separated from his body. Spinning in pain, he crawled on the ground, away from the cruel demon. Ayurg! Another scream. Some of his wings were torn off by the cursed sword. The spectators looked on in horror. They had already seen that Naruto could be cruel. However, he was always scary. Don't worry, Naruto stopped. With a foot on the fallen man's back, Kubikurabocho won't be your executioner. The sword was stuck into the side of his head. I have a better surprise for you. Naruto bent down and grabbed the fallen man's hair. A friend of mine wants to play with you. The blonde smiled cruelly. The sand began to move beneath him, rising up his only hand, covering his wounds. It began to cover him little by little. You're a fool. You think you're superior. Naruto walked away with the sword. I didn't even try, he concluded. The sand completely covered the fallen man. A seal appeared in the sand. From one moment to the next, the sand joined the ground. Nothing remained of the fallen man. The sand dispersed. Naruto walked calmly towards the demons present. Rias went to greet him. The others looked at him with respect and fear. This isn't over yet, said the blonde. The barrier broke and a figure quickly descended to the ground. A white armor with blue jewels and wings appeared. It was a good barrier. The voice sounded deep. What are you doing here? Naruto pointed his sword at the figure. You're a little late. No, you're a little late to the game. It's not like I mind having spectators. I see the fallen Kokobile is no longer there. The figure said I was coming for him, he declared. Tell Azazel we'll have a talk soon. The figure looked at the blonde. A red gauntlet appeared on a surprised Issei's arm. I see you've already appeared, Albion, said the deep voice of the gauntlet. Drake, it's been a while. Another deep voice came from the white armor, very different from the first. I see I have nothing more to do, Hayadu. We will meet soon. This time it was the armor bearer. He disappeared in a flash of light. Who was that? Why does he know me? Issei asked. Just more problems, Naruto said, watching the figure disappear.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.